Hello everyone. Hello, hello. It's showtime. It's showtime. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello. I hope that you're having a good day. I'm not feeling tremendous energy tonight for some reason, but that's the way it goes in Hell Realm. And I'm thinking of one of my friends struggling with depression, and I hope that she feels better, and I hope that things get better. I know that that's a hope in a Hell Realm, and we don't control this place and what happens to us. There's so much that happens here that's beyond our control. And it's set up, it's a rigged reality. It's the way this place is. It's a rigged reality, it's a sewer matrix. There's a lot that's put in our path, and it's by design. The longer that we study this realm, study reality, or what this fake reality claims to be, when I think of a real reality, it wouldn't be set up this way and rigged this way. It wouldn't be set up to harm us, to attack us spiritually, to degrade us, to try to humiliate us, to try to eat our spirit and put us down. It wouldn't be this way. I see this place as wrong. I don't see it as natural. I see it as wrong. Shouldn't be this way. And I think that's becoming clear to more people. They're starting to see what I'm saying. Or they already did. In some cases, they already did see that there's something really wrong here before they came to my channel. And then they got here and this makes sense. They watched my videos and they heard me speaking about it and went, yeah, I get it. They didn't need convincing. They just got it. Some people came to my channel and they knew right away that I was speaking the truth. They knew right away that I'm a real, true, authentic spirit, that I'm not a fake, not a grifter. I don't do this for money. I don't have my hand out. I don't do this to get popular or to be liked by everyone. I'm hated by many on YouTube, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. It's about the truth and truth that needs to be spoken in this place. These other channels will always flip-flop back to God, back to, oh, this is just God dreaming us, and it's all okay, and they put all this shit out there, and it's really disgusting. It's really disgusting. And I hate the way that true, authentic, good spirits are treated in this place, whether they're my friends in person, online, someone that I've grown to care about, grown to know. I don't like what this reality in this realm does to people, or does to good spirits. Better way of saying it, people. Anytime I say people now, it makes me think of Ian's people. And I don't want it to come across that way, because this is not me being funny. This is serious and sincere. I hate what this place does to good spirits. I truly do. To every good spirit, every good being that I've ever known in this place has been harmed by this place, attacked by this reality itself, putting things in our path. Not just obstacles, but hurtful shit. And it shouldn't be like this. That's what my mind always goes back to. This should not be. This should not exist this way. This is wrong. This is not natural. This whole thing, this whole place, this whole thing that Ian calls life. He thinks this is life. Well, this really isn't living, is it? For many of us that have the awareness to see, and to realize this fucking sucks. Now, I'm not saying that I am depressed every day. I've gone through bouts of depression in my life at various times over the years. So I do understand it and how heavy it feels and how hard it is. Look at the cockroaches coming around again. Same one obsessed with me in the chat. They tune in every show. Can you imagine being that much of an obsessed loser? So if you're feeling down today, just think at least you're not like that. At least you're not an obsessed little pissant cockroach that just keeps coming back and back and back. Confront you. I don't need to confront a fucking obsessive, psychotic little troll that plays games. You're not respectful. You're a loser, manipulator. You're just a fucking creepy creature. That's all that you are. Nothing more. Just a piece of shit. Anyway, imagine being that being your life, making dozens of accounts, obsessing over me. Playing stupid games. That's all they have. He's a demon. He'll be sealed in here. This is where he belongs. Right here. In this place. And they'll be clawing, trying to get out. They'll never get out. Never. Choose wisely. Don't choose to follow these creepy little creatures. Because they're staying here. No matter what it takes, they're staying here. So that's part of what I mean. They're trivial, though. They're just meaningless. It goes deeper than that, and it's worse than that. It's worse than these little trolls that are obsessive. This realm throws everything at us. Everything. But when you look at it, look how we're able to persevere. Look how resilient we are. I'm not saying that we have to be or that we deserve this or that this is teaching us. I'm just saying, look how strong we are. Look how resilient we are as good spirits. To be in a fucked up realm like this and to not let us, or to not let it, sorry, for this realm, to not let this realm destroy us, to not let us turn us evil, to not let it make us into someone or something that we're not. We're very strong and very resilient. And I'm including both sexes in that. I think sometimes when I get into conversations, especially in text, it's easy to become misunderstood or things to get misconstrued. I don't think that only men are strong. And in terms of strong, I don't mean physically strong. Men are stronger than women. That's just the way it is, biologically, in these meat suits. But in terms of strength, women have strength too. And I've never denied that. I've never said that they have no strength or that they're weak, because that's not true. But I also don't go to the male feminist Ian type, oh, men are toxic, masculinity's toxic, and we need to worship the female and serve the female and just, and he calls it the feminine, serve the feminine and just protect them for nothing. And expect nothing. I'm not saying you protect them for sex or anything like prostitution, but I mean, men are not servants of women, and the way he speaks is trying to degrade men down to being servants, just at the feet of women and kissing their feet like they're queens or something. I would never behave that way for any woman on earth. Any. Never. I don't do that. I'm not a simp. I'm not a male feminist like Ian is. But there's got to be some kind of balance. And I think in this realm that balance has been lost, or it's upset. It's not balanced anymore. I don't necessarily mean equality. I mean balance, which is a different thing. Like a scale that's balanced. It doesn't necessarily mean exactly even. It's just not rocking anymore. You balanced it. Okay? Anyway, do you see what I'm saying? Maybe I mean a balance of energy and some kind of balance of understanding. Because the way things are in this realm right now, it's way out of kilter, and it's getting worse. It's not getting better. Now, if I was fake, I'd just tell you, well, it's all going to be better, and I'd feed you hopium. But I don't do that. I never do that. Now, if I had reason for real hope, I would say it, because that's not hopium. That's real. But I try to speak what is real and true, even if it's difficult, even if it's sad, even if it's not what we want. If it's what I see, I don't see this place as a place that can be fixed or get better. Sometimes that can be helpful to realize that. And then when good things happen, it's unexpected. I don't want people to be depressed or down or sad all the time or miserable. And I know that when we go through things, it's natural to feel that and go through. It's the way it is in this place. But I do try to uplift people as much as I can. And it's difficult because sometimes there's very few things that you can say or do that are uplifting. We are in a very fucked up place. And I know there's better than this. And that's a knowing. It's also a knowing that better can be created that doesn't necessarily exist currently. I mean, whole realms, worlds, realms, whatever way you want to look at it. You could look at it as a world. You could look at it as a realm. You could create multi-level realms that are just way better than this. Way better. The amount of evil and suffering and trickery in this place is off the charts. It's all around us. And I think a lot of people forget about how many times they've been tricked or betrayed in life, going way back to early childhood. If you look back, and I'm not doing the howdy recapitulation thing, I'm just saying not what he's doing, but just if you just think back, there's so much of it. There's so much friends that were fake friends and disloyal and betray online and in person. There's so much shit we go through here that if you really look at it, it doesn't teach us. It's not spiritual lessons. It's attacks is what it is. Attacks is the better term. It's not a spiritual lesson. It's an attack on us. It's a spiritual attack that we endure. And sometimes we go through so much and years and decades pass, and we kind of forget about these betrayals and just shit we go through, heartbreak and everything else. But it's a hell of a lot in a lifetime. And then the new agers will just say, well, these are learning lessons. This is a school. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add up. You have to retain knowledge to learn. Forgetting doesn't help you. So their theories don't add up whatsoever. They don't fit. I'm going to play something for a few minutes, and I'll be back in a little bit, just a second. Here we go. Roll it. Let's roll.
And I have guests on.
Look at that face. Look at that face and those teeth.
Okay, I have a guest on the call today. I'm going to introduce her, but I'm first going to title the video. And we really considered, we've been speaking, like this has caused, a stir in our community. When I first said matriarchy, I noticed a lot of reaction. And wherever people are triggered, that's where I want to go. I also am going to do just a tiny bit of housekeeping before I introduce our guest. And the name of this video is Women, the Original Power. And we're going to get into some details around this. My guest, whose name is Diane, and I'm going to welcome her in a moment, is going to tell us some of the information about ancient Egypt and the matriarchy. I want to just say, though, however, I am feeling like there is a lot of assault techniques happening right now. And I'm going to speak also about the Y chromosome and the degradation of the Y chromosome. But I do want to speak to the fact that someone said that I was a narcissist when I was making a video, and I said that my intelligence was more vast than Claude's, and he admitted that. And I have done the research on that, and I have all the graphs and everything, but that's not really the point. But the research shows that men's IQ is generally at 85 and women's IQ is generally at 115. Now, of course, you all know that my IQ is something other than that. I've already explained that. And my guest Diane's IQ is also like at that level. So we're going to talk about that. But what I want to say that when you are speaking in this community and I have guests on, assume that everyone's telepathic. Because I've had a few guests on recently where you will then comment to me with complaints about my guest, but know that we're a community and my guest is part of my community. And so you can speak directly to my guest and ask questions, and I will put Diane's details, which she has gracefully allowed me to share her details in the description. And you should speak to her directly if you have questions. We all need to get ready to be 100% telepathic. As I have said, the Tower of Baal and language in general is a form of deception. So assume that everyone can hear you when you're speaking, okay? Just start getting ready for that level of responsibility for yourself, okay? So Diane and I have been working together for some time, and we've noticed a lot of things on social media. So what I want to say about Diane is that she is an empowerment specialist for women, and she works in the business world. So she has a lot of examples of how to be an empowered woman in the business world. But also she shared with me some examples of what the men are saying to her and how there's this old slavery template still happening where the men just expect you to like do things for free and give them all of our intelligence. But that's not a working model, folks. When I did my video about matriarchy, it's more like the women have the intelligence, we have the power, and the men are a support system. And what Diane offers.
See, I knew she was demonic. She's lying to you about IQ and intelligence. The average for men in USA or Canada is not 85. The average IQ for women in Canada and USA is not 115. It's actually very close to 100 for men and women in Canada and USA. The average is right around 99, 100, 101, somewhere in that range. So she's lying to you about that. There is not a huge gap. Most people don't even realize how huge that gap would be if it was accurate. 115 for women to 85 for men, that would be an enormous gap. Enormous. Where's the proof? You're asking me for proof? Well, I have proof. I think just about every study that's been done shows Average IQ for men and women, USA. Give me a second here. I'm checking out various sources. You're asking her on my channel. Well, you should ask her in her comments. I have proof right here that I will share. Here's the source for it. I'll drop a link in the chat. There's one source there. I don't care what sounds right. This isn't about sounds right and feelings. This is about actual data, tests, evidence. That's what I'm showing you. I'm not doing what she's doing. I'm doing something different. I'm showing you some research. That others have done. I'm not doing what Lolita's doing. She makes false claims with zero evidence, and women in general on her channel lap it up and gobble it up. I'm doing something other than that. That's who her main audience is man-hating women that are dishonest. Has she read anything on the topic, or is she just spewing shit? Rashawn's saying a lot about IQ. Have you studied IQ? Hello to the green man. Hello. I don't know what you mean by IQ goes way beyond gender. You could learn something if you paid attention here. You could possibly learn something. It is possible. There are more men at the top end of the IQ, which means the genius range, and there's also more men below average at the low end of IQ. Women are generally more in the middle, more in the average. There's far, far less genius level women than men. But there's also less women, we'll say at the lowest end of mental retardation IQ. So the bell curve is different for men than it is for women.
Very specifically, if you contact her, of course, be clear that you need to make a proper energy exchange with her if you do contact with her, and ask her for her services. But she's offering the ability for you to come up out of that slavery model. Okay, that's very important. So I want to welcome Diane. Diane, do you want to say hello, or how would you like to begin?
Sure. Yeah, it's a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you so much, Lolita. And yeah,
She actually looks like someone that would be saying this kind of stuff, this Diane chick. Not attractive.
yes, I'm here, as an example. This is not something that I'm teaching without, having gone through this myself and having exited this slavery template myself. I had to do years and years of healing work on myself to see how deep the programming runs in my personal life, in my business life.
There are women in the comments. This chick here, Heidi, I think I've seen her around on shit channels. I said the same thing to my husband about a few things said here, like how women get treated like slaves. Really, women get treated like slaves. Are women put into the coal mines and sent to wars? I always say I have a much higher calling and I can't waste time on doing lower things. I bet she doesn't cook, clean, do anything. Boundaries are getting to be a big thing. I feel sorry for whoever married this frumpy looking Heidi. I feel sorry for whatever man did that. You made a big mistake. This young woman here said, I would love to see that video on TikTok. And thank you both so much for this knowledge and wisdom. This is what I mean by women falling for shit. I feel so empowered after listening to you ladies. The title of her video is Women, the Original Power. Female Empowerment Mentor. Diane. Get this. She's saying males are disappearing because we have lost the natural order, which is matriarchy. And then she put in brackets, sea elephants. It says the demiurge is based transvestite priest caste that actually hates the male. This is why all the chemicals have been dumped on us to degrade the Y chromosome. You know why the chemicals have been dumped on attacking men? Because men generally stand up to the system. Men are generally the warriors. That's why we're under attack biologically that way. Anyway, I think spiritually people are going to learn. And I advise you, and some people have been here for months and they don't understand what I mean by this. They'll insist that they're always learning. Choose wisely. What does he mean by choose wisely? Do you need me to spoon feed you? You choose to follow demons and stand with demons, I'll treat you like a demon. I've said that many times. You better learn how to focus and pay attention. So many people have come and gone from here that said they're learning, and they're gone. They're over on Team Evil now. They didn't learn anything. So forgive me if I'm a little bit skeptical when people keep insisting that they're learning. Forgive me. I've heard it many thousands of times before. This woman wrote, Mary wrote, I enjoyed your video. In my honest opinion, male and female are of equal value, equally loved, different paths. Balance and respect is required in all relationships. High IQ misapplied, and they put as two words, MISS. That's wrong. It's one word, misapplied. It doesn't have two S's. Misapplied is dangerous. And then she said again, in my honest opinion, I don't know why, maybe that's her thing, starting off sentences that way. IMHO. In my honest opinion, or maybe it's in my humble opinion. I don't know. Could mean either. Male and female are now reevaluating their path and natural talents/abilities. And then a new sentence, which isn't a complete sentence. For the best way forward for all humanity. Mary, you're not great at language. I don't think Mary's very high IQ. Maybe your heart's in the right place, some would say. Here comes Lolita's response. I think perhaps we can discuss the fact that if we do not respect the matriarchy, which is the natural order, then in brackets, sea elephants, we're not elephants. Sea elephants. This is sea elephants. She's really warped. We will lose the male entirely as the patriarchy. Look at this. Well, you're going to learn, demon, that you're a man-hater. And I see what she is. She's a liar. Men's average intelligence is not 30 points lower. That's several standard deviations. Men built and invented civilization. What are you talking about? Here's Cat I Am. Of course she's following this shit. She's a dummy. She tore the roof off of her camper. Where can I get my intelligence tested? How can it be authentically measured? The only physical proof I have thus far is my SAT scores from 1969, where I placed in the top 1% of America. Was sought out by Westinghouse, bracket, think Tesla. Yeah, you're like a female Tesla. Sure you are. She's focused on the healing arts. And there's that Carol Trashmas over there. The brutalization of the feet women in China, they do it to themselves. This old woman here said, this is so awesome, in all capitals. This is all you have to do is cater to the female ego. It doesn't work on all women, but it works on many, many millions. It works on most. This is how advertising works on TV and in magazines. They appeal to the female ego. Women like to boost each other's egos. That's what women do when they get together. Men don't do that. But marketing and advertising boosts the female ego to say men are dumb, men don't know how to buy dishwasher detergent or laundry detergent or this cleaning product or do this. They don't know how to do this. They don't know how to change a diaper. They don't even know how to park a car on commercials or order a pizza or do anything. Women are smarter is the undertone of all of advertising today, basically, to sell products to women, because women buy the products that make them feel good, makes them feel smart. And that's how easy it is to manipulate women. And big marketing companies, they understand this very well. This woman here is laughing my ass off indeed. Yeah, I've been done with the Y Chrome since 2017. A lot of damaged, man-hating women over there, and I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. It's almost all women in the comments there.
You're all fuckers. And then I was like, oh, you look nice. Okay, you can come forward. And that is the way it really happens.
Yeah, and it's quite amazing how, these women that had the parthenogenetic ability to reproduce, and this was
Best one that she wants, and then she sends out a hormone and draws that little sucker to her like a queen. And I started talking to my clients about this. Like, I'm imagining like a field of assholes coming at me right now, and I send out a ray. Stop. You're all fuckers.
A field of assholes. This is how she views men. And I made videos exposing her years ago. Well, it sure doesn't automatically make you smarter. Doesn't at all. I don't even think women understand averages. Do you understand what averages means, Rashawn? The ego of modern women is off the charts.
And then I was like, oh, you look nice. Okay, you can control what I'm going to call assholes who are coming towards her. And she selects a particular DNA that is the best one that she wants. And then she sends out a hormone and draws that little sucker to her like a queen.
Is anyone tuned in that's a fan of hers or was a fan of Lolita? I know there's some fans on Ian's channel of this one. Ian and some of the other channels, they've mentioned her and shown some of her content I've seen.
And I started talking to my clients about this. Like, I'm imagining like a field of assholes coming at me right now, and I send out a ray. Stop. You're all fuckers. And then I was like, oh, you look nice. Okay, you can come forward. And that is the way it really happens.
Yeah, and
That's the way it really happens with the horse-toothed woman?
And then I was like,
and look at the 666 here.
Like, oh,
she's throwing up.
Oh, you look nice. Okay, you can come forward.
Here she goes again. Absolutely demonic.
And that is the way it really
Look at the teeth.
happens.
Big horse teeth. Oh my goodness. Go back here.
And is that she is an empowerment specialist for women. And she works in the business world. So she has a lot of examples of how to be an empowered woman in the business world. But also she shared with me some examples of what the men are saying to her and how there's this old slavery template still happening where the men just expect you to like do things for free and give them all of our intelligence. But that's not a working model, folks. When I did my video about matriarchy, it's more like the women have the intelligence, we have the power, and the men are a support system. And what Diane offers very specifically, if you contact her, of course, be clear that you need to make a proper energy exchange with her if you do contact with her and ask her for her services. But she's offering the ability for you to come up out of that slavery model. Okay, that's very important. So I want to welcome Diane. Diane, do you want to say hello or how would you like to begin?
Sure. Yeah, it's a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you so much, Lolita. And yes, I'm here, as an example. This is not something that I'm teaching without, having gone through this myself and having exited this slavery template myself. I had to do years and years of healing work on myself to see how deep the programming runs in my personal life, in my business life. And now I've essentially, you're never done learning, right? You're never a master already, but I have to such a degree mastered now how to deal with men in the business world. And unfortunately, businesses and the wealth is still owned by men, in this world, all around the world. And so it's a necessity to be able to know how to deal with men, how to read between the lines, and like you said, be telepathic and read their minds and feel deeply what exactly that they're actually doing and asking for underneath the texts and underneath the emails and the words and the calls. And I teach people actually how to respond on the phone, on emails, on text messages, how to engage, how to set boundaries, because this is not something we're taught. We're taught essentially to obey, to be subservient, to be people pleasers. And so, it's really, really important for women to get out of the people pleasing mode and the assistant secretary mode and understand that we have value, we have intelligence. Our time is so valuable and our wisdom is so precious that when you're getting asked to do things or when you're working with men, you have to understand, you have to find that balance and figure out when to do things, when to not do things, how to respond, to be respectful but firm with your boundaries. So I'm very passionate about this, and yeah, very excited to speak with Lolita and have this conversation to help empower women so that they remember how wise they are, and so women get out of the fear template as well. And they're not afraid to speak up. I had to do this myself. I'm a completely different person than I was 5-6 years ago. So I had to overcome my fears, my insecurities, get out of my slavery template. So everything I'm teaching, I have done myself, and I have seen, what it has done.
Yeah. And you and I have been speaking also with this idea that, if you have children, you get married, and you have your little household, that therefore that equals happiness. And what I'm noticing when I'm speaking with my rebel spirits, they say, oh, I was so unsuccessful. I never had kids. Like, I work in a law firm, but I never have a family. And I'm going, what are you talking about? Like, you're the epitome of successful. Like, you're doing great. Like, can you imagine any other way that you would be like bogged down by these expectations of being a happy homemaker? Like, it's like, you should be running the law firm. Yes.
Yeah. And, women have been deeply programmed.
Spirits, they say, oh, I was so unsuccessful. I never had kids. Like, I work in a law firm, but I never have a family. And I'm going, what are you talking about? Like, you're the epitome of successful. Like, you're doing great. Like, can you imagine any other way that you would be like bogged down by these expectations of being a happy homemaker? Like, it's like, you should be running the law firm. Yes.
Yeah. And, women have been deeply programmed. This is programming that is embedded in millennia of religion and media and film and fairy tales and childhood. And this programming runs deep. This is not easy for women. And some women are are on this train already and they understand, but there are women that they're not ready for this. They are not ready for this. They are crawling, or they're not even ready to crawl. And the more of us that recognize that we are already whole, we are already complete, we do not need to seek love outside of ourselves. We are already completely whole, and we have to learn to see that and remember that and love ourselves. And the more women like us display that and lead by example, then the other women who are not ready yet or are not seeing this will, get there faster. So it's our job to lead by example, to show like, hey, you are not missing anything. Nothing. You are perfect alone, completely alone, without a partner, without a child. All of that is programming.
Yeah. And I have so many stories. I have several different mythological and historical stories about how that programming happened so that women really feel insecure about stepping up. We have the story of the last of the Amazonians and the Queen Amazon, and how during the event that was called the Trojan Wars, the Amazon Queen, whose name was Penthesilea, she went to fight in battle. And these are virgin warrior queens, okay? They're celibate unless they find a man who's really worthy of them. And I've already talked about that in my Amazon videos. And they would fight with weapons, and they were very skilled and intelligent women. In the Trojan War, there was an example where Achilles killed Penthesilea in a very unfair fight. And then he proceeded to rape her dead body and then drag her carcass around a stadium area for everyone to see her. And when I read that history, I sobbed. I said, that was one of those markers in our history of programming, like, don't be a strong virgin warrior who can ride a horse and go into battle, because the men will gang up on you, kill you, rape you, and drag your body until it's nothing but bones. So these are very extreme examples in the psyche.
Here's what she thinks of men. This is how she envisions men. Imagine living with her husband or boyfriend. I think they got married. Claude, you must be a complete fucking eunuch. But I was making fun of him years ago. He seems very feminine, and he's dominated by her, or whatever this is, dominated.
Programming, like, don't be a strong virgin warrior who can ride a horse and go into battle, because the men will gang up on you, kill you, rape you, and drag your body until it's nothing but bones. So these are very extreme examples in the psyche. How does that hit you, Diane, when you hear that example?
I have the chills all over my body. But yeah, I mean, look, women have had to stay silent for survival, basically. And it is now, we're in an era now for the first time in millennia where women now can own property, can open bank accounts, can have credit cards, and we do not have to depend on men for survival. And so we are able now to speak up and to remember, hey, like, I am a leader, I am powerful, and we can actually speak these things out loud and not, hopefully not get killed, right? And so we have to, all of this, all of our lineage, the lineage of murder and rape on men for survival. And so we are able now to speak up and to remember, hey, like, I am a leader, I am powerful, and we can actually speak these things out loud and not, hopefully not get killed, right? And so we have to, all of this, all of our lineage, the lineage of murder and rape that we've all, feel deep in our DNA, in our bones, it's there. And it's making us, it creates so much fear, and we have to acknowledge it. We have to acknowledge this history of murder and destruction and suppression and oppression and heal it, heal it and move past it so that we can speak up and keep going no matter what has been done to women thus far. And because we can be independent now, we don't need to rely on a man to give us money or a home or property. We can have our own home and we can speak up, and we don't need to be controlled by them anymore.
So, and I also want to say, I have a mind for all of those details. It was in 1973 when women were finally allowed to have a credit card without a male signer. So this is rather recent what has happened here. So we're talking about incremental steps of what has happened with women and our ability to be in the public at all. And Claude was just reading from a National Geographic, like, women were not even allowed to drive cars in certain countries. And he was showing me this picture of like two women in a car and a man, you know, pulling up in the car beside and like looking really angry and like hostile because women are allowed to transport themselves. So this is a very long history, folks. So Diane, do you want to go into ancient Egypt, or do you want me to talk about Hypatia first? How do you want to proceed?
I'll speak briefly on ancient Egypt, and then yes, we can go from there. So yeah, and all of this, you know, everything that me and Lolita are talking about, this is rooted in ancient Atlantis, which then this knowledge was transferred to ancient Egypt, which carried the torch from Atlantis. And I've studied this. There's one Egyptologist, his name is Mustafa Gandala, and he's written several books about the correct history of ancient Egypt. And this information is not in the mainstream of Egyptology or archaeology, because when the archaeologists and Egyptologists did a lot of their excavations in the late 1800s and early 1900s, they found this information and buried it. Because it was not in alignment with the patriarchy and the governments that were in power essentially around the world. So essentially the model of ancient Egypt discusses how Isis, which is the Egyptian name is Oset, A-U-S-E-T. So the proper way to pronounce Isis is Oset. So Isis or Oset.
Sorry, there was one comment that I found there that is pushback right here 16 hours ago. I don't know who this is, but Triple V 99092 wrote, "You are a false prophet / charlatan, and the way you talk about your partner is downright disgusting." I'm going to like that comment right now. That's the only pushback that I see there. That really called her out. R. Manilow is the person's name when I clicked on there to go to their YouTube page.
She was portrayed as the sun. And Osiris, her counterpart, pronounced Osar, A-U-S-A-R, he is actually her reflection embodied in the moon. So as you can see, everything has been inverted now, where we see the female as the moon instead of the sun. So you have Isis as the sun, and as the sun, she is actually represented on Earth as the queen. So the queen in the Egyptian, ruling structure, she was the one who held the power and was the sovereign. And her husband or counterpart, who was the pharaoh, held power because of her, because she chose him, and he was her executor. And so Egyptians always believed as above, so below. So Isis was in Egyptian hieroglyphics is represented by the throne. So she's represented as, she's called the seat or the throne. So she is the seat, she is the ruler, she is the sovereign, she is the highest power, and she selects the pharaoh as her ruler. And dynasties continued in ancient Egypt through the female line. So they ran a matriarchal rulership or matrilineal structure where the daughter, the solar blood ran through the daughter, and when there was no female heir, that's when the dynasties end. So the Egyptian dynasties had finished as soon as there was no female heir, and then there would be a new dynasty coming in. And in Egyptian hieroglyphics, as I mentioned, the Isis is represented as as an image of a throne, and then Osar or Osiris, he is represented as an eye underneath the throne. And there is actually like an Egyptian proverb that says, like, the throne is the eyebrow is always above the eye. The throne is always above the eye. So the female is always above the male. So as such, Egyptian societies, thousands of years ago were also run this way. Women were running the communities, the men were there to support the women and help the women. There were matrilocal communities where each community had a specialty in a different field and they traded upon their different specialties. So there's a lot more information about this in his book, but all of this has been buried, and now we're rediscovering this and remembering this and understanding that, yes, women actually belong in leadership. And this isn't something for men to be scared about. This is not like a psyop or something weird. We are remembering who we really are and what our actual duty is in society. And we're breaking open the current structure. And because, as we know, Lolita, and we've talked about, right now, the path that we are on in this world is not sustainable. We are running into a dead end path. And men need to recognize and women need to recognize that we have the power to change this once we remember who we are.
Wow. That is so powerful. And certainly if people can study the book, and I'll try to, it might take me a bit to get all the details in the description. I'm currently at the library.
That's a 3 helicopter forehead right there.
But I will set everything up. Wow. That is so powerful. And certainly if people can study the book, and I'll try to, it might take me a bit to get all the details in the description. I'm currently at the library, but I will set everything up when I get back to the house. But I want to give people the opportunity to read that book and understand themselves. It's not a psyop. We're not trying to threaten anyone. But what Diane and I were speaking about yesterday is that as the sun is doing this like massive change right now, and we've had tsunami warnings that I posted this morning on our community page and on my Facebook page. So we have earthquakes all over the place. The sun is very active. We are going to need to pass through the sun because this is currently a dead end or will soon be a phantom matrix. And I am not planning to be an unresolved dead consciousness in a phantom matrix, because basically the thing that's in here with us, the demiurge structure, what I call the primary anomaly, runs through system environments and leaves the carcass behind of unresolved dead consciousnesses. So at this point, we are going to pass through the sun. During that time, which was also true in ancient Egypt, and I'm not studied like Diane, like most of what I know is kind of oracular, but I know that the same thing was happening with the sun back then, and the Y chromosome was degraded. So you saw a lot of the males having kind of defects, like their brains didn't work quite as well. They had physical anomalies that didn't go so well. And it was really the women that needed to lead, because pain thresholds are interesting also. So if you study pain thresholds, a man can do like a one-time punch really well, but a woman can sustain pain over a very long period of time. So with the big solar events that are happening right now, some men are getting anxious and degraded. And when you face an extinction event, which is exactly what's happening right now, the men start to go into kind of like instability. They really do. Now, in my household, because I live in a matriarchal household and I do live with a man, Claude hands it over to me. He's like, I'm not sure what I'm doing. My brain doesn't work all that well. And he's incredibly honest about it because we've been working on it for 17 years. And he's like, I'm going to let you lead. And whatever you need to do today, I'm going to support you. Because Claude just knows. I mean, he's not a jerk in any way. He knows that I'm more intelligent, and I know. So when we're even dancing together, and of course, he was my yoga student for many years, but when we're dancing together, he stands behind me. He's the eye under the throne. Like, he stands behind me. He looks for my cues for when to move and what to do. And I just find it's fascinating. Also, with the big solar events that are happening right now, some men are getting anxious and degraded. And when you face an extinction event, which is exactly what's happening right now, the men start to go into kind of like instability. They really do. Now, in my household, because I live in a matriarchal household and I do live with a man, Claude hands it over to me. He's like, I'm not sure what I'm doing. My brain doesn't work all that well. And he's incredibly honest about it because we've been working on it for 17 years. And he's like, I'm going to let you lead. And whatever you need to do today, I'm going to support you. Because Claude just knows. I mean, he's not a jerk in any way. He knows that I'm more intelligent, and I know. So when we're even dancing together, and of course, he was my yoga student for many years, but when we're dancing together, he stands behind me. He's the eye under the throne. Like, he stands behind me. He looks for my cues for when to move and what to do. And I just find it's fascinating. Also, and I'll bring up this piece when you're ready, Diane, of like women in the old world used to be the intellectuals, the philosophers, the muses in the museum. So, I mean, don't be worried, men, when the women really start to have like some brilliant ideas. You should absolutely be like, yes, okay, please tell us, are we going to go through the sun? Do you know, men? Men, do you know? I only hear it from women. The women seem to know. Go ahead, Diane.
Yeah, and some men are noticing a change, and they are acknowledging that, women are done. They are just done with the nonsense, right? And it's been really interesting for me, feeling this deeply and speaking about this with you and seeing this wave of, there is a new generation of women, we've spoken about this, in their 20s and 30s that are completely opting out of patriarchal programs like marriage, like dating, having children. And men some men, a few men are acknowledging this, and they're saying, hey, like, women don't need the BS. They don't need the drama, the lies, the torture that men put them through. And this is why women are staying home. They're not going out. They're doing their work. They're going to yoga. They're doing their workouts, their practices, and they're coming home, and they're staying home on a Friday night and a Saturday night. And men are like, some men online are talking about this, like, hey, they don't need you anymore. And, this, dating apps are declining. Like, women don't want to date anymore. They don't want to deal with this. And some men are seeing this, and they're acknowledging this, and they're really like blown away. And some men are not understanding what's going on at all, and they're really frightened. And like you said, they're in panic mode. And when the Y chromosome, and when it, like you said, when an entity faces extinction, it fights back. And a lot of men are fighting back. And that is also why there are a lot of agendas going on in different governments around the world who are encouraging women to reproduce exponentially, because the Y chromosome is facing deletion. So feels like it needs to carry on its lineage and reproduce even more so that it doesn't become extinct.
So people should watch my video from last week, because I don't have all my special notes with me that I held up in my little ball. You remember? So please watch the video from last week. But I would also encourage a necessity of female celibacy right now. You all have heard that I'm part of a secret society that plans to continue the divine human. So that is my priority. So I would say that it's incredibly important, given
She's part of a secret society. She just said she's part of a secret society. I tell people to choose wisely, and some people still don't understand that. I think some will never understand. And in a way, that's fine. You will just get recycled. That's what will happen. If you don't understand simple things on my channel, like choose wisely, you will just get recycled. Good luck to you. Good luck.
who has fallen for that. And I know that I'm not the only one that he has pictures of. I know how he operates, and you can hate me all you want. I just told you the truth,
Sure.
and be warned.
Sure. And each of us is going to have our own relationship with others. It's good to know that how others are treated, but we also don't want to quantify everyone based on something we heard or something from the past. Who knows where this will end up? I actually think today was kind of healthy. Lou, you were putting in the back because of your interruptions.
I
You've been very
apologize.
polite. Please,
I apologize.
please.
Can I just say, Lindsay, that I'm sorry about your dad, but I don't think this really has anything to do with Slow State, really, or Scum State. I've changed his name. It's not Slow State anymore. It's Scum State. It really has to do with you, in my opinion, because I believe that you sort of had to raise your father, you know, because he didn't have power. He was a drunk, and you sort of had to take some sort of
Hey,
power.
Lou. Hey, Lou. Lou.
You
No.
find yourself attracted to
Lou.
men that are more powerful in your
Hey,
mind,
Lou.
even if they're abusive.
Holy cow.
I'm just asking the question, Jack.
Psychology
No,
101 with Lou Bastone.
Exactly.
You're just running with your narratives and your assumption. You've spread confusion, dude. Maybe that's all I was picking up, and I'm sorry if Lindsay, if you got what he was saying.
It's incorrect, but it's not. I mean, yeah, I'm not insulted. He's doing his best, but it's just not like it's like he borrowed from the book of Freud, page 1.
It's Lindsay, the lack of taking advantage of people who are inebriated, not in the best place. I mean,
That this stand for you came very shortly after your father's death.
Put a bounty or bond or whatever you call it on her. Independent.
Fear when it comes to some things.
no. You're a brave lady. You are kind of a brave lady. You don't always make the right choices, but you're brave.
Well, thank you, I think.
I see myself in you. Okay? That's what I mean. I see a good heart. Oh my goodness. Just as I brought her up, she got called away. And I've had Snafu in the back waiting for a while. I'm curious.
Let's bring Turk Daddy in.
I didn't do anything to him, and he's behaved.
Medically.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, Lindsay. Lindsay, in fact.
Medically.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, Lindsay. Lindsay, in fact, I could draw. Look,
after
claiming one's right or one's wrong. You know, like putting the bond out there. I'm just saying that he does it already.
You know, I really can't answer that question because it's a moral question. I mean, I could answer it, but it would be my own opinion. My answer would be if Mrs. Flo designated that would for sure have stopped me. And instead, I was told that she was in the room at the time and knows everything that was going on.
But all of that stuff, and I'm not trying to minimize how you feel or what you chose to participate in.
No, you are, because you're diplomatically.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, Lindsay. Lindsay, in fact, I could draw. Look,
after
Lindsay.
I mean, I'm clear.
Lindsay, you've had lots of time to talk, and we're talking over each other. And I'm sorry that
you are not on my side. That's how I interpret that.
That is not. There's no sides to pick here. I'm not here to pick sides, Lindsay. And to be quite frank, if we were going to throw this on the table, let me finish here because I wasn't going to draw this analogy. But for almost 2 years, let me draw an analogy here. For almost 2 years, there's been a dude running around the internet where I didn't send him any pictures or nothing. Okay, there's been nothing done to me. There's no bounty, nothing. Right? I'm just saying I didn't do anything to him, and he's behaved really inappropriately, and he's been given audience everywhere talking about my bits like he saw them. Okay, so bringing up the bits and talking about flow state and his business model economically, we can talk about the ethics of that, but he never said that his business model was ethical. So I just feel like there's an opportunity here where we can offer and we can separate these things. I was not trying to drive her off. I'm not on anyone's side. right? I'm standing in the middle saying, I see what you're saying, right? You know, but it's not fair to draw the analogy between these pictures, and whatever happened between you and Mr. and Mrs. Flo on a sexual basis has nothing to do with what's going on here. Nothing. It's consensual adults, period. We've been through this 7 months ago. If you need to talk about it, that's fine. Again, sorry, Jack. But I did not pick sides. You know, I only asked the ethics of if Mrs. Flo suddenly became some virtuous woman in the eyes of the manosphere. Okay? And I'm not saying she isn't virtuous now. I'm saying most people would not be having a problem for this. So everybody wants to take up for some drunk guy in Flo's chat, indirectly virtue signaling for some self-made victim, Lindsay, sorry, in a situation where you've all watched complete abuse from some stupid self-made king towards me and my bits for nothing. So, and I don't want anything. I'm not asking you guys to change anything about what you've done. I'm just asking you to observe that, period. Thank you, Jack.
You said a lot, my friend, and there are some comparisons made, and clearly we're all experiencing this in our own ways together, right? Some of these characters online, they've been challenging. They've been insulting. The hypothetical, and here, Bex, in your defense, I didn't see you coming at one side or another, but I did pick up from Lindsay, it sounds like there may have been a history between the two. I don't know, but she chose to leave.
There is.
I put her in the back when she was interrupting, and she chose to leave from there. So the way some of these people are behave online, it truly is. It's juvenile and it's emotional narcissism. It's online bullying, childish behavior being played out and enabled. Many of the content creators, they get rewarded by, here, I called Flo out, and I guess I'm guilty of this too, but for OTW, you as well. What we're doing here, what we're really doing by opening up these panels, we're simply creating a space for people to entertain themselves. And then we found more people to donate so we can create a space for people to entertain themselves. And go ahead.
Well, I did put my channel under the category entertainment, you know, just to be perfectly honest, right? It's not like I went into there isn't a category anyway in YouTube where the truther or whatever, you know, it's like I don't know exactly what to say. If we come out here and you're putting yourself under, like, I don't even know what your category is, Jack, right? Like if you're looking on YouTube and you're looking at these categories, you know, when you choose which category you're putting your video under.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I want to swing back to the idea of entertainment, but Lindsay, I backstaged you not so you didn't get to talk, but so you didn't get to interrupt. Okay? I did the same thing on your behalf earlier when you were getting interrupted. So for you to get offended that I treated you the same way, I don't get it. And I felt Bex had been she's been up here for a while, been patient and listening. And frankly, I think Bex kind of communicates pretty well. Not always, right? Not always. You make your mistakes too, but I think you do a pretty good job of communicating with honesty and trying to understand the other person's position.
Shout out to Bex for not sending nudes. Round of applause.
Right? Oh, wait.
I've offered my nudes, but nobody wants to see them.
I apparently left Lindsay in the back. I thought she left. I'm sorry. You were there. Brought you up as soon as I saw you. So, Lindsay, please. I didn't recognize if you'd like to respond. get your thoughts in order, and please.
Sometimes I think maybe I just need to shut up because I'm not going to get everyone to agree with me. What's the point of like having to defend myself when I know that something was wrong? Does it matter that it was right or wrong to Bex or to anybody else? Yes, to them, but it shouldn't matter to me because I know what was wrong. So I guess what triggered me was that feeling like I'm in court and I'm being questioned, and I know what happened and how it wasn't right. And to have people keep saying, well, it's on the internet, he can do what he wants. And technically, pretty true, unless the terms of service that Tarek presented are actually in place. But that's true. What I finally spoke up for, I will say this just once more because it's going to get repetitive, and that's obnoxious, is that I had enough of that kind of treatment. And it's not the be-all, end-all, big blow-up of the world, the nuclear explosion. It's not that big of a deal. It's just, it's a disagreement. It turns into, drama here, whatever. People take sides, they discuss it, blah, blah. So if you hate me, hate me. If you like me, you like me. I'm down. Give me a chance is what I ask.
Yeah.
And I think I should just pretty much be quiet.
Hey, Lindsay, I respect you, okay? I appreciate you. And that lesson you joined with, it's the lesson I've been learning too. Sometimes it is best. We just need to learn to shut up. But then the other part is it's up to us. We need to honestly make an effort to help others understand. And I think that's what you did. Rather than staying silent, you did an uncomfortable conversation and you shared openly and honestly, admitted your part. And even though the results may not necessarily appear, this is what I've been telling myself, right? Because I've been having conversations that even though the results may not be immediate, the power of truth, it's real. And the seeds of thought are in there. And Flo and you, Lindsay, I recognized it in your composure returning again. You have an awareness to you that is commendable. And I actually think Flow State does too. He's got his cognitive blindness, and he makes
He's
some
aware of his weaknesses. And so am I. Aware of mine, that is.
Yes. Awareness is the first step, but believing we can overcome it. And I think you are working to overcome yours. I see many people who just made the choice. Well, that's how I am. That's how it is.
Mm-hmm. And it's just how it is that, you know what? I'm just going to leave it at that. The more I say, the more I find I get in trouble. The only results I want are to have been heard about that.
But
I don't
see,
that's evil.
That's another form of trauma that YouTube does to people out here. And I've noticed this is a pattern where people tend to discount feelings. Yes. And in a sense, feelings are actually important, right? Yeah. And people tend to want to mock and discount feelings, but this is what creates that artistic part of who we are. Okay. So maybe not a lot of us, some of us might not be very artistic, so they're more like robotic. So they tend to have less feelings and mock people that do or connect with those feelings, and also make fun of people who want to express those feelings out in the open, just to let it out. Sometimes you just need to fucking talk, man. You just need to let it out. You might not have anybody close to you. You might live out in the country in the middle of nowhere. And, so it's, I don't know. I'm just saying it's true. It's a normal process that on YouTube people just fucking shun. All right. It's a natural, normal part of our fucking biology. It's exactly part of who we are. and we're supposed to stay like fucking robots, be logical, have this psychological breakdown of everybody. Fucking, it's just mind blowing to see how come we're compartmentalizing our emotions and putting them aside and treating them as if they weren't important, but all of the other logical stuff is. That blows my mind, because if that was the case, then I wouldn't be the musician and the artist that I am today if I wasn't able to communicate emotion.
That's very true.
Well, and emotions and rationals, the emotional and the rational systems, they interrelate. Like, we become more emotionally mature the more often we learn to either perform our instant emotions in a mature fashion or wait the time we need to wait to have the right time and place to express them, right? So that's really what it comes down to, is learning how we react and how to ask the questions to calm our reaction, you know? Like, I'm really guilty of that. And I want to say I'm really sorry, Lindsay, for not asking questions or for expressing my concern for what I did see was hurting you, you know? And if I could just ask this one question, if someone like that, and I don't mean it to sound like an interview or to trigger in any way, but I think maybe it might be the core of the loss and what's happening with this bond in the first place is, like, if someone paid the bond for you, would you go back?
No.
Yeah, I know. So, like, you're silenced initially for no reason. And then even with this, you already know what it signifies. So that's like a great loss, you know? Like,
I wouldn't say, well, okay, a loss is a loss. I guess it's hard. It's on a continuum or whatever, maybe, but a loss has the same feelings no matter whether it's somebody you love died or a friendship ended.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to you too, because I like you.
I like you too.
Probably why I wanted you to be on my side, or needed that kind of thing.
I can see the parallels. I really can see the parallels. And I did put contact information in the back if you want to connect with me at all. You know, like, because I tried to discuss them, you know.
No, Tarek, shut up.
Just 1 second, Tarek. I tried to discuss them, but I also know that in my all that I said there, I didn't convey myself as explicitly as I'd want to with the parallels I see. And where they're but it doesn't need to be done here.
Please, can I just say one statement to Max?
Shut up. Jack wants to say something, and you're not reading the room.
It relies to the parallels. Just to show you, Bex, it's not being truthful. Bex, you said you're not seeing the parallels, right? You have told me
I didn't say I wasn't seeing. Let me finish. I didn't say I wasn't seeing the parallels.
I'm going to put you on the spot.
I didn't say I wasn't seeing them. I said I didn't want to waste the time here to express them.
Yeah, Tariq, we should have followed OTW's suggestion. You should have shut up and just waited, because your audio is sucking and you're involving yourself. Maybe I don't understand, but I wanted to swing back to what OTW was saying, the observation of online. Dude, my mind was blown at the interactions that I experienced and I witnessed, because from a distance, right? From a distance, just as a viewer, you don't really get the gist of it. But once you start having actual conversations and actually trying to communicate, holy shit, man. I've learned so much. I've used our time online to study, right? The patterns of the NLP course I took, the neuro-linguistic processing, natural language processing. I'm seeing it interacting out here. So the point is, emotional intelligence, men especially, we do a piss poor job of identifying clearly our emotions, our feelings. We're taught to push them down and deny them. As a result, women, to try and fit into the workforce, they're doing the same things. So we got men and women ignorant, unable to identify what the real source of their emotions are. But these panels, they're so fucking disassociated. So many disassociated people. They're so dysfunctional. There's so many emotions coming through and stories. The viewers are learning. People are learning. I didn't think people were learning, but I think we are. I think it's all coming together.
Talking this life about coach emotion thing might work for you after all, Jack. You know, it's true, because when you think of it, after 3 years now, we've all grown. I've learned a lot of stuff about myself. I am now completely tuned in.
Gosh, that's where the fight happens against the matriarchy. It starts in the womb. This is astounding to me, and this is our ancestry and our origins, is that for millions of years we were all female, particularly when we were watery creatures. So this feels like ancient Lemuria, when we reproduced from a feminine body, and that in fact all of us were female. Then at some point, after millions of years of all of us being female, the first beings that had like a male organ was...
Damn. For millions of years, she's saying we were all female. That sounds like, you know what, the F word. Pooyah! Pooyah! Pooyah on that. Pooyah on that.
Actually, he feels like my father. And I was like, okay. How does that feel to make love with your father?
What the fuck?
I'm very clear, like, I don't suggest marriage. I also don't suggest polyamory. I suggest very clear knowing the goddess and God within you when you're making love. And
know the goddess.
You say, oh yeah, it would be fine if your wife just sleeps with the guy down the street. That would be fine. You know, polyamory, we're all one. It's unity. It's good. You can, you know, she'll come back maybe sometime. Folks, do not suggest polyamory. Just say no to polyamory. It doesn't work. I've tried it. Okay? It does not work.
There you go. There you go.
And false saviors. They should be in hell just like you. We're going to take our time, by the way. I'm here to bring the truth. So stay tuned, people. This illusion. All right? So let's get into it, my friend. What's up, everyone? Dom, what's up? The other side, Mr. Super, and my love, Lindis. Everybody, thank you for joining. Everyone that tunes in after, appreciate everybody. Much gratitude. So I imagine we're loud and clear today. Let's get this ball rolling, my friends. The addiction, the hell realm addiction that is going on. loud and clear. So stay tuned, people. This illusion. All right. So let's get into it, my friends. What's up, everyone? Dom, what's up? The other side, Mr. Super, and my love Lindis. Everybody, thank you for joining. Everyone that tunes in after, appreciate everybody. Much gratitude. So I imagine we're loud and clear today. Let's get this ball rolling, my friends. The addiction, the hell realm addiction that is going on. I was knee deep in it myself, but then I woke up to the truth, right? I woke up to the mirror that was just reflecting my mind and thoughts. And so let's get deep on this hell realm narrative, which is another battery source for the Matrix. That's the negative side of the battery. What's on the positive side? The New Age Love and Light program. These are two sides of the same coin. When you're talking about this hell realm, soul trap, black pill, box, arena, space, let's call it a box because that's what it is. And you talk about this new age, everything's love and light, even the parasites are our teacher. So you have these two extremes. This is a battery source for the Matrix, people. This is no different than Democrat, Republican, black, white, this team, that team, you know? This is a illusion. It's an ill use of ions, people. Whenever you see ion at the end of a word, understand the energy behind it. This is an ion. It's a charged energy field. Either negative or positive, doesn't matter. They don't care what side of the ion you're on, as long as you're on the side charging the battery of the Matrix. As long as you're picking one side. As long as you're in one of those boxes, they don't care. So, what I realized in my, whatever you want to call it, this mere metaphor, right? That hell was out there. I needed to run away. But what's facing me is my own distortion, my own inner distortions and negative charged ions I was just looping on. Like the, hold on. This is what's going on with people. And, you know, I'm not here to I'm here to bring the truth. I'm not here to argue or debate nothing, by the way. When I feel the...
So Ian says he's not New Age, and this is directly from the New Age bullshit generator. You have to click on reionize electrons to get a new quote, a new page. Reionize electrons, and Ian was talking about the ions. Reionize. It's straight out of the New Age bullshit generator. You can't make this shit up. But until people are shown this stuff and told what Ian is, they don't see it for themselves generally. Most in this realm have great difficulty seeing a bullshitter because they're functioning at a very low level. Not low vibration, not low energy, just low level. A lot of people are lazy. A lot of people are followers. They don't think. A lot of people will ask me questions, but they won't question the bullshitters and liars. They'll come here and ask me 25 million questions. They'll ask me lots of questions about these people. Why don't you ask them? Ask them the questions. I notice they don't get asked very many questions. Ian and Lolita and all these kinds. They hardly get any questions. I get asked so many questions about things that I'm not into. I'm not polyamorous, so if you want to ask somebody about polyamory, ask the one speaking about it. Don't ask me about it. I've never practiced polyamory. But as for ions and reionizing, Ian is talking about something. I just took a screenshot from the New Age bullshit generator. It's right at the top. So it's straight out of the New Age. And then some of his fans will shake their heads and say, he's not New Age. He's not a New Ager. He absolutely is. He's as stereotypical New Age as it fucking gets.
Desire to speak, I will. Most of the time, I choose to be in silence. I have no reason to speak. If you don't have something that's more important than the silence to say, then don't speak at all. You know, that's my thing. So this is what's going on with people. And let's see if I can pull this up. Oh, I can't. Okay. Huh. That's weird. It's not letting me pull this up. Oh, there we go. There we go. Let me pull this up, people. We might review some content today, too. We'll see what happens. Anyways, these are the hamsters on a wheel, my friends. That's what this is. This is what I was doing. Hold on. I got a lot of... That was me in the hell realm. That's what you're doing to yourself when you're in these boxes. This is the loop, my friends. It's never ending. This is the mind. This is the matrix. These are the boxes.
So Ian is saying this is the mind, this is the matrix. Is the mind the same thing as the matrix? He's saying to escape the matrix in one of his recent videos. You just have to get outside of the city and go to a river, and you're out of the matrix. That's what he said.
Love and light, or this is hell. Doesn't matter to the matrix, people. You're in a loop. We should be loud and clear, right, people? This is the big game going on. And so I awoke into this and saw it for what it is. This is what you're doing to yourself, my friends. So much more to say about that. We're about to get into it. What's up, Carrie Skates?
I'm going to respond to that. So if you want to follow Ian, whoever's tuned in and tempted, I'm going to post a link for his channel. You go right ahead. I'm not stopping you. You're free to follow whatever shit you want. There's a lot in this realm, I'm well aware, are addicted to shit. Ian denies this is a hell realm. Okay, here we go. You can go right over there to whoever wants that. And what he will do is convince you to stay here. That he said there's nothing out there. There's nothing else. This is all there is, this hell realm. He denies that it's a hell realm. He says there's just the present moment. He doesn't address suffering. I could speak about suffering for the next 20 years straight, from leukemia to parasites to you name it. You've heard me discuss it many times if you're not brand new here. And if you paid attention, and if you have a ability to retain memories of things I've said, you should know I've talked about suffering in this realm for hours and hours and hours. It's not to depress you. It's to get you to see where you are. And some of you still have great difficulty with that because you think, well, if I'm in a good mood, this can't be a hell realm. You measure the whole realm by yourself. You personalize it. Personalizing things will always get you deceived. And I'm not saying not to feel what you feel and remember your trauma and heal. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm just saying when I talk about the realm and people just change it to themselves, then you're not looking at the realm. You're not looking big picture. You're trying to make it all about you. And you are going to miss things then if you do that. You're not learning nearly as much as you could if you'd stop doing that, at least momentarily, when someone is discussing the big picture. If I'm discussing the whole realm, if I'm discussing hell realm, or if I'm discussing gender dynamics between men and women, it's not about you personally. Whoever's tuned in, it's not about you. But that's what people do. They'll say about them and how they feel, and it goes back to feelings in themselves, and then they miss the whole fucking thing that I'm talking about. Unfortunately, that's the way it goes. And that's why it takes people years, decades to learn anything, because it's like an automatic response and they're unaware of it. And then when you call them out, they'll say, I didn't know I was doing that, or I didn't mean to do that. That's so common in this realm. So common. I've seen people do that where if somebody mentions if they say one of their relatives is dying in hospital, and they'll just change the topic and make it about them. And you could talk about anything. You could talk about, instead of one person dying, you could talk about, I was at the hospital and the cancer ward, the whole floor is full of dying people, and you could talk about suffering. And they'll take that big topic and they'll try to make it as tiny as they can. And they'll make their view of the realm and suffering tiny. And by doing that, you're limiting yourself. You're not seeing the big picture. And you're just doing what anyone could do. I could knock on the door of a normie and they'll do that. They'll do the same thing. That's what normies do. I have family that does that. I remember them doing that. They make everything about them. You could be talking about suffering in the world, and they'll just start talking about if they had a bad day, or if they have a headache, or this. It's always back to them. Ignore the big picture and narrow it down. That's what most people do. So if you do that, congratulations, you're normal. You're like most on earth. That's the way most people react. They don't want to talk about the big picture and big issues. They want to talk about themselves and make it small. You're one dot in a big realm. And if I'm talking about the big picture, people want to just focus on themselves, and they'll just keep trying to change the topic back to themselves, which makes it as small as possible. How do I mean small? One person out of millions, if not potentially billions here. So an issue is bigger than you. It's fine to give your experience, but when people always do that and they just make it small, you're not going to see your way out of here then. That's what's frustrating for me, because I'm trying to get people to see the big picture, and they're hell-bent on making it as tiny as they can, back to the small. If you want to talk about everything in your household and you never leave your house, fine, that's you. But some of us want to look at the whole realm instead of just what's going on in your life, in your household, and no further. Some of us are trying to look at the whole realm as a whole, as a big picture. A realm would be a big picture. Inside of your house would be a tiny, tiny part of that realm. And that's what people insist on doing. That's what normies do all the time. All the time. If you mention politics, they only care how it affects them. You can almost never talk world politics with normies because they only care about themselves. They reduce it down to making it personal and how much money it's going to cost them, or their taxes went up, or this or that. It's only about them. And that's small picture. That's not big. My channel's about trying to get people to see the big picture. The more I do this, though, the more I become aware most people can't do that. I don't know whether they're hardwired not to be able to do that, if they're a different species of spirit, if they're lazy, if it's their ego. I don't know what the roadblock is on that, but there's something, because a lot of people do that. I could start talking about a faraway country, the other side of fucking China or Mongolia, and people find a way within a minute or so to make it about themselves immediately. And they don't even realize it. And then they'll say, well, I wasn't trying to make it about me. But they do. That's common. People do that all the time. And it really is frustrating, because you can never have a conversation that's bigger about any topics bigger than them, because it always goes back. They change it into them. That's what Baxter Large always did. She always made it about herself, no matter what the issue was. Marriage, feminism, men, women, gays, this, that. intersects. She'd turn it about herself, and she found a way to make every goddamn thing about herself. Always. She'd start talking about herself. Or make it about her somehow. Or get emotional. And it would all just be towards her. Could never have a big picture conversation. You just can't. Because they personalize it immediately. They always have a way to do it. Always. And then when they leave the channel, they learn nothing because all they did was talk about themselves. They didn't listen and focus on the big picture to learn something. They did what they could do. If they met a homeless person on the street, they stopped a homeless person, or they started sitting down on a public bench somewhere at a bus stop and had a 10-minute conversation about themselves. That's what they use YouTube for. Talk about themselves. You can do that with anyone. You could do that with a stranger you just met, a homeless bum. You could sit there and talk about your day. You could sit there and talk about yourself. You could sit there. If they mentioned a topic, you could change it like Baxter Large does. Immediately, she goes to herself, personalizes. That's common. But on my channel, I'm trying to get you to do something other than that. It should be obvious. I shouldn't have to explain this, that I'm always trying to do this. But most people, even on my channel, I think it's half the people can't do it. They want to make it about themselves. If I talk about the economy immediately, well, my life, my finances, this, that, I might lose my job. And it's just all about them immediately. It's just automatic. That's why nothing will ever change in this realm, even on that level, ever. It's impossible because people aren't looking at the big picture and wanting to change things. They're only concerned about their small view and themselves and their own household, family, doorstep. It never goes further than their doorstep, and maybe at biggest their town, maybe in a number of miles. That's as big as they can view and as big as they can think and care. They don't give a shit about solving any problems and issues and thinking about big problems, big picture issues, abstract things. They don't. If it doesn't affect them personally, but if it does, they immediately go to the personal. Immediately. I feel like sometimes I could go to an art gallery or big museum full of artworks, paintings, sculptures, you name it, all different kinds. And if I run into someone there and I said, wow, I really like this piece over here, what do you think of that? They just start talking about themselves. Like you can't even be surrounded by artwork and have a fucking conversation about art. They want to make it about themselves immediately. And it does get frustrating. It's like I can't have a goddamn conversation about a big picture topic without people just talking about themselves constantly. And it does get annoying.
Great to see you.
Let's talk about Hell Realm. Let's talk about, I don't know, maybe your period or your tampons. Or it's just like fucking hell. Can you think a little bit bigger?
We're going to take our time, by the way, as I feel into this narrative of the... Actually, I made a description here. The hidden trap of the Hell Realm is not a place, it is a frequency loop many are addicted to without knowing. The belief in hell, obsession with parasites, archons, and AI gods and matrix systems can actually keep beings looping and suffering, feeding the very system they claim to resist. And so this is what's happening. It's a frequency loop. And you become addicted without even knowing it. Right? And anyone that's having a good day, anyone that's in a good place in their life, or found happiness, or whatever it might be, you think there's something wrong with it. How dare they enjoy their life? How dare they whatever? They should be in hell just like you in your little box of this is hell. We need to run away. Right?
He's misrepresenting it completely. He's assuming that people say, hey, how dare he enjoy his life We need to run away. He misrepresents the whole thing because he doesn't see the suffering of others and he doesn't care.
In their life, or found happiness, or whatever it might be in their life, or found this is what's happening. It's a frequency loop.
People fall for this because they don't think very much. Point blank. A lot of people don't think very much at all. They don't think.
And you become addicted without even knowing it. Right?
And by the way, you don't have to think. Whoever's tuned in listening to this, you don't have to think. This is a world of non-thinkers. This is a world of avoidance of thought. Good night, Rashawn. Mad love to you and take care. This is a world of non-thought, avoidance of thought. And that's what being in the present moment is. He wants his mind empty and thoughtless. He said this in previous videos. He wants to empty his mind of all thought. He said the mind is the enemy. He said the mind is the enemy. The mind is the matrix. That thoughts are bad. Empty your mind, like Bruce Lee. And that's where the Bruce Lee thing is. That's why I do the Bruce Lee voice impression, because it ties in. Empty your mind. Empty your mind. Be like water. Well, that's where Ian got it from. Bruce Lee got it from someone else. It's nothing new. It's ancient. Okay? And it's a failed tactic. It's a failed strategy. Zen Buddhists will teach that as well, to empty your mind. Just meditate. Empty your mind. And be Zen. Don't give a shit about anything. Well, where does that lead you? In my view, it leads you right back here in the recycling bin. Right back here again. Starting over. Clean slate, no memory. Doesn't mean your memories have been quote unquote wiped like they say. I think we will be able to access our memories, which means they're still stored. They're not wiped like a wiped hard drive that's wiped clean. But anyway, this guy is just programming people with new age bullshit that's easy to see through.
And anyone that's having a good day, anyone that's in a good place in their life,
I'm glad when people have a good day.
Or found happiness, or whatever it might be, you think there's something wrong with it. How dare they enjoy their life?
Not at all. That's false. I tell people to enjoy the little things day by day. Enjoy what they can. So that's wrong. You're misleading. You're lying about people that are involved in speaking the truth about this realm. You're lying and misrepresenting.
How dare they whatever?
No, I encourage people to do things that they enjoy, whether it's hiking, skiing, swimming, exercising, cooking, being with your pets, going on walks with your pet, all sorts of things. Whatever your thing is, making artwork, arts, crafts, playing chess. People are involved in all sorts of different things.
They should be in hell just like you in your little box of this is
No,
hell.
that's your paranoia. You're a psycho.
We need to run away.
Run away?
Right? Something wrong with it. How dare they enjoy their life? How dare they whatever? They should be in hell just like you in your little box of this is hell. We need to run away. Right?
You can stay here forever. I've said that many times. Ian, you and Lindis can stay here forever and pretend you're in heaven. You can stay here forever if you want. That's your choice. Go ahead.
So they become obsessed with the very parasites they claim to go against. They claim to expose. The very archons they claim to expose. The AI gods. The so-called Matrix. And we're just feeding the system we claim to resist. That's a bona fide fact. So what else did I say here? This isn't just about the false light agenda, reincarnation trap, or AI spirit deception. This is about how chasing darkness in the name of truth becomes another layer of the matrix. The loop thrives when your attention is fixated on fear, escape, or constant exposure of evil. You become its battery. Oh, yeah, that's, hold on. Yeah. Appreciate everyone. Much gratitude. So the addiction to the hell realm narrative, why seeking darkness keeps you trapped in it. Right, my friends?
We're not seeking darkness. We're observing what's already there. We're not seeking any darkness. We're observing what's there. We are the observers.
The soul trap versus the cell trap, the AI God mimicry and false saviors. How the NDE loop and truth communities can keep you asleep in reverse. Yes, my friends. The NDE loop, like I was pointing out on one of the last streams, I think it was the last one. This NDE loop, that's where a lot of them are swarming about and looping on these NDE stories. Watching beings remember the loop that they're stuck in, telling the stories of the illusions,
disconnected.
and then looping on that. We're not going to get out of the loop by watching ones in the loop keep confirming and verifying that we're in a loop. Wait, hold on. I lost connection here. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Let me make sure this is... So we have a lot to talk about. Stay tuned, people. Okay, we're still going. What's up, Saddle Bum? Thanks for joining. Stop worshiping the shadows, people, and to remember who you are beyond polarity, beyond fear, beyond illusion. That's what this stream...
Beyond polarity sounds just like New Age nonsense. Almost everything he says you could get from the New Age bullshit generator.
...is about. The hell realm ends when you stop seeking, stop feeding, and start being, my friends. And the question is...
There he is with his stupid little explosion again. I'm going to go over here to the New Age bullshit generator. You see that up on the screen? Reionize electrons. You click here, and then it gives you something, in a sense, random or pseudo-random. Intuition requires exploration. This life is nothing short of, a lot of them begin with that, this life is nothing short of a condensing fusion of 0-point passion. To go along the mission is to become one with it. It's all bullshit. It's all mumbo jumbo. It's all word salad shit. But Ian likes that. I think Ian likes his salad tossed, and he likes to toss Lindis's salad. If you have ever experienced this osmosis at the quantum level, it can be difficult to believe. Look at this. Now you have to reionize electrons. And Ian was talking about the ions and reionizing. Can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. It's all bullshit. And I'm convinced that that's what most people in this realm not only watch and listen to, they like it. They're addicted to shit. Not just Ian shit, but all kinds of shit in this place. And I know people feel sorry and say, oh, those poor zombies, Stephen, they don't know what they're following. It's not their fault. They're all innocent. They're all innocent. They just don't know any better. No, they're addicted to shit. If given the choice between shit, like a big pile of shovels full of shit thrown into a dumpster, they'll go in the dumpster and eat the shit rather than sit down at a gourmet restaurant for a free meal of quality, delicious food. That's how stupid humanity is, and that's the way they look. If it makes you sad, if it upsets you and triggers you, go ahead, feel whatever you want. Get all triggered and say, I don't like him saying that about humans, that they prefer to eat the shit, the lies. That's what the shit is, the lies, rather than a free gourmet meal with delicious food, gourmet, delicious meal with free food that would cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars just for your tab. Fine dining. And they'll turn up their nose at that and they'll go right into the dumpster for the shit. That's what I see on YouTube every day. It's not just one time I saw somebody choose shit over quality. It's every single day on YouTube. By the thousands and the millions, they choose shit. So what does that tell you? If you're dishonest, you'll lie to yourself. But if you're honest, you'll say, I noticed that too. I observed that too. It's true. I don't like it, but it is true. Honest people would do that. There's very few that are honest in this realm. See, some of you would be shocked in real life if you saw a bum choosing to eat shit over real delicious food. I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be spinning my head going, oh my God, can you believe that? Bum, and I wouldn't be in shock like some of you would be. Some of you would be in shock that they would choose shit, a shit life, shit food, shitty, dirty clothes, dirty sleeping bag, just filthy, dirty. Like I've seen them dragging around, and they choose that over another life. Some of you are just shocked. You can't believe it. And then you're stuck. You say, well, I wouldn't do that. I can't relate. It's all about you then. I. You're trying to project your view onto the world and see the whole world through your tiny lens. Well, not everyone's you. You're trying to measure the whole world by yourself. Well, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be polyamorous, some said about Lolita. Well, she is. She has been. She's cheated on her husband. Some say, well, I wouldn't commit adultery. Well, millions do in this realm. They're not you. I hope one day there's a breakthrough with some of you. I wish it was with all of you. I don't think it will be. Hello, Wendy. Good to see you. I did get some good rest. Thank you. I hope one day there's a breakthrough where you realize in a deep way, in a spiritual way, in your spirit, oh, I get it now. And I get why he was saying that. They're not the same as me. I shouldn't be saying, well, I can't relate. They're not the same. They're not the same. And they do different things that you may not ever do or want to do, but they do. And this is a deep realization that a lot of people have not had yet. Some people, unfortunately, and this is sad and sickening, but it takes them losing a child in horrific ways where violent demons just tear them to pieces to even begin to open their eyes to see that we're not all the same, that demons walk among us. And even then, people can lose a child and still not have that realization where in a violent way, a predator, a demon took their child and did horrific things. And it still doesn't open the eyes of the parent to what this place is and that different beings walk among us. It's no guarantee at all that you go through suffering and lose someone you care about, that you're going to open your eyes and see. That's no guarantee whatsoever in this place. There's many millions who lose loved ones in violent ways to demons, and it doesn't make them see what this realm is at all. At all. And some of you have to get that through your heads too, because you've tried to oversimplify things. And I've seen it right on my channel saying, well, we've suffered. Well, millions more suffer, potentially billions every day in this place. They don't see it. They don't see this as a hell realm. They suffer, but they don't see. So some of you have made a leap that isn't correct. You've jumped to the conclusion that suffering equals seeing, that if you suffer, you're going to see. No, not at all. There's been millions of parents who have lost children to, for example, leukemia, and they don't see this as a hell realm at all. They just say they had bad luck, or God has a plan for them, or they're atheists and they just believe, well, it was just evolution. It was just, they have all kinds of defenses up. They don't see it's a hell realm. Suffering is no guarantee at all of seeing in this realm, seeing the truth. Doesn't guarantee that you'll ever see the truth here. So let's get beyond that simplicity that people crave. Suffering, as soon as you suffer, you see that it's a hell realm. No, the vast majority do not. Almost every being in this realm has suffered to varying degrees, and almost none of them see what this place is. And they're coming back. You can get sad. You could cry right now. Real tears, not fake crying like some of these creatures do on YouTube. You could get off your bed or your couch and sit on the floor in the corner and cry in the corner of your house in a real way and sob for the next 20 minutes or the next 2 hours. It won't change anything about what people see or don't see. And I'm not trying to be cold or harsh. I'm just trying to give you that wake-up call that some of you need. And you need it put to you that way. Because dusting you gently with a feather hasn't done anything to get you to see. Doesn't work. I know that's what some people want and what some people preach on YouTube. Just dust them with a feather. Go gently, be real gentle. Just plant your gentle seeds and walk away. Well, have you ever thrown a couple seeds on a driveway that's concrete with no cracks in it and no wind? They just get eaten by birds. They don't grow. The seeds don't reach soil to even grow. Some of you don't like that. You don't like it because you want to be lazy. You want to just toss some gentle seeds and walk away and say, well, I did my part. No, you didn't. You didn't get through to the person. You didn't plant the seeds. You just tossed them on concrete. You didn't take out a jackhammer and go right through that concrete, whether it's a driveway or a concrete reinforced bunker. You didn't take a bunker buster missile and explode a hole through there so that sunlight can get through. And that's what I'm trying to do. And that's the way I see most minds in this realm, whether you like it or not. Some of you are very uncomfortable with any metaphors and analogies and the way that I speak. That's too bad. Why are you here watching? Go somewhere else. Don't lurk on my channel anymore. Go somewhere and watch some shit that makes you feel good, some comfortable lies. That's where you belong. You don't belong here. If you're sitting here lurking, hate watching, going, oh, I hate when he says this and that, just go away. There's billions of channels on YouTube. What are you doing here? The hate watchers. Go the fuck away. Get away from me. Go somewhere else. I can give you another analogy that maybe will get through to you. Maybe not. It's pouring rain. Visualize that. If you're capable of having thoughts and visualizing, which a great percentage in this realm can't do, by the way. They can't do what I just suggested. Visualize rain. It's pouring rain. Nobody's home at your house. You have a delivery coming. It's in a paper envelope. Not in a box, but it's very important. It's documents, and it's in a paper envelope. The envelope isn't even waterproof. Okay? Now, for delivery, did they do their job if they just threw it towards your front door, it landed on the grass, and it gets soaked by water, soaked all the way through, and the important documents inside are ruined? Or did they do a better job if they at least opened your screen door or your storm door that has a window on it and it's metal, and then you have an inner solid door, and they put it between there, or they put it somewhere where it's not going to get soaking wet, and they took a step to make sure that you got the information? Maybe they took 2 extra steps. Maybe they went above and beyond to make sure that you received that and it's not damaged and it got through to you. Maybe you have a mail slot in your door and they put it right through there and it went right into your house, through that mail slot into your front entryway or front foyer of your house. Foyer, as they call it in the States. Americans won't say foyer. And it's sitting there when you get home, undamaged, not soaking wet, and the documents are not ruined. Well, that's getting through to someone. It's not just taking the envelope and throwing it towards the fucking front door and letting it land in a puddle and it gets soaked in water. Saying, well, I tried to reach them. They weren't home. I just tossed the envelope towards the front door. That's what most people do. And they'll say, well, I tried to reach people with the truth. Sure you did. Sure you did. And then you get angry at people like me. You say, he goes too far. He really tries. He's negative. He tries to do this and do that. He should be gentler instead of sending missiles at people's reinforced bunkers. Has being gentle helped you when you're 40, 50, 60 years old and you don't know the truth of this realm? No one's gotten through to them yet. They're going to die not knowing what this place is. A lot of you don't care though, right? You care more about me being harsh. He's so harsh and negative. He's so negative and harsh. He's a racist. That's what a lot of people care about. But I care about actually reaching people with the truth and doing what it takes to get through to them. And you know what? I have gotten through to people. Not many, not millions, of course, but no one has done that in this realm that I've ever seen. Have you? But a lot of you, you just repeat the same stupid cliches and platitudes. Just gently toss the seeds and they'll grow one day in them. Such bullshit, man. It just is. It's so lazy. Just gently tell them the truth, a little bit of truth, and walk away. Yeah, they'll really grow. I've never seen that work. So what you're advising is what never works. And what I'm doing does have at least some success rate with some people. And if you think I'm being harsh, I'm holding back most times. A lot. I'm holding back a lot. Not holding back a lot of knowledge or information. I mean, I have some that I haven't shared, of course. But I'm holding back with the harshness. I'm trying not to be too harsh on people that are, in some cases, running at a frustrating snail's pace, where it's like they're dragging their feet and they're trying not to learn. They're trying to be frustrating. That's what I notice.
Does anybody out there really have the courage and the strength to really walk in truth in this? That's what I'm really wondering. Do people out there really have the power to walk away from these energy harvesting sinners? I don't know, people. I'm not seeing it. So, there are some, that's for sure. I see some. But we don't need them to wake up to this. I'm not here to wake people up. I'm just here to speak truth when I feel it deep within me to speak. So let's get deep on this belief in trapping people, right? That this belief in the hell realm is trapping people, right? That I know is what's happening. This is the externalization of power. So when we believe in an external hell realm, especially, okay, people, especially a hell realm that you've been cast into or trapped in, you're immediately positioned yourself and everyone around you as a victim rather than a creator of your own experience, rather a divine being of experience within it. So it turns you into a reaction being, into a sufferer, into a prisoner. That's how powerful we are. And so it's up to us to create this reality around us. Whatever you feel it is, the mirror is going to reflect it right back to you. every single time. So in this new age, it's all love and light, and there's no darkness. It's all our teacher. Even the non-duality people, I see the program in them too. So in truth, we recognize whatever word you want to use, the darkness, the parasites, the evil, the beings that are keeping you away from yourself, whatever you want to call them. I like to call them parasites because they don't have power. So they look for us to give up ours to power it. So we're experiencing hell, or beings are experiencing hell because you're feeding the frequency of fear. Focusing on hell sustains it, creates it, mirrors back to you, has you looping in it, just like this. There you go. This is the hell realm community. Obviously, attention goes, you're paying with your attention. Attention flows energy goes where attention flows, correct? So if that's the case, then what are we doing when we focus all this attention on this hell realm stuff and all this negativity about this realm? So the more we obsess about how bad things are and how dark the world is, how parasitic beings are, right? The more we bind ourselves to that frequency. It's important to know what's happened here and to see through the darkness and to know what energy is flowing in beings, places, and things around us. But too much of it, too much attention, this is what you're doing to yourself, my friends. So what it is, people, it's an observation loop where you keep confirming and the mirror keeps giving to you hell and hell and hell, and you keep looking for it. And anyone that speaks outside of your hell narrative, you get bothered by them. How dare they be happy? How dare they enjoy their day? They're in hell. How dare they this or that? And so you're literally creating hell for yourself in an endless observation loop. And these platforms online that are pushing this narrative are very empty and parasitic beyond belief. So they're the very same parasites feeding off your energy that they're supposedly exposing. And it turned into a big gossip game and a projection game. So for me, there's no escape from this moment ever. And the escape becomes the loop and reinforces the prison, of course. So when you stay in the frequency of getting out of hell, you're in avoidance, resistance, fear, all these lower all this very low energetic ions, ways of being That will get you nowhere, people. That will get you out of nothing. It's just going to mirror that right back to you. So the real escape is I don't need to escape nothing. I needed to escape the box I was in. I needed to escape the thoughts and the mind program that really took me for a spin. I needed to escape the mirror where I was projecting who I really wasn't on my own damn self. That's what I needed to escape. The lie within me. Who I really wasn't. Once you deal with that, you'll start seeing the truth. My friends, what's going on in here? What's up, new guru? You get exactly what you focus on instantaneously. Yeah, there you go. That's powerful. Realizing we have a lot to talk about, people. Realizing what it truly is, and still choosing the truth above deception is life. The true light above the dark light, Luciferian duality. There is truth within that needs to be awakened. Yeah.
Just listen to Ian. He'll just keep hitting his little explosion sound effect. Just keep listening to Ian. Listen to him hit the explosion sound effect.
So I don't cling to these identities anymore. I'm targeted. I'm special for suffering. Right? Feeding all my energy to these parasites.
Special for suffering? Listen to this. What is he talking about?
Even when I'm exposing them, I realize how powerful I am and how much I value my energy. Where if I'm in a room with a parasite and he's right in my face, I follow my deep within and my heart. I might call him out right in his face, say, "You're a parasite, you lustful piece of garbage." Or I might be silent and not say anything and just know and see through and see the energy flowing for what it is. But I don't feel the need anymore and the want or the care to respond to everything and to call every parasite out and to come in here and react and give all this energy. I value my energy and my attention. So I'd rather be still in truth than reacting to darkness with fear and obsession, like the hell realm narrative. Right? React with stillness, seeing through it all, instead of with fear and obsession and labels and projections. And you're wrong, I'm right. This duality game. There's no exit outside of me. This is the big trap, people. Whoa, this just came to me. Whoa, this is seeking an exit. When I died, this is what was going on, people. Much love, everyone. Hope everybody's well. This is what everybody was doing in these communities. Okay? I'm not here to name names or nothing. Figuring out an exit plan outside of me. I'm going to do this. I'm going to say this. I'm going to avoid this. I'm going to go to this star constellation. I'm going to, whatever it might be. Wow, people. But the real escape was no escape. Looking outside myself for an exit, for an explanation, for a savior. Looking outside myself for myself. This is the big game, my friend. I was looking, let me take this jacket off. I was looking outside myself for myself. And I'll find that I will reunite with that when I die, and then I will run away and escape myself. This is the big game. This is the hamster in the wheel, people. This is the loop that the Matrix has us in. So when you're in the loop, does it look like it's getting out anytime soon? Focusing, projecting the same narrative every day, looking outside itself, trying to get somewhere, being forgetting something. They're all for getting loop-de-loop-de-loop. Does it look like it's getting anywhere? I mean... Okay. What's up? Identification will make you blind. What's up, Hurricane? Good to see you, bro. And TV test pattern. Okay. Wow. So much more to discuss. Stay tuned, my friends. So where were we with the attention? Reacting to the darkness with fear and obsession instead of being still in truth. Resist. This is what they're doing, people. When you're stuck in this hell realm narrative, you're resisting your own power, which shatters the illusion. So they're attached to the illusion, verifying it, being that hamster on the wheel, confirm it, right? Loop-de-loop-de-loop. Then they become attached to it. And now they're resisting their own power, which shatters that illusion. Like, I don't see a problem here. There's nothing to fix. Because I fixed myself. Because I shed the lies within me. Because I found myself. Right? I realized my power. Therefore, there's no problems. I don't see a problem, therefore there's nothing to fix. I'm forever in the present moment. I'm an eternal.
He doesn't see a problem, therefore there's nothing to fix. He doesn't see anything wrong with all the suffering in this realm beyond himself. All he cares about is himself. That's it. Why did he run away when there was fires in Malibu? Why did he and Lindis leave not only Malibu, but they left California, they left the state, and they went to Oregon and other places? Why? If he's in control, he's so powerful, why didn't he just stop the fires and stay where they were? Why did he run? Why did he run away? Why did he run out of Malibu?
Eternal being. And so it is, and so it will always be. So what is there to fix? I don't see a problem. There's nothing to fix. That's where I'm at with it, my friends. So this hell is a frequency box. It's not a place. And the belief in this hell frequency box is real. now that your energy has been put in motion to believe it to be so. So now you are in hell. So now it does exist. Congratulations. Do you know? So when you seek to escape the present moment and escape yourself and your power, instead of dissolving the illusion within you, the chains tighten with every what, my friends? With every thought. With every thought, your chains tighten and becomes more and more hellish. And you become a more and more hellish being yourself. You become a being that's hell to even be around. This is how matrices are created, my friends. And so, just like the
What he just said, what Mushmouth just said, Mushmouth, Marble's Mouth, Ian just said, is completely false. I'm very calm to be around. People have said I have a very calming energy. I'm very calming and soothing with my girlfriend. She always says that to me. I'm very calming with friends. He's just projecting himself. He's hell to be around. He has all these conflicted thoughts, so he had to empty his mind because he's a damaged, twisted being.
your chains tighten.
Not at all. Facing where I am is empowering because I know I'm not here forever. I'm not trapped here. You're misrepresenting everything about this whole model and study. You're misrepresenting the whole thing. And I think you're doing it for money. That's what I think. I think there's a motivation. Someone is paying you in Lindis. That's what I think.
And becomes more and more hellish. And you become a more and more hellish being yourself. You become a being that's hell to even be around.
Not at all. I'm quite friendly with people out on the hiking trails, out in public, at restaurants, coffee shops, wherever I go. I'm quite friendly and polite and personable with people. Not hell to be around at all. Not at all. I think you're projecting. I think that's you, Ian. I think that's you. I think you're very hateful towards other human beings. I think you hate humanity. And I think deep down you hate yourself, and you have for a long time. So you're pretending to be someone you're not. You're not wise. You're not strong. You're not smart. You're not fooling. You're not fooling me. You're not fooling some others. I'm not the only one that can see through you. You're not fooling us, okay? Right? He's not right. He's not fooling us, right?
This is how matrices are created, my friends.
Now he's blaming you for creating the matrix or how matrices are created. But he believes the matrix is just the city. He said once you get outside of the city, you're out of the matrix, according to Ian, which is a lie. The city's still in the matrix, so's the astral realm. There might be 100 levels above this. There might be 100 below. There might be 1,000. It might be infinite or close to infinite because it's kind of it's a tricky system. I think it's partially biological. I call it a biomatrix sometimes, and I call it a sewer matrix because there's waste in it. And even that waste indicates that it probably isn't just a computerized AI-driven matrix. I think it's a mixture of biological and computers and trickery, deceptions, high technology that seems like magic, and they rely on a lot of technology
to do this, to keep this running, and to keep people deceived. And a lot of it is run by deception. And that deception in itself is very revealing. It's a clue that, of course, they're not all powerful because they have to keep deceiving us. If they were all powerful, they wouldn't rely so heavily on trickery, lies, illusions, deceptions. They would just squash us or keep us contained and controlled with brute force, like a boot to the ass, a boot to the neck, fences, all that sort of thing. They'd stomp on us and just control us that way by brute force, but they're controlling us by illusions, lies, deceptions, mind control, lies about who we are, where we are, history, science, everything, space. They've lied to us about everything. And I know I like saying this, but sometimes people come to my channel when they're new and they say, what have they lied to us about, Stephen? My answer is always only everything. Only everything. And whatever you look into in this realm, you're going to find out, oh, they lied to us. And they lied about that and that and that and that. It's just endless lies. We're in a realm of lies. It's not just a realm of evil. It's a realm of deceptions. It's a realm of trickery. It is a realm of degradation. You can see things rot and die and things age and cars rust, and not just cars, but leave something outdoors. What do they call it in the UK? A rusty spanner. Here we call it a rusty screwdriver. You leave tools outdoors and they can get rusty. All sorts of things rust and corrode, and our bodies age and get worn out and degraded and decay. Everything here does. Buildings eventually do. Everything here gets weathered and corroded and degraded. And that's a clue as to where we are. I'm not saying it to get people depressed. I'm saying it so I want you to be like Sherlock Holmes, the detective, and say, you know what? That makes sense. That makes sense. That's showing us something about this place. If this was such a good place, like Ian says, there'd be no aging. There'd be no degradation of bodies. How come we have to clean all the time? Everything gets dirty. Everything inside of your house. You live there, like you're going to get dust. You're going to get dirt. Drag in dirt from outdoors. You have your windows open. Even if you have screens on your windows, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's a house, a condo, cottage, a cabin. Doesn't matter what country you live in. Some are slightly cleaner than others, obviously. Air quality might be better some places. But everything gets dirty here. Our bodies shed skin all the time. So it turns into dust and cleaning. We're always cleaning shit. If this was such a great place, we wouldn't have to be constantly cleaning. Cleaning the floors. Whole buildings have to be clean. They have to have window washers cleaning outside. They have people cleaning the hallways in buildings. All this cleaning. Why? Few people step back and go, wait a second, why? Why is it designed this way where we always have to be cleaning? We have to clean our bodies. We have to clean our homes. We have to clean our car. Everything gets dirty. Clothes, cars, everything. Leave something outside long enough. It's not just indoors. It'll get dirty. You say, oh, God damn, well, the rain had made it dirty and this made it dirty, and everything gets dirty. Why do you have to wash your car? It's just sitting in your freaking driveway. And some people say, well, the rain will clean it. No, it won't. It'll just make it dirtier. The rain just makes it dirty. Everything here gets dirty. People get dirty in the bedroom. I mean, everything here gets dirty. I'm sorry, I had to toss that in there. Anyway, everything here gets dirty in this place. And few people step back and go, why do we always have to clean everything? Just, you're constantly cleaning bodies and homes and cars and just everything. Silverware, dishes, everything has to be cleaned. And if you don't do it, it gets worse and worse and worse, like these hoarder houses shows. Have you ever seen those shows on television? And they're just piled to the ceiling with junk and garbage and bags of garbage and It's just grosser than it's so gross. It's mind-blowingly gross. Like it'll give some people nightmares. It's that bad. Some of these American shows, Hoarders. I don't know if they have them in other countries, but it's terrible. And there's people living that way. They're burying themselves alive and their children at times. Hello, Louise. Good to see you. Thank you very much, saying that I'm calm and calming, the most logical and truthful person you know. I try my best. I'm another type of being. I'm not from here. I'm not from this world. This world, they love the liars. I think I made a meme recently, if I'm not mistaken. I've made so many memes lately about how they put, how in this realm, they put liars on pedestals. I can't remember what I named that meme. I think I found it. Truth speakers are doubted and attacked the most here in Hell Realm. Liars, thieves, deceivers, frauds, and nasty demons are put on pedestals here, worshipped and praised. I want people to laugh. I don't want people to be depressed here. I want people to feel empowered and Viking strong. I don't run this channel to bring people down or to make them feel worse or depressed or anxious or fearful. This is not a fear-mongering channel. We're not trapped here forever. I've said this many times. This is temporary. We are eternal beings. And this will end. This will not carry on forever. There's no way that I would allow this realm to just carry on forever. As I've said, this realm should not even exist. It's so bad that it shouldn't exist. It never should have been designed and built. This place never should have existed. We don't belong here. And Ian tries to spin it as, oh, they're saying that they're trapped here forever. I've never said that I'm trapped here forever. Never. I've always had an outlook, a positive outlook, you might say, in his new age terms, be positive and positivity. But I'm always solutions oriented. I'm always looking at how can I get out? How can I either make it better? If I can't make it better or fix it, then what's the next step? Well, I'm not going to work to make a prison better. I'm not going to decorate a prison and stay here and say, well, I decorated. It looks a little bit better with artwork on the walls. That's not my mindset. My mindset is I want total freedom or I will die trying, period. I'm not settling for this shit. I'm not going to settle for, oh, this realm. It's just my mindset. If I feel good, it's not a hell realm. He's deluding himself and he's very weak. He's showing how weak he is because he's not facing the situation. I call that weak. He's in denial. It's akin to, let's say, a wife who's married to an abusive man and she goes into denial saying he's not abusive. And everyone else is like, well, you got a black eye. Hello, Anna Faye. Good to see you. If somebody said, you got a black eye, Julie, and she's like, well, he's not abusive. And everyone's like, well, how come you keep getting these injuries? It seems like your husband is hurting you. And she's in denial saying, no, he isn't. And she's away from him. Like she could get away. It's not that she's trapped at in the house with them. And then people are saying, well, he's an alcoholic. He drinks a lot. He's drunk 5 times a week. And she's like, no, he isn't. He's not. And it's denial. Denial's not strong. Denial's weak. And I'm not saying that to be insulting and demeaning to these people. I've seen denial firsthand. It's a psychological condition. But I do view it as weak because to be strong would be to face what is going on and say, you know what? If somebody tries to have a conversation and says, yeah, you're right. They are abusive. That guy is an abuser. He is an alcoholic. He is violent. He is this, that, whatever. And face it is the first step towards empowering yourself. It's weak to just sit in the situation and pretend, oh, it's not abusive. That's weak. That will never make the situation better. It's strong to face reality, face the situation, and make changes, and make plans, and strategize, and say, you know what? I acknowledge this is what this place is, and I'm not staying here. I don't deserve this. And then if you find other good spirits, which I have done, say, well, they don't deserve it either. It's not just me. I'm not just focused on myself. I'm saying you don't deserve this suffering, abusive shithole hell realm system. So I'm not limiting the view to myself. I don't deserve this, but you don't deserve this either if you're a good spirit. That's a big part of my message. Big part of my message is acknowledge and face where we are. Facing the truth is a big step. And I can see it all over YouTube with Ian and others. They have not faced what this place is. They deny the truth, which is what anchors someone to this place, the denial of what it is. He's trying to pretend that it's not a hell realm, that there's somewhere you can go out in nature, you can quit your job, get out of the money system. He calls that the matrix, the money system, the city system, the electricity, and go out walking in the woods. Well, I walk in the woods every week. That's still in the matrix. No matter what province I'm in, what country I'm in, that's in the matrix. See, the difference is you don't have to like it. It's acknowledging, just like you don't have to like abuse, but if you're with an abusive person, you should acknowledge what they are and do something to liberate yourself. Yes, exactly, Louise. Because you're not praying to some God or just waiting for some savior. It is up to us. And I don't mean that in a way of pressure. I just mean that in a very matter-of-fact way. On one hand, I know it is serious. I realize that it's up to us to get out and to shut this down. But on the other hand, it's almost in a matter-of-fact way that I say that it's up to us. It's kind of like if we were at the beach, a group of us, and some of you that have children are swimming in the water, it's up to us to watch them. If we're not even if we were at a pool with a lifeguard, it's up to us to care for them, right? It's not tremendous pressure that I'm feeling on my shoulders every second when we're in a group and we're watching the children swimming in the lake. We don't want them to drown, so we're going to watch them and care for them. It's kind of like that. I care for people here that are good spirits. It's not a negative thing. It's not something that drags me down. It's empowering, and it's a good feeling as well, knowing that some people are seeing what this is and that they don't want to stay here. They know that they deserve better than this. That's good, because it's showing me that the spirits here realize that this is shit. And it truly is. If I just took one disease, and I know my go-to is often leukemia, but if I took leukemia with children, that comes to mind a lot. That in itself proves what this place is. That shouldn't exist. There should be not one child who's ever suffered and died from leukemia, ever. And all the debilitating genetic disorders that make children disabled, not one of those should exist. That shows me right there what this place is, and it should show you. And I don't have those things, but they're showing me what this place is. I don't have leukemia. And I have always been able to walk. I'm not in a wheelchair, and I'm not like these disabled children. I'm not suffering what they go through, but what they go through shows me where I am It shows me what this place is. And it shows me that this place should not exist. It doesn't deserve to. Because no place should have children suffering that way. It shows me what this is. And there's thousands and thousands of other things that show me what this place is. But for me, that's enough. I could just look at leukemia and say, oh, that's enough to show me what this place is. And again, I'm someone that could make videos for the rest of my life easily, just showing the suffering and how this place is designed and talking about the design of this place and the evil that's built into the design. I'll never run out of things to talk about because there's so much. But all I need to show me where I am is leukemia and say, I see that, and that shows me what this is. I realize that I'm different in that respect because there are people, or there's spirits in this realm. No evidence is enough. Give me mountains of evidence. You could show them thousands of pieces of evidence. They'll never understand. They'll never piece it together. They'll never say, okay, that mountain of evidence proves what this place is. They just won't do it. They either won't look at the evidence, or to them, they'll try to Stockholm Syndrome justify it some other way. And that's what they'll do. No one should be stung by a stingray or a jellyfish and die either in the water or on the beach on the shore. That shouldn't exist. No child should go to the beach for a fun day and die. Get attacked by something and die. And then people have to grieve losing their daughter or son. Think about that. Things like that. No one should, like, there's so much of that in this place. It's happening every day. Somewhere, someone's losing their child right now in a horrendous way, to a disease or to an attack. There's children that drown in swimming pools all the time, that drown in lakes, rivers. It's not just man-made swimming pools, because I know people would point the finger and say, well, that's human. They should have a fence. They should have a lock. You know, my younger sister almost drowned in a pool when I was growing up, and my mom had to jump in to save her. We were visiting someone else. My aunt had a big swimming pool in their backyard, and we were visiting her house, and she wasn't home. And we went in. My mom took us in through the gate, into the backyard. And my mom, I guess, was at the back door or something, the glass door of the house or something. And my younger sister ended up falling or jumping in the pool. I don't know if she jumped in or fell in. I was looking at something else in the backyard. I was still a little kid. I wasn't much older. I was less than 2 years older than my younger sister. So we're fairly close in age. We're less than 2 years apart. So I was a little kid too. She was real little, and I was still a little kid. So I wasn't like a lifeguard, and I wasn't paying attention to what she was doing. I didn't think she was going anywhere near the pool. Somehow she ended up in the pool. That's how fast things can happen. And there were a couple other times that she almost drowned. She tried water skiing at the cottage. Very first time she tried to get up on water skis, she nearly drowned. And then another time swimming at the lake, and she was in big waves in a stormy water, and she should have never been allowed to go in the lake with these huge waves, and was not a good swimmer at all. Was never a good, strong swimmer. So she almost drowned 3 times, and I almost drowned once. And I basically did drown and had an NDE in an icy river when I was a real little kid. So that's just my family, one family. All right. When it comes to that, growing up around rivers and lakes and people with swimming pools and all that stuff. So what am I getting at? There's people that you see in the news reported every year, every summer here, Canada. There's only so many months that, at least in Canada, that you can swim outdoors in pools unless you have an indoor pool. One of my cousins has a place with his house has an indoor pool. Great big house. But anyway, there are children who die in swimming pools every year, every summer in Canada. And in some places, it's all year round because there's no winter, so they're swimming all year round. How would you like to have a child that drowned? Does that tell you you're in a hell realm? The possibility of that happening is what I'm getting at. That's what I want people to understand. You got to get beyond the point of saying, well, I don't have a child that's drowned. You got to think bigger than that, or you'll never see what I'm talking about. The ones that are tuned in, they'll say, well, I didn't drown. You're just missing the point. You're personalizing it. You're missing the point. And that's what many humans do. Most do. If I mention leukemia, they'll say, well, I don't have leukemia. I don't have a child with leukemia. They immediately personalize it. What about the millions of children who've already died from leukemia? Do you give a shit about them enough to acknowledge it and say, wait a second, this realm is designed to create that. So what does that mean? What does that mean where we are? I know some of you have never been bitten by a mosquito and gotten malaria, and but other people have. Other people's children have. Maybe you should start facing that. I'm not trying to get you to face it to depress you. I'm trying to get you to face it so you have a real deep, solid understanding of what this place is. So that on your way out, you're not fearful. So that on your way out, you're not tempted to come back here if you truly want out. The ones that are lurking here, that are tuned in, that say that they don't want out, they love this place, stay here. I'm not trying to convince you to leave at all. The ones that are lurking, that love this realm, you can stay here forever. I'm not worried about you. You're so different from me, whatever you are. And if this is your home, so be it. The ones that extra large and others that say this is my home and I'm never going to die. I don't believe in bodily death. I'm going to live. You go right ahead. You could stay here forever and ever and ever. I don't care how long those types want to stay here. Doesn't bother me. In fact, I think they belong here. And I've said that before, that they should stay here. I don't want them making the rest polluted and toxic and destroying it, tainting it, any more than I would want them to come to your dinner party. And if you had made some homemade punch in a punch bowl or some open thing where people can just take a serving and serve themselves into a glass, and demons came in and polluted it with putting sewage in there, that's what they would do. That's exactly how I see them polluting other realms if they're allowed to. It's what they would do. And they'd cackle with glee, and they'd love doing it. They love destroying. They love polluting. They love destroying anyone else's fun, beauty, peace. They love destroying. And they cackle about it. They belong here. And it isn't cruel whatsoever to keep them here. It's actually protecting the rest. And I'll give you an analogy for that. I'll take Louise use her as an example, not personally. I'll just use her hypothetically. If Louise had a beautiful home, could be a mansion, condo, whatever, and she has people that live with her that she cares about and loves, whether they're children, adults, whoever. Does Louise lock the doors to be cruel, to be cruel in keeping people out, or is she locking the place at night before she goes to sleep, making sure it's locked and secured to keep demons out and to protect the ones she loves? I view it as protection, and I bet Louise would agree that the doors get locked to protect the loved ones from evil, from harm. And that's what I want to do. It's exactly what I want to do. And demons try to spin it as me being mean, cruel, all these different things. I don't want demons feasting on innocence forever. I think they should be locked up here, sealed in 1,000 different ways so that they can never get out. They're irredeemable. They can't be fixed. They can't be cured. They can't be convinced to be good. They aren't like us. They aren't what we are spiritually. if we turned our backs on them, they'd harm us in an instant in this realm and outside of it. They would put knives in our back. They love to cause pain and suffering. For them, that's joy to them. They get a thrill out of it. You could see it on some of these panels on YouTube. But you can see it in the realm. You can see it in murder trials, and you can see it everywhere if you observe and pay attention. It's all around us. That's what they love to do. They torture the innocent. And they would do the exact same thing outside of here. There'd be no difference. They would try to chase us, follow us, obsess over us, stalk us. They would do the same thing wherever we would go, whatever we would create, whatever beautiful, magical realms we would make. They would try to ruin it and try to ruin it and try to ruin it. And that's what they do. And I think that's part of what this whole thing is about, where we are and what's going on here. It's like a, how can I put it? It's like us taking a last stand in a way. We're saying no more. This has to stop here. We're tired of it. Some of us are tired in our spirit. And I know people have complimented me on my endurance and stamina and how I am vigorous and sexually potent. I mean, I'm very mentally potent and I have a lot of stamina for doing long live streams and all that stuff. And I do, for my age, especially. I'm old. I'm 88. But I'm young at heart, as the humans say. They love to talk about the heart all the time. I'm young at heart. But what I'm getting at is even my spirit feels tired sometimes of this place. I'm just tired of it. And I'm tired of seeing my loved ones, including my friends online, suffer and go through depression. I'm just tired of that. I hate that they have to go through that. This place will wear you out. It tries to wear people out. It tries to drain you, just like when you go to certain places and it's a draining energy at a supermarket or a mall, or there's different places now that it just feels it's so draining, whether it's the lighting system or what, maybe they cast spells on these places, whatever it is, the frequency, it's a very draining place. And overall, this realm tries to drain people's spirits. And I don't like that people I care about suffer. I hate that they suffer with depression. They go through things that hurt them, that cause them pain, heartache, all sorts of physical pain, diseases. I can think of friends on here. I won't name anybody I'll respect their privacy and keep it confidential, but ones that have opened up about dealing with depression, ones that have opened up here about dealing with MS, multiple sclerosis, and blindness, and all sorts of things. My heart aches for them, and I don't mean the organ. I mean, like, my spirit feels it. I feel it. And I know that they shouldn't have to go through this in this place. It's wrong. Yeah, it has been exhausting living amongst them. Exactly, Wendy. I just see your comment. Exactly. It can be exhausting living amongst these demons that they're constantly trying something to attack us, to smear us, to backstab, plotting, scheming. They're always doing this. And they do it in groups. They scheme in their little groups. They never stop doing it. And they never will. They've shown that. They've shown it in this realm that they've done that for generations, perhaps before this place was ever created. These demons, they don't change. They get worse. They get more emboldened when they get away with shit. They feel like they can get away with anything. And they've gotten away with a lot of shit. There should have been so much more justice in this place. Like, it's unfathomable the amount they've gotten away with. Look at the grooming gangs in the UK, for example, and in some other European countries. Look what they've gotten away with for years against innocent children. I mean, there should have been gallows with nooses, with ropes, and these hanging fucking demons for miles in reality. And I'm not kidding about that. There should have been town squares all across the UK with them strung up. The demons that did that. And mass deportations as well for the ones that didn't get caught doing that, but are somehow involved or illegal, or they're fake asylum seekers, or they're whatever. They don't belong there. They don't belong in England, Ireland, Scotland. They don't belong. They should have never been there in the first place to do any of that harm to British children. Okay? Whether they're English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh, wherever it's gone on. And I've read about that shit happening for years. Years. And there used to be YouTube channels covering that, and YouTube wiped them out, by the way. That was a touchy subject years ago, where YouTube wiped out just hundreds of channels that focused on that going on. That's what happened. They tried to silence it. And they don't belong. And they don't belong with us outside of this realm. They're not like us, and they don't belong with us. That's horrible, Louise. It really is. I remember when my grandmother was, the last year of her life, she was in a home, and then for weeks she was in a hospice when she was dying, and she was in her late 90s, and she was still very lucid, mentally she was almost as sharp as a tack, but her body was starting to fail from old age. And then walking by places, and there were people that got no visitors, and people that would come out into the hallway thinking I was their grandson, and getting excited or something. That these different things like that would happen, or they'd look at me like, do I know you? They might have had dementia, or they were hoping that they had a visitor, and I'd say hi to them and stuff. And it's just the fact that this even happens, that there's these homes, as they call them, old age homes, nursing homes, retirement homes, all over this realm, where there's elderly people that get no visitors. They're lonely, and they get all excited. And my grandmother would be like, "Oh, Stephen, I didn't know you were, what a surprise. I didn't know you were coming to visit." And I'd be like, "I was just here the other day, Grandma. You're acting like you haven't seen me in 10 years or something." But they love visitors so much. They love visitors so much. And I can imagine, because they're by themselves, they're at the end of their life, and sometimes their children don't visit them. I mean, just the way this system is set up, and how we age, and what happens to elderly people, is a fucking crime. That's how I look at it. It really is. It shouldn't be this way. And then people will say, "Well, what about you, Stephen? You don't have any children. What are you going to do? You're not going to have any visitors." I'm not worried about that. I'm fine being on my own. I'm someone that can be fine on my own. I don't get lonely. And then they get abused a lot of times. Exactly. They're very vulnerable. They're more like children. Once they reach a certain age, elderly people become as vulnerable as innocent children. And my grandmother, I would take her out in a wheelchair. Again, she walked until the last year of her life, but once that point, she got to a point where, I won't go into it, but she had a spine issue, and I won't go into details, but I would wheel her out in the wheelchair. I would get help from staff to get her out of bed safely, and then we would get her from the bed into the wheelchair. She was very tiny and frail, and you don't want to break anything or hurt her by accident. There's a certain way you have to move elderly patients, and I wasn't an expert at that, so I would call for help, and I would assist the person, but it's not the weight of my grandmother. She was very small. She was short and very thin, and I would wheel her out and just take her outdoors at the place and wheel her around a bit and show her the flowers, and she liked that. She liked being able to get out of the place. And she was in a good place. She was not in a rundown, terrible place. She wasn't in a hood place. She was in one of the better places in the whole area, and she had the money to be able to afford it. It was her own money paying for it. She had savings, and then she had her house. And but I did check as much as I could to make sure they were caring for her. I went there and visited her as often as I could, and I would question the staff. And my grandmother had a memory. She didn't have Alzheimer's or any dementia, but I would say, "Did she have lunch today? Did she have this?" And it's like a message to the staff: "Hey, she has someone that cares about her. Her grandson is going to visit, and I'm going to be coming here and checking up and making sure. So there's going to be nothing where she's not going to be abused or neglected or left, or none of that's going to happen because she has someone that's checking up." And I was aware of that at the time because I'd seen these horror stories way back then of things going on where they think they can get away with stuff at a lot of places if they think no one's checking up, no one's going to know. If we don't feed this patient today, or we don't turn them, or we don't check on them and give them their pills and medicine and do, or whatever their needs are. Anyway, I wanted to make sure she was getting cared for when I wasn't there, and make sure that they knew I could drop in at any time. I didn't just visit at 7 at night every night at the same time where they could go, yeah, well, once he's here and leaves, no one else, and we don't. No, I could drop in at any time. I might drop in at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It might be 3 p.m. It might be 7, 8 p.m. You never know when I'm going to show up. She might be having dinner, might be 5 p.m. or something. I'd stop by. I dropped by at all kinds of different times. That's what I did that on purpose. So it kind of keeps them on their toes. They never know when someone's going to show up as a visitor. But I never saw anything bad at that place, thankfully, where my grandmother was. But it bothers me that there's a lot of elderly people in Canada, United States, the UK, Australia, all over Europe, all over this realm that don't get proper care whatsoever, or they get abused, even worse than just in a place that's run down. They get abused by the staff and no one is checking up on them. And that's a hell realm. That's part of this fucking hell realm. I should make a video just on that. But there's so much abuse in this place, from child abuse all the way up to people abused at 100 years old. If that doesn't show you that this is a hell realm, I don't know what will. I have shown videos of them dumping elderly people out of hospitals and throwing them out the doors, onto the sidewalk, onto the street in some cases. And sometimes it was freezing with frost or snow in the ground. And they've done this to old men and women, elderly people, dump them. That's what goes on. Sometimes it was hospital staff, security staff at the hospital. Other times it was police that physically threw someone out and injured them and just left them. Just like throwing out a bag of trash or something and not caring at all. That's what goes on in this place. And then people shake their heads at me all over YouTube and say this isn't a hell realm. And he thinks it's a hell realm. He's the hell realm guy. He's the guy that calls this a hell realm. And they mock me. Mocking me doesn't change reality. Laughing at me doesn't change what this place is. It doesn't change the truth. Lying about it doesn't change it. This place is a hell realm. Pretending it's something else doesn't change it. And that's what Ian's doing. He thinks you can pretend this away because he's weak. He's as weak mentally and spiritually as he looks physically, if that makes sense to people. And he wants to make money. I can see that he's setting himself up as a new age guru where he'd like to make a living like Eckhart Tolle or someone like that. He and Lindis. Why am I a threat to him? Because I expose him and he views me as a threat to his wallet. Just like many others on here. And thousands and millions defend them and argue with me and come to my channel and leave comments and defend them on their channel. And when they talk about me, they're in support. This realm defends liars more than just about anyone here would ever even believe. And I know some of you have seen people personally defend certain lies of this realm, but the amount of defenses of lies and liars I've seen running this channel would blow your mind. I don't even know if you believe it unless you experienced it. I've seen beings in this place defend everything under the sun. Everything about this place. And attack me for speaking the way I do and for saying what I say and sharing what I share. And stealing from me as well. Copycatting, plagiarizing, stealing. It's the whole gamut. To do what I've done for almost 3 years and not be at a point of just hating humanity is almost a miracle. Because I don't hate humanity. After all this, I don't. And I don't mean good spirits. I mean, I don't hate humanity. The ones that are, let's say you would describe them as asleep or normies or zombies, whatever way you want to put it, whatever stage they're at. I don't hate them. I don't walk around day to day hating people. I don't hate people in the street. I don't hate people in the forest. I don't hate my neighbors. I don't hate family, former family, even ones I wrote off. I don't think of them with hatred and hateful thoughts. I don't live in hate. I don't live in fear. I don't live in misery. I don't live just in the present moment. I have memories. I remember the past. I dream about the future too. I'm not always just living in the present moment. And just in the present moment, we have to stop looping and live in the present moment, people. We have to live in the present moment, people. In the present moment. Like Ian, in the present moment, we have to live in the present moment. I don't just live in the present moment. I am trying to open eyes, minds, and spirits to the truth so people can observe. And once you can observe, see, this is the difference between a guru and a cult leader slash guru slash whatever. They want people reliant on them. I don't. I want warriors. I want independent spirits. I want people to be able to observe without me standing there telling them what to see. I want you to be able to go somewhere and see, oh, that's a demon. That's toxic. That's an abuser right there. And you're on your own. I'm nowhere near you. I'm thousands of miles away, and you can do it on your own. You've been empowered to be able to see this on your own with your own spiritual eyes. That's what I want. I want people to be so empowered and so confident and fearless that whenever their time comes, whether they choose to end their own so they don't become decrepit and let's say bedbound and cared for. Some people don't want that, and I respect that. Or whether they die of whatever means, whatever happens. I want good spirits to be able to just walk through those gates like it's nothing. And I mean that, without fear. Without fear, just go through the gates like walking into another room. You walk through the threshold in a household from a living room, from a living room into a kitchen, and you walk into, without even a door closing it, just a threshold, like an open, there's a wall and there's a big opening, and there's no door with a doorknob, but it's still a threshold. It's a threshold between one large room into your kitchen, like a living room or something. You're not in fear. You're just walking into your kitchen. That's what I want. I want people to, when their time comes, whenever that is, and they choose to leave this hell realm matrix, that they walk through those gates as confident as they're just walking into another room. That's what I would like. With a smile, knowing that they're going to not only be okay, it's going to be so much better than here. So much better. Like immeasurably better, with ineffable beauty. And effable is not effable in the way of somebody's attractive and they're they're effable. It means something else, obviously. Ineffable means more of an incomprehensible, indescribable beauty. That's what I want people to be able to do. And humor is a big part of it. I've gotten to the point in this realm, in this so-called lifetime, I don't trust people that don't have any sense of humor. I just don't, including online. And I notice a lot of channels, there's no humor involved. They can do videos, live streams, like Ian. There's no humor with Ian. I never see humor expressed by Ian in anything I've seen him do. In his posts, on his community page, in his little videos that are 8, 15 minutes, 20 minutes long, in his ones where it's Lindis beside him, I haven't seen humor. I haven't seen humor demonstrated or expressed in his live streams. Where's the humor with a lot of them? It's not just him. Lion Sword, Green Wizard, aka Little D, there's no humor. Mushroom Lyote, I can go on. There's lots of them that they don't have humor. They don't have humor. They're just miserable twats. They're miserable pricks. There's someone I wouldn't want to be around in real, quote, real life. Not just friends with, but just around. I wouldn't want to be even in the room with them, with their energy. They don't have humor. They don't have that in them. They're just misery personified. Little Derek is an example. He's not the only one. Rebellious Meth Puppet is miserable. There's a ton of them with these channels, and they're really disgusting. I don't see humor from Howdy McCoskey. He claims that he was a stand-up comedian. Where's all the humor? You'd think that his videos would be riddled with humor. Where is it? Where's the humor? He claims that he worked and earned a living as a comedian years ago. Well, I don't see him cracking any jokes. I realize not every comedian is a joke teller, but what's funny about him? He doesn't seem to demonstrate any humor. So I have to wonder, like, what is going on here? And then some of them say, well, he's just a joker. Steven's a joker. He doesn't take this seriously because he's making a joke out of the truth community. He's making a joke out of Hell Realm. Well, I think humor is important. I think it's healthy. I view humor as medicine in a very literal way, not in a cliche way, but in a real way. I think it's medicine for the spirit. I think it helps us get through a lot of horrors. It's really healthy to laugh, and to be able to laugh at yourself, and to be able to get to the point of being yourself, where you can get to the point. I'll tell you right now, I wasn't always at the point where I would go out into the woods and just make a video and record myself singing Pink Floyd or something, or singing It's a Beautiful Day in the Woods Today. I wasn't always at that point of just totally expressing myself freely. And somebody could walk up along the trail and they'll come upon hearing me singing and seeing me walking along, singing, recording. And I know on Team Evil, a lot of them would say, well, that's awkward. Somebody saw me or something. I don't care. I've gotten to the point of I be myself. And if they smile or laugh, I just say, hi, beautiful day today, or have a nice hike, or have a good one. And that's it. Like, and I want people to be that free themselves. I'm not boasting saying, oh, hey, I'm myself, I'm so free. I want to share that and help others that listen to my show get to the point where they can do the same thing. It might not necessarily mean singing, because some people maybe just don't want to sing or don't like it. Maybe it's dancing. Maybe you just dance around like you don't care who sees you. You just do whatever, and you just get to the point of saying, I'm going to be myself and enjoy myself and enjoy this day. And if somebody comes along, I'm not going to be embarrassed. I'm not going to be embarrassed. I'm not going to give way to holding myself back from enjoying myself. Even being by yourself, enjoying yourself, enjoying what you're doing, and being yourself, your true, authentic self. And I don't want that to come across in a new agey way at all. I want it to come across in a real, authentic way, where you can be yourself and accept yourself, and you say to yourself, whether it's Louise, Wendy, Anna Faye, it could be Seth is not here right now. It could be Manny. I'm going to mention some guys that come here. It could be anyone here, and say, I accept myself as I am. I love myself. I'm me, quirks and flaws and all. I embrace who I am, what I am. And who gives a damn what people, whether they're good, bad, normies, quote unquote, truth seekers, whatever they are, neighbors, family, strangers, could be a taxi driver, it could be, you could be on an airplane somewhere, and you don't have to worry about what the stewardess thinks of you, the person beside you. You're just at peace with who you are. You're at peace. You're comfortable in your own skin. You're at peace. It's not automatic. It's not just, I'm going to say it and it's going to happen. It doesn't usually happen that way, as far as I can tell. Didn't happen that way with me, and it might not with you. Maybe it is possible to happen very quickly. But get to that point. I was always an individual and always someone. I mean, I'm a free spirit, and that's my personality type, a rebellious free spirit. But I didn't like to be embarrassed, let's say, or people. I didn't like certain things. But now it just doesn't faze me. I've gotten to the point in this body, in this meat suit, and in this realm where it just doesn't. It doesn't. If I'm walking along the trail and someone comes along another trail that I'm not even paying attention, and they stumble upon me belting out a song, singing loud in the forest somewhere in a trail, in the freaking wilderness where no one else could be around for miles, and there's one other hiker that comes upon me. Could be a man, could be a woman, whoever. Could be an attractive woman. It could be an attractive woman with nice cleavage or something that comes upon and smiles and looks at me like, this guy's, what did I come upon? There's this guy just singing away, and he's recording a video for what? For YouTube, or for what is this for? What's this guy doing? Doesn't bother me. I just smile and say, hey, how are you? That's the way it is. If I stumble upon some grumpy guy that gives me a mean look, or a look of, what the fuck are you doing? I just do the same thing. I just kind of smile and say, hey, how are you? Have a good day. And that's it. Recently, I went out hiking and I came upon two guys, and they had fishing poles. They both were carrying fishing poles coming out of the woods, and buckets. And I didn't know if they knew Creepally or why they had these buckets, but they had plastic buckets. And I looked in, one had a few small fish in there, fairly small. They might have been perch or something. Anyway, I said, hey, where'd you guys go? You just went fishing? And they said, yeah. And I said, where's the water in there? And they described where they went. I didn't know if they're going to tell me their fishing spot. And I said, cool, have fun. Now, am I the type that would say, I hope you had a license, or I hope you, no, I don't care. They're not bothering me. They're not hurting me and hurting anyone else. I wouldn't care if they fished there every day without a license. I would never rat someone out for doing anything like that ever to anyone. Okay? To a game warden, fishing warden, cops, park rangers, whatever. I just said, cool, awesome. Have a great day. Thanks for sharing or whatever. I just try to be friendly. So these assholes like Ian that say, oh, if you view this as a hell realm, you're going to be in hell. You're going to be miserable. You're going to be hell to be around. No, not at all. Not at all. Yes, Louise, it is. It's healthy. And it actually feels good. And then laughing about it later, thinking, oh my gosh, this happened, and thinking back and laughing. Maybe an hour later or the next day or that night or something, you come home and it comes back into your mind. You're like, yeah, that was funny. Like, the ability to laugh at yourself, I think, is healthy. It is healthy. I say funny things sometimes. I blurt out things sometimes in public to strangers. Not that long ago, a few weeks ago, there was a day that I was downtown walking, and I had gone to a place for a little cafe for lunch and a coffee. I don't think I had my laptop. I was just there with my phone. And then I walked out of there, and there was a homeless person walking almost stride by stride with me. There were a bunch of homeless people downtown in that area. And then I walked a couple blocks outside, still downtown, but outside of the immediate kind of city center, city core. And I was walking towards the river. And a fairly attractive, I mean, I didn't memorize what she looked like. And yes, I'm happy with my girlfriend, but I can notice women, for the Team Evil lurkers that say, oh, see, he's talking about noticing. Yeah, well, she was fairly attractive walking towards me, and younger, much younger than I am. And she looked like she was kind of checking me out. And I was wearing one of my leather jackets, black leather jacket, and I think I had jeans on and my black combat boots, steel toe combat boots that are from Europe. All right. So for the lurkers on Team Evil, they cost more than you fucking broke ass e-beggar demons can afford. You couldn't afford my boots. You couldn't lick my boots. You'd have to pay me to lick my boots, you broke ass peasants. But anyway, she kind of checked me out quick. I saw her look at my jacket, look at me, look at my face, jacket. Then she looked down at my boots, and I said, I just got them. That's what I said about my boots. And she kind of smiled and nodded like she thought they were cool looking boots or hot looking boots. I could tell by her expression. And I said, I just got them. I just came up with that. And I continued walking. I didn't stand there or hit on her or flirt with her. I'm taken, happily taken. But anyway, I'm just friendly. And I can be not overly flirty, but I wouldn't say flirty, but I'm friendly to the point sometimes where sometimes women can misperceive me as being flirty or something. But yeah, I think it's healthy. I don't see anything wrong with it, being friendly. But of course, Team Evil, they're a bunch of miserable demons, so they see something wrong with that. And they spin it like, oh, if you see this as a hell realm, you have to be miserable and you must be this. And they make all these false assumptions because they never study anything. They're lazy. They don't care about studying. They don't care about the truth. They just talk and talk for hours without actually studying anything. They don't even know what they're talking about.
And so, just like the movie The Matrix, I said it on one of the last videos, Neo never will
I want to say this: if you met me in person, you'd never know that I run a channel or channels like this. You'd never know. If you were a stranger, or if we had lunch together, or you were a friend of my girlfriend and we met, we all had lunch together, you'd never know. You'd never come away from it saying he's miserable. He thinks this is a hell realm, and he's this and he's down. You'd never know. You'd never know what my views are of this realm. You wouldn't know at all. Because I don't let this place get me down. I don't let this realm make me miserable. You'd never know that I'm into this topic, that I make all this content and have multiple channels on this. You'd never imagine that. You wouldn't know.
Woke up. He never truly awakened. He woke up in a physical pod still playing the game. With AI bots and another dual game of the good guys and bad guys and fighting the illusion. He woke up in a...
I can show you who's miserable, and it's someone who denies that this is a hell realm. Someone who says just live in the present moment, people. You're looping, people. I say live in the present moment. Every couple seconds, live in the present moment. I'm in the present moment. All we need is the present moment. We only need the present moment. But you're looping, not me, people. You're looping with hell realm, people. I'm in the present moment. Don't I look so happy, people? I look very happy, people. That's who's miserable, is Ian. He's in denial about what this realm is, how it works. He said there's nowhere to go and nothing else. He's a miserable twat. That's what he is. Miserable, emaciated, anorexic-looking soy boy. And now he's pushing feminism and saying men are toxic. He's completely fucked up.
Another box. This is what's happening. This was actually a documentary of these boxes of love and light, soul trap, hell realm, Democrat, Republican. I mean, you name it. All these identities of this is what this is. This is who I am. These are all Neos thinking that they've woken up, but they woke up in the same game, just another story, just another wheel for the hamster to loop in. To think it's woken up. Does it have its own energy? Look at how much energy that.
So how much is he going to keep using the hamster wheel image? And that's a baby truther thing, hamsters on a wheel. Baby truthers were talking about that 15, 20, 25 years ago. What is he bringing that's really helpful to you?
That the Matrix is getting from us being in a loop or a hamster on a wheel. You see how much energy that this is going straight to the Matrix. Really feel into what I'm saying, my friends. So much love, everyone. Matrix addiction, mind addiction. Yes. So we're 30 minutes in. Let's keep rocking and rolling, and we might get to some videos today. Belief is a deadly practice. Yeah, it is. And dishonest practice. Yeah. Very dishonest. What's up that way? Hope you got your government ID ready to go, because I got to ID you for coming in here. So let's get deeper on this hell.
Let's get deeper, people. I'm gonna read this for you. This is a meme that I created tonight. if you're in a prison and you pretend that it isn't a prison, and you try to convince yourself every day that you are free, telling yourself that you are not a prisoner, not rotting away as an inmate, not within walls and behind bars, and you decorate your prison cell really well, you make it look more like home, does that change the reality that you're still in a prison? When you do everything to deny it, to pretend, you pretend it isn't a prison, you decorate it, you tell yourself you're free, you do everything to avoid facing that you're in a prison. Does that change the reality that you're still in a prison? See, my mindset is face it, you're in a prison so that we can leave and be somewhere else. You can't, if I went around cell to cell, and I said, I'm starting a prison break, do you want to join us? And I get to someone's cell like Ian, and Ian says, this isn't a prison. And I say, what do you mean this isn't a prison? And he says, look at my walls. And I look at his walls, and he has some crayon drawings and stuff on paper with Scotch tape stuck to the walls, or maybe some bubble gum or whatever he used to stick it to the walls. And I say, well, it's still a prison. You just put some decorations up. And he goes, no, look over here. And he's got like a little flowers or fake flowers, and he's got like little decorations here and there in his cell. And I open the door. I fashioned a skeleton key, a master key, and I can open every cell door in that prison. It works for every door. One key, like the guards. I copied it. I studied it by viewing it, and it's, instead of metal, I fashioned it out of hardened soap, or I created a key, and it works. Okay? And I open his door and I say, come on out, man. Come on. It's a prison break. He says, no, this isn't a prison. I'm not a prisoner. You are, Stephen. I'm not. And I say, Ian. And maybe his name's written on his prison uniform. And he's wearing the old style prison fucking stripes, black and white stripes, like in the old films. And I say, Ian, you got the prison uniform on with a number and your first name, or you're in prison, dude. You're even in a prison uniform. And he says, no, that's your imagination. And he's in denial. And I say, we've got to go. If you're coming, you got to come with us. You got to face where you are. Do you want to come? Do you want freedom? And he'll say, no, I'm already free. You're the slave, Stephen. You're in prison because you believe it's a prison. That's what they do. That's what he's doing for real on YouTube and in, quote, real life. Now, whether he knows that he's lying to people or not, I don't know that for sure. Neither do you. We can speculate, but nobody knows 100% that Ian isn't just doing this to scam people. He could be, or he could fully believe what he's doing, or he could partially believe. There's many possibilities. He could partially believe it and still be doing it to grift, to get money, setting up his channel, hoping that he gets 100 or 200,000 or 1 million subs one day and gets tons of views and tons of money pouring in. I think this could be a grift. It could be a scam. But do I think he believes part of what he's saying, whether it's 50%, 80%? Yeah, I do. I don't think he's just a great of an actor. I think he believes a lot of this shit. I think he's in denial about what this realm is. Oh, okay. Thank you, Louise, for letting me know. I'll turn that off. They hate the truth. They really hate the truth, don't they? And that's all they can do. So there you go. They can't do anything now. The one thing is taken away from them. So with Ian, he's the type that would be standing with his cell door open that I opened and said, come on, man, we're leaving. Do you want to be free? And he'd argue that he's not in prison, that he's already free. That's what he's doing. He's arguing that he's already free. He's saying if you don't believe it's a prison, that it's not a prison. He's saying it's only a hell realm if we see it as a hell realm and say that it is. He's going with the we just create our own reality. But why did they leave Malibu and flee from the fires? If he creates reality, if he and Lindis create their own reality, why were they afraid of the fire? Why did they pack up a vehicle and take the animals and leave? They create their own reality. They could have just created a reality where they can't get burned. They could create a reality where it just starts pouring rain and puts out the fires all around them for miles and miles and miles. Why did they flee? They left the whole state of California. To be safe, right? That's reality. That shows me that they're liars. They're bullshitters.
Realm. When you very dishonest. What's up that way? Hope you got your government ID ready to go because I got to ID you for coming in here. So let's get deeper on this hell realm. When you don't, I got to be careful with my words because sometimes these words are real interesting. Because now when I use these words and I speak in language or I hear people talk to me or like I'm really dissecting the energy flowing, and then these letters and words in the sigil magic and the perceptions that are coming in of the words, and it's really becoming really interesting. So there's a lot of words I'm trying to stay away from when I talk about different things. So it has me like kind of stop and pause sometimes. So what this hell realm is doing, like I was saying, is it's externalizing your power. It's making it external. When you believe in a fixed external hell realm that you're trapped in, you are positioning yourself as being trapped in a hell realm. That's the very thing that you're creating for yourself, my friends. And so also I was saying here, the hell realm is a trap in how many are unknowingly addicted to seeking darkness in the name of truth, people. And feel into what I'm saying. Addicted to seeking darkness in the name of truth. My friends, this is the big game. And so the game is over once you stop playing its game, my friends. This is the mirror everyone's avoiding. So to dissolve the loop of darkness, many are so afraid of this mirror. And I don't think most have the power within to really face this. This matrix, these systems, this whole thing is a big energy harvesting machine. And it wants your energy, your power. Right? Let's talk about this love.
Let's talk about this. Was this realm a hell realm before you saw it, Louise? Was it a hell realm before I made a single video about it? I think it was. I don't think we created this hell realm. We observe what it is, what this hell realm already is and what it is doing. We observe the suffering. We didn't cause or create it. There's a huge difference. So he's saying we're seeking it. And I disagree. We're observing what's already there. We are observers. That's called seeing what's in front of you.
This matrix, these systems, this whole thing is a big energy harvesting machine. And it wants your energy, your power. Right? Let's talk about this Love and Light program. This is something big as well. Where anyone outside of your Hell Realm narrative is now all love and light and new age. Right? And so this Love and Light program, this new age deception, is the other side of the Hell Realm. It's the positive charge of the battery. It's the Democrat of the Republican. And it's very interesting what it's become. It's kind of changing into this super lustful, lust energy. They don't recognize the sacred union. They don't talk about the true divine masculine, divine feminine at all. They get deep on the alien agenda, and that this suffering is beautiful. We are all need this for learning. I mean, this is a total deception. And so it wants you on one extreme or the other, or even in the middle. It doesn't care. Either way, you're in that battery zone with these beliefs that this is what it is, that is what it is. And for me, it's like, I just see everything for what it is. I'm not giving no label on it. I am me. I am eternal. I'm forever in the present moment. I'm here right now. And I just see a bunch of people aimlessly tossing their power around and giving it up. And not facing the mirror. And running away from themselves. Whether they're on the left or the right, it doesn't matter. Seeking an outside savior. And the Hell Realm people, who is their outside savior, people? This is very deep. This is actually worse than some of this stuff. I actually would rather be I'm not even going to say it. Who's their savior, people? Death. That's their savior. This just came to me.
Oh, that just came to me. Death is a savior? What? Listen to this.
That's their savior. This just came to me. That's their outside savior that they're seeking and needing and wanting and inviting. The illusion of death.
Bye for now, Louise. Mad love to you. You're welcome. I hope you have a beautiful day today. I don't know if you're going for a walk or lunch, but regardless, whatever you're doing, I hope you have a fantastic day. It is early in the morning here still, 5 a.m. where I'm at currently. Yes, Louise. Anyway, I hope to see you again soon, Louise. Take care. Bye for now. And as for Ian, yes, he's pushing something. Oh, sorry. Wendy is going. Goodbye for now, Wendy, not Louise. Sorry. Bye for now, Wendy is what I meant to say. Take care, Wendy. Hope you have a beautiful day. I kind of got thrown off by what Ian was saying there, because he said that our savior is deaf. So yeah, sorry about that. Our savior is not deaf. I don't even know what to say in response to that, because He's claiming that our Savior is death. Has he ever witnessed a family member dying? Mad love to you, Wendy. I don't think any of us view death as a savior. So it's beyond weird what this Ian character is doing. And it looks like he's gone this live stream for 2 hours with no guests. Why doesn't he have panels anymore? Whatever happened to his panels of people that had different views? His channel used to always have panels for live streams. Now it seems like he's afraid to have anybody on there. He's not afraid to hit that explosion button, though.
I actually would rather be a... I'm not even going to say it. Who's their savior, people? Death. That's their savior. This just came to me. That's their outside savior that they're seeking and needing and wanting and inviting. The illusion of death. That's the parasite. That's the hijack that happened. Being being a parasite, wanting to get something outside yourself, more knowledge, more this, more that, when you're already everything. And then in the hell realm, death becomes your savior. When that's the big program, that's the parasite. And some of them even promote, things I'm not going to mention here. 1 second, my friends. Much love. Okay. Okay, where are we at, my friends? 17 Joy. Eating, breeding, dying, fun games. Let's feel into this situation that I see going down for a little bit. The mirror of hell. So where were we? I lost where I was. Oh. Death becomes their savior. Isn't that deep? Really feel into that energetically. Where they think even nature, even me going out in nature and sharing it, that's something wrong. Like, how dare you? That they see somebody at the river enjoying the presence of nature and being surrounded by beautifulness and not stuck in the thoughts and mind in the hell realm narrative. And like, oh, that river could overflow. There's poisonous stuff all around you. A tiger could come up and eat you. See, this is the big Matrix game. Having me outside the present moment. Why would I get in my thoughts and mind about that stuff? This is the big Matrix game everybody's trapped in, my friends. These thoughts of what could happen, what may happen. I spent so many years like this, looping on what may happen, what has happened, what could happen. It did nothing for me. It just had me doing this, looping on the same thing.
There you go. He spent so many years looping. Now he's telling everyone else that you're looping. That's you, Ian. You've been looping your whole life. That's you.
So these are parasitic programs disguised as truth, is what it is. Even the ones exposing the parasites, it's being disguised as truth, but it has you in another box, my friends. I don't think there's anything out here for us on these platforms, my friends. I really don't. There's nothing for me. I mean, when I watch different people, I even would watch a month ago sometimes. I'm watching like, wait a minute, this isn't like I could see the ego in them. I could see the parasite. I could see the true energy flowing through them because I'm cleansing myself of energetically of the distortions and illusions within. And the more I do that, the more I see through what's going on outside of me and even see through myself when I'm not myself. And so I see them for who they are. When you have children, the game changes for sure. Yep, I will agree with that. So what else do we have to say about this, my friends? Let's look up for fun. Wait, let's see. I got to use this browser here. Let's go to YouTube. Let's look up Earth is Hell.
Oh, he'll just look up whatever YouTube shows randomly, whatever's popular. That's what he'll look up.
Let's see what pops up. Let's click on this week, or actually this month. Interesting. You notice on these different topics, they have a lot of AI videos now, swarming the algorithm. And so this kind of proves my point here. When I looked at the algorithm earlier, it gave me something completely different. And now it's giving me, let's click this week again. Oh, let's click this year. I think that's what I did first. This year. Yeah, this was it. Okay. Let's pull this up, my friends. Okay. Let me cue this up. We know this guy. Shout out to J Tig that just sent me a comment. I haven't seen him in a long time. Big shout out to J Tig. So, nothing personal. So this is one of the first videos that pops up when you click Earth is Hell this year. Let's check out a few minutes of this and just understand energetically the energy flowing here while I gather my inner knowing of this topic.
We live in a hell realm, or a prison planet, whatever you want to call it. But it should be obvious to everyone that we live in some kind of a trap. You're not suffering because you've made mistakes in the past. You're not suffering because you were born in the wrong country. You're not suffering because you were born in the wrong body. You're not suffering because you don't work hard enough. You're not suffering because you're lazy. You're not suffering because you don't know what to do. You're not suffering because you don't have the right information. You're not suffering because you're on the wrong path. You are suffering because you are in a hell realm. You are in a prison. You are in some sort of a trap. That is why you are suffering. You see, suffering is a future in this realm. Suffering is not a bug. Suffering is not a bug. Do you understand that suffering is a feature in this realm? Sentient life must suffer. There is something that wants sentient life to suffer.
This is an addiction, my friends. I don't know if I could stomach even another minute of this. And they think that they're truth seekers, that they're spiritual warriors, exposing this realm. This is an addiction to the frequency of darkness, my friends. That's what we're witnessing in these beings. Or a frequency to all is love and light. These are addictions. Outside of themselves, confirming these things. But they haven't looked within for confirmation of who they really are. And got that straight and understood and inner knowing and remembrance of who they really are. It's an addiction to these frequencies of darkness or light. Not just reading things for what they are and knowing and understanding. In silence, they keep diving into hell or their special little cozy prison heaven box, not to transmute it, not to transcend the illusion, but to feel something, to validate their suffering, to feel righteous, and to feed the false identities. This is an addiction, and just like any addict, they're chasing a high. And notice he had a GMO beer can in his hand. A creation of the parasites and the machine to really get this game going too. So chasing the high as an addict of darkness, you're just going to return over and over to the darkness, not realizing that the battery that powers it is you. So what is he saying that's incorrect though? I'm not here to say he's wrong or right about anything. I'm here to just read people energetically, not their words necessarily. And what I'm seeing is exactly what I've been saying. But I'm not into the reaction game much anymore and looking at people and like trying to play a debate game or this is right, this is wrong. I'm here to understand the truth above it all. beyond all of this stuff and beyond what people are saying online or this or that. I'm trying to truly return and get the answers inside of myself. And so a lot of them are speaking truth on both sides of these coins, these false coins. There is a lot of truth. There is a lot of words that I agree with, that those set of words they're saying about suffering or this something that's a parasite outside of us seeking to feed off of us. I agree with that. I agree with some of the love and light stuff too. But I'm not going to bottle it all up into one thing saying, well, I agree with this, so it's all good. And this is how we really get trapped in these illusions and these parasites around us. They come in, tell us what we want to hear, tell us what we've been feeling, because we're resonating on that frequency. So the mirror's reflecting that back to us, sending in reflecting the algorithm to us, these different beings, confirming the mirror. And with these agreements, we become numb to the true energy flowing and who they really are and what they're really about. What's up, bro? Suffer harder, believe harder, pray harder, hope harder, vote harder, LARP harder, loop harder. Whoa, I like that. What's up, Undoctrinated? He's skipping over the truth. Only the truth there is hidden outside all boxes, which is within beneath all the programs. Are we seeing a true return in these beings, my friends? I don't care what words you want to organize about this realm or project on reality or this or that. I'm not seeking outside myself for validation. I don't need language or none of this stuff or anybody to agree with me. I don't need to be a part of some club. I'm here to return to the truth and who I really am. And actually get rid of all these identities, that I am none of this, that I thought I was in these thoughts of mind. There's no words to really describe a true return to who we really are, people. There's no one that can come in online and really describe it. It's impossible. Fear harder. What's up, Dan? And Undoctrinated, good to see you. Well, to build stronger and bigger muscles in the gym, we must suffer some with living for the truth. Parasites hate truth. Yeah. Parasites love truth too. As long as you don't remember who you are, as long as you're giving them some energy source, they don't care what truth you have. So what is suffering really? Now we have a perception game going on of what suffering is. Let's look at the definition. The state of undergoing pain, distress, or hardship. Yeah, I mean, I'll come back to that one. What's up, 17 Joy? And so this is in, I see what you're saying about muscles and like going through, I guess, suffering when I work out and I have pain in my muscles. I don't call that suffering. You know what I mean? I wouldn't call that suffering at all, but I mean, that is the definition of suffering. So I guess there's degrees that we'd have to get into the discussion about it. But this is the light deception of the suffering helps us grow. I'm not saying you're saying that, but where we've even reviewed content where people went through, I'm not even going to name, horrible things in their life, and their spirit guides and the people around them and their spiritual coaches are telling them, oh, that's your soul group. These are your teachers bringing suffering to you when you were innocent to help you grow spiritually. Right? This is the other side of the hell realm, people. This is the deep deception going on. This is the deep matrix programming that really has them stuck in this loop. So I have nothing to learn studying that anymore. I know it's a sham that we need suffering for spiritual growth. I need nothing for spiritual growth. I need to know who I really am in return and set myself straight to who I am and get all my power and energy back in line. That's all I need to do. There's no growing or any of that to go down. There's only remembering. That's where I'm at with it. And that's where I'll always be eternally. Because I'm already whole. I just got to remember that I am and take my power back. So there's nothing to learn at all. There's nothing to gain here but myself back. At all. There's no growing. This is the whole game going on. This is the forgetting that went down so we could keep we got to learn things, we got to grow, we got to do this, we got to be forgetting, we got to get more information, more truth out there, outside. It's all out there. This is the matrix game. This is the endless loop. This is the hamster on the wheel. This is the mind and thought matrix. When there's nothing out there. Nothing. Just beings who forgot who they are. Or the ones that forgot who they are. We've given up so much power. Now there's a bunch of empty vessels and beings around us that are just a part of the machine, hence our power. That's now a force going against us, keeping us again away from our power. And I mean, this is a big matrix game going on. So there's nothing I need to gain. There's nothing. I don't need to grow in nothing. This is all an illusion. It's an ill use of ions. It's an ill use of energy. It's an illusion. Negative, positive, they don't care. As long as you're using the energy in an ill way, ill use, illusion. I already have it all. I just forgot. I was trying to seek outside myself. Figure, you know what, this is just hell, and I need to just run away. I need to die and run away. This is a big trap, my friends. And the biggest trap is believing and knowing you are trapped. That's the biggest trap of them all. So when you think you woke up and now you're in the trap box, like I'm trapped, I'm in a prison. That's the biggest prison you could be in right there of all these boxes. Isn't that crazy? What's up, Natane?
Hey everyone, I'm gonna switch gears for a second here. This is a video that I made a while ago, 2 years ago,
February 2023. Chiron's sacred word magic gone wild. I didn't get that many views on this one for some reason. Way back then. But I think it's funny. And I'm going to show you, I showed you in this video recording it 2 years ago, that I can do this word magic stuff and make it into humor and parody. And I think it's silly to judge this realm by word magic. I think that's silly to do that, to do what they do. Instead of looking at observable evidence, they just look at, oh, there's a word within a word. It's like they're retarded. Greetings, my brothers and sisters. I have a presentation for you today that I think you'll really enjoy. Today was Thursday, Thor's Day, and tomorrow is Friday. Frida, the goddess. Then comes all in Saturday, Saturn's Day, and Sunday, Sun's Day, and Monday, Moon's Day. Days of the week, sing it to the Addams Family theme song. Snap your fingers. Word magic, Chiron style, baby. I am love. I am is God. God. Dog star is love. Do you consent to love? Do you no conditions? Con game. Love is conscious and concentrated in heaven. Oh, look. Holy, holy, sacred. Sacred. I want to encourage you to enjoy life. Live, enjoy here in this beautiful sacred earth realm made by our heavenly mother and father, Moth her and Fat her. They will reset the Egyptian god, this realm soon. That day will be amazing. We're in amazement, in amaze. The pen is mightier than the sword. Pen is penis. So don't be a slave to the mind and get mind in a democracy. Demon necromancy. Let's see what's coming up here. You watch for this. Watch for the sacred. Don't fall for the insanity. Watch for the sacred. The sacred. Don't listen to that madman. I make videos to enlighten and lighten. Give light to you. In light, as light. Beyond this culture. You're in a cult, you fools. You're all in a cult. Give everything unto Caesar right now. Jesus loves me, yes I know, and the Bible tells me so. Now get loud over what is all out here, all loud. Holy Mother and Father made us remarkable beings. Cain and Abel to be marked by the mark again and again forever. Mark, the disciple of Jesus, John and Luke Skywalker too. Woo hoo hoo hoo. Luke Skywalker too. Oh, look at the Sacred Heart. But I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian. People say I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian. I keep showing those images. We are in a season. See, son? Swimming in currents of the sea. We see the banks hold in the river and flow of the currents. True wealth is health. Do you have the dollars and cents to see the currents of our sea? Admiralty law. Wall reversed. Earth is an anagram for heart. Worship the earth, even if it's a matrix.
Earth is sacred, not a prison. Prize son, Zion. Sacred, sacred. Read the earth heart. See with your heart, not with your currency. Do you understand me? With your current sea. Please understand me. Oh, sacred heart, Christian iconography. But I'm not a Christian. I'm not remaking Christianity. Oh, this is a revolution. We revolve and spin around and around like our sacred earth heart. Our souls get lovingly recycled by Holy Mother and Holy Father. Rinse, wash, repeat. But that's good because they care about us immensely. They are the authorities. We must obey them. Like we're foolish little children. We're polluting the earth heart. Quote, karma. Karma is driving us to the edge. Our ma's driving the car all in, all in. Look at the sacred heart. Look at the sacred heart. The sacred heart. And what's this? Blasphemy. What is this? Blasphemy. Blasphemy. Oh, that hacker, that fucking asshole over at the Sanity Machine just hacked into my presentation, and he put that image in there to mock me. He's a heretic. Blasphemous. Blasphemous. That insane fool has made me change the way that I do my presentations. I no longer do my trademarked, my patented slideshows with images anymore. My word magic. He's forcing me to speak plainly. I want to speak this way and do my word magic with my fucking slides. I want to do my word magic again, but he's forced me to change. That asshole, that insane, that madman that talks about madness over at the Sanity Machine has changed the way I do things. I am Chiron the coward. No, not the cowardly. Chiron the last. This is Chiron the last. And you better listen to me and my cult. You better be perfect, or you deserve to come back here for eternity. So that was Chiron the Lost. It was not easy to keep the laughter at bay. I wrote that out and I put it on images and then I read it, and that's what people believe is brilliant and clever, is just doing word magic. And I said before I made that video, I was telling people 2+ years ago, I could do that all day long. I could make videos. If people want bullshit that's just word magic, I mean, that's easy. They think it's brilliant when Chiron does it. Oh my goodness, the word magic that Chiron discovers, words within words. I could do that all day long. All day long. I could do that every day. That's not difficult. That's easy. But in terms of seeing the world as it actually is, that's something Chiron can't do, because he thinks Earth is heart. It's an anagram. That means the Earth is the heart. Well, how does the Earth treat all living beings here? That's what I go by. Okay? I don't care if Earth is a heart. Who named it Earth? I didn't. Who created the anagram? Not me. Team Evil did. Like, he's training people to fall for these stupid deceptions, and it's just ridiculous. He also believes there's a mother and father, creators, that there's two, that there isn't just one as in Christianity. He's just modified Christianity. That's all Chiron the Lost did. And I embarrassed him off of YouTube with videos like that 2 years ago. He finally quit. I made fun of his stupid slideshows with Google images and of the Sacred Heart and Jesus, and until he stopped using images in his videos and they just went black. I humiliated him. I didn't report him. So for the Team Evil losers that'll say, you kicked him off YouTube. No, I didn't report his channel at all. I just made response videos until he had so much egg on his face that he ran away from YouTube. That's what happened. Chiron, you're not in my league. You want things to be the way that the Sioux Indians taught him. Mother Earth. Earth is the mother, Chiron believes. Well, what does Earth do to people? Look at what Earth does. It poisons a lot of people. It drowns a lot of people in floods and in rivers. Kills a lot of people with earthquakes and tornadoes and cyclones and hurricanes and tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. The list goes on. There's a lot of poisonous things that come out of the earth that hurt little children. Earth is not a mother. It's a motherfucker, but it's not a mother. It's not a mother that's caring and nurturing towards children, towards adults, towards the elderly, towards animals in the wild. Mother Nature's a motherfucker. Motherfucker. It's not a good place. As much as Chiron wishes it to be a good place and saying the earth, he used to say the earth is Mother Earth's going to have her revenge. She's speaking. Well, fuck your Mother Earth. Save the earth. Save the prison. As soon as I change it to save the prison, people start going, what do you mean? Well, would you walk around in a prison if you were imprisoned saying, we must save the prison? It looks ridiculous. And that's how you look, anyone that says save the earth. You look ridiculous. You're trying to save something that has tortured countless beings. Countless. Dogs, cats, wolves, raccoons, chipmunks. All the types of fish that are just eaten alive and devoured. Everything's tearing everything to pieces here. It's a feeding frenzy. You want to save the earth? Chiron and his kind are some of the most delusional beings on the earth. Absolutely delusional. Because the earth they want to save would devour them limb by limb without hesitation, without a second thought. It would eat them alive. Like somebody being put feet first through a wood chipper. It doesn't care about you. And they don't like to hear that, but it's true. And that's the point. It's not to be cruel, but it's to be saying the truth as it is. The earth doesn't give a fuck about any of us. The earth doesn't give a fuck about wild animals that are supposedly living in nature in a, quote, natural way and not harming the earth. It still is brutal. If you've seen zebras getting their snouts torn off by crocodiles, sorry, not alligators, crocodiles in Africa. Sorry, I've been up all night. I'm also trying to do a couple things at one time. And I should be having breakfast fairly soon. My servants took the day off. I wanted my servants to nigger me up some breakfast, something good. But they're not here, so Team Evil, I'm going to have to spend some of that money I don't have that they claim. They claim I'm on welfare or living in Section 8 or whatever it is, housing, which Canada doesn't even have, but of course they just make up shit, right? Right. Well, I'm going to spend more on my breakfast than Kripali has in her savings account. How about that? Because I'm doing a show here and I don't want to interrupt the show. I do know how to cook. I could fire up the stove and cook up some breakfast, but it would take me away from my laptop and the show. There you go. Kripali, if you're tuned in, you can't afford my breakfast. You can't afford my breakfast. Mad love to you, Louise. I'm glad that you had some giggles. It was great to have you here. Good night, Louise, and hope you have a beautiful sleep. Mad love and take care. It's always fun to have you here. And I'm glad that you like the word magic, the Chiron parody. I'm going to play something here. Give myself a bit of a break for break fast. Breakfast, break fast. Breakfast, break fast. Oh, that's so clever, Chiron. That's so clever. You figured out reality. You figured out reality.
God says, as long as you are not surrendered to me, the law of karma applies. But when you do surrender,
no such thing as karma. It's bullshit. Control mechanism.
My grace will intervene. That grace will burn up your...
Swami, listen to this. Swami.
My grace will intervene. That grace will burn up your sins of endless lifetimes. They will all be burned and gotten rid of. Surrender is not an external act. It's not that by putting on a certain tilak you are surrendered, or going to a certain holy place you are surrendered, or saying a certain mantra you are surrendered. Surrender is a state of our consciousness, and it has different aspects, facets to it. This leads to the question, what is surrender? 6 points need to be fulfilled for surrender. So let's take a look at what these important points are. The first one, anukulyasya sankalpaha. What does that mean? To align your wish with the wish of your Sharanya, whom you are surrendering to, God and Guru. To desire in accordance with the desire of God. Why? Because surrender means to accept you are the servant of God. So the job of the servant is to fulfill the wish of the master. Whatever he wants, that is what I want. Such was the expression of the saints. Mirabai says, if Sri Krishna wishes to make me laugh, I will laugh. If he wishes to make me cry, I will cry. If he wishes to ignore me, who are you? I don't know you. so be it. If he wishes to shower his love and accept me, so be it. But मेरे तो गिरिधर गोपाल दूसरा न कोई, जाके सिर मोर मुकुट मेरो पति सोई. This is the expression of surrender. If we say, oh God, why did you do this to me? Then the surrender breaks. Surrender means whatever the Lord wants. The second point, pratikulyasya varjanam. Don't desire against the desire of God. It is the same thing as the first one. If you desire according to his desire, you will not desire against his desire. But just to confirm it, it has been reversed and negated. As they say, double negative. So first they said desire according to his desire. Now pratikulyasya varjanam. Don't desire against the desire of God. So how do you know what God wants? When you meet him, you can ask him. But before you meet him, you have to gather the wisdom to understand what he wants through the knowledge of the scriptures and the knowledge you receive from the Guru. So does God want us to be irresponsible? Does God want us to be a derelict? Does God want us to be wasteful in our senses, etc., to chase unnecessary pleasures? He doesn't. So don't do it. Very simple. Don't want what God doesn't want. But the problem arises when God gives us a little suffering. When he gives us happiness, nobody complains. Why did I get happiness? Why did my investment in the marketplace go up? Nobody asks this question. But when a little bit of unhappiness comes, immediately we complain. Why did God do this to me? Now the moment that thought comes, it becomes a pratikul sankalp, desiring against the will of God. God says, you do your bit, you do your best, and you leave the results to me. So to accept the results, this is surrender. There is a verse in the Bhagavatam, very powerful verse. Tatte nukampam susamikshamaano bhunjanaevatmakritam vipakam. It states that God's property will become your inheritance. The father's property becomes the inheritance of the child. So God's property will become your daya bhak if you can fulfill these three conditions. So remember these three conditions now. Write them in golden letters in your spiritual diary. Keep waiting for his grace patiently. Don't complain. I have been waiting for so long, he's forgotten all about me. No. The delay is not from his side, it is from our side. Tere karam, karam means kripa. So one devotee says, Tere karam mein kami nahi, tu kareem hai. Kusur mera hai, jhootha ummidwar hu main. We have not prepared ourselves as yet, that is why the delay. So keep on waiting patiently. Bhunjana evatmakritam vipakam. Whatever happiness or distress comes your way, just bear with it peacefully, without complaining. Whatever consequences of your karmas you get, bear with them without complaining. And ridvag vapur bhir, with your mind, with your words, with your body, keep offering your devotion to the Lord. If you can fulfill this, then bhakti becomes your birthright, your inheritance. So this is the second point then, pratikul varjanam. Don't desire against the desire of God. The third one, to always feel that He is protecting me. And so I have got nothing to fear. Why should a little child in the parent's hand feel fear? The child knows. I have seen so many times fathers holding their children on top of the well like this, and the child is laughing, ha 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 ha. Because the child knows that my father is protecting me. So this is a game that is going on. Likewise, we are in the hands of our eternal Father. So what is the need to fear? To have this faith that He is taking care of me. There was once a naval captain who after marriage went with his wife on her first sea voyage. And on the high seas, the ship got caught in a storm. It was tossing with the waves. There was complete pandemonium in the boat. Everybody was panicking. But this captain was calm and peaceful. That impressed his newlywed wife, who said, "My dear husband, this ship is tossing like this. People are all scared to death. You are not scared. I don't see any tinge of fear in you." The captain took out the sword from its sheath and he placed the blade on his wife's head. He said, "My dear wife, the naked blade is on your head. Are you scared?" She said, "Of course not." "Why not?" "The sword is in your hand and you are my well-wisher. Why should I be scared?" The husband said, "Likewise, this ship, I have faith, is in God's hands. And God is my well-wisher. Why should I be scared? Whatever He does, it will be for my well-being. Even if He kills me, it will be just to give me a better birth. Why should I worry?" So, the sign of surrender is that worry disappears. To worry means to that extent we are not yet surrendered. And to be surrendered means to be free of worry. Jahi vidhi rakhe Ram, tahi vidhi rahiye. And this faith in God's protection is the third point in surrender. And then is the fourth point. And what is that? To always feel gratitude for all the little graces that you receive. One is the final grace which will result in liberation from Maya and God realization. That will be the final step. But on the way we receive so many little graces. To feel grateful. The earth that He has created for us, the air that we breathe, now we take it for granted. I breathe air, so what? But you ask the COVID patients whose SpO2 count went down to 85 and below, how difficult they were gasping for mere oxygen. Now that entity without which we cannot survive 5 minutes, God has placed it in free fund all around us. At least feel gratitude that this is a blessing of God. We are breathing oxygen created by Him and we are not paying any taxes. So, one father worked hard for his child. Tell the child, Be grateful to your father. He cut his stomach to feed you. The child says, why should I feel grateful? My father was doing his duty. His father did for him, he's doing for me. That would be considered ingratitude, ungratefulness. So, to appreciate the blessings is gratefulness. Now we say that is prasad, blessing. Another name for it is prasad. Say it's all the prasad of God. You offer food and then you receive it as prasad. But in my opinion, even if you don't offer it, it is still prasad. Because without God's grace, you could never have got it. How did the food get created? It was God's technology that enabled the creation. One lady, she cooked a meal and she brought it for me. So I said, Devi ji, who made this sabzi? She said, Swamiji, I made it. I said, did you make the potatoes or did you make the cabbage? She said, no, my husband got them from the market. I only cleaned them and cooked them. So who made them? It was mud that transformed into edibles for us humans. Now that technology, does anybody else in the world have it? You take a lump of mud and go to Stanford and MIT and any of the Ivy League colleges and tell them, sir, I am interested in setting up a factory. One side we will put mud and the other side we will get the chosen fruit or vegetable. All the Nobel Prize winners in the world will admit defeat. Impossible. So ultimately it's God's technology at work that enables us to get food. It is all His grace. To appreciate the blessings and feel gratitude is the fourth point in surrender. And the fifth point is to keep this sentiment that all I have belongs to the Lord. It is not mine, it is His. Give up the sense of proprietorship. Because we came empty-handed in the world. And we will leave our hands behind and go. Where is the question of taking anything with us? So this concept that this is mine, that is mine, is our misconception. The whole world belongs to the Lord. One of the most charitable people in Indian history who was famous for it was Raja Raghu. He was the ancestor of Lord Ram. So Lord Ram's father was Dashrath of the solar dynasty, and Dashrath's father was Aj, and Aj's father was Raghu. So Raghuvansh name comes after Raghu. Raghu once did Vishvajit Yagya. This Vishvajit Yagya has a rule. Whatever you have to give it all in charity. Nothing must remain. Sa Vishvajitama Jahre Yagyam Sarvasva Dakshinam Adanami Visargaya Satam Vari Muchamiva. So Raghu thought, look, like the clouds gather water from the earth, not for themselves, but to shower it as rain back on the earth. Likewise, as king, I gathered taxes, not for myself, but for the sake of my public. So he did the Vishvajit Yagya and he gave it all away. Now he donned the dress of a beggar, and with a mud bowl he went out to beg his first meal after the Yagya. He went and sat down under a tree. And out there, some of his citizens were sitting. They didn't recognize the king has come. And they were talking, our Raja Raghu, he's nobody like him. He's the most charitable person in history, etc. They were praising him profusely. And those words entered Raghu's ears. He said, hey, what are you all saying? They said, we are praising our king. There's nobody like him. He has given all his possessions in charity. So Raghu said, don't you dare say that again. They said, who are you? He said, Raghu has not given anything, I know. They said, you are criticizing our dear king, who's dearer to us than our life. We'll beat you up. Raghu said, go and ask your king. When he came into this world, did he have anything? All that is in this world, he has acquired. And the whole world belongs to God. So everything that he has belongs to God. This sense of proprietorship, to give it up, is the 5th point of surrender. And the 6th point of surrender is to surrender the pride of having surrendered. To do the good deed and also forsake the pride of it. To think, if I was able to do it, it was God's grace. See, you put in your best efforts. The results will always require your effort and God's grace. But the spirit of devotion is to attribute it all to God's grace. My efforts in this age of Kali, where was the question of getting this intellect of engaging in devotion? If I did come on the path, it was God's blessings that arranged, that connived for it. So, to free yourself from any tinge of pride, you can never settle accounts with God. No matter what you do, the blessings you receive are always His causeless mercy. So, when you surrender, also surrender the pride and attribute any success to divine grace. These 6 points will help us attract grace. So like I said, 2 things are necessary. You put in your effort and divine grace.
Hello. This video is about spiritual creativity and imagination. Bombard them with beauty and madness. Bombard them with beauty and madness. What do I mean by that? Continue watching and listening. Maybe you'll see what I mean. Maybe not. It all depends on who you are. We're not all the same. We're not all the same. Spiritually speaking, we're not all the same. A lot of these other channels don't speak about the spirit. They'll talk about in their heart, in my heart, in the heart. They'll talk about their heart. I notice they don't talk about the spirit. The heart is an organ in the body. And I know they'll say, well, I don't mean that. I don't mean the organ. Well, then why are you using the word for the organ? I don't see anyone saying, in my liver, in my gallbladder. I feel it in my spleen, in my pancreas, in my kidneys, in my intestines. Do you understand? Do you understand? And some of them will say out of the New Age, well, the heart has an energy and a force, a field around it, and this and that, but the heart is going to be here when you leave your body, along with the rest of your body. It's flesh. It's a muscle. It's a pump. It may be more. It may have other abilities, but it's going to be on the ground or buried or burned up and cremated, either buried or cremated in most cases, unless it's underwater and rotting out that way. But that's what's going to happen to your heart, just like your liver, and your kidneys and your pancreas and your stomach and your other organs. Your heart is an organ. But they're always speaking about in my heart. They never speak about the spirit, though. They'll just say they know in their heart when someone's wrong or bad or evil. And they condemn people using their heart. It's fascinating to me how most people don't pick up on that, how many, quote, truthers on channels talk that way. I'm not a truther. I don't group myself in with them. I'm not part of their so-called, quote, unquote, community whatsoever. I'm independent. I'm an individual. I am my own being. I have my own mind and my own spirit, my own thoughts, my own views. Independent. Most of them are a hive mind. You notice that? And when they try to be creative, it's almost always mockery of something or someone else. Almost always. I notice that pattern. And when they laugh, it's more like laughter directed at someone or snickering. It's really sick and sadistic and disturbed. It's another pattern I noticed with these creatures on YouTube with channels. And a lot of times they'll say, oh, he thinks he's better because he thinks he's different. They want to be all the same. They have a lefty mindset, an LGBT type mindset, and the fake equality. We're all equal. We're all the same. We're all this. We think. We, like they got to go we somewhere. It's always we. They never say I, or I am, or I will. It's always we. A lot of them are lefties. They're very sensitive. They're up in their feelings. They think their feelings determine what's true or not in this realm. Their feelings change all the time. But they'll also say my truth and your truth. And your truth, well, that's your truth. My truth is this. They say all this shit, these lefty, new age, fake ass, quote, truthers. I don't even call them baby truthers. Some of them have been around for many years. But they're not trustworthy whatsoever. I don't trust them. I don't trust anyone that vilifies independence and individuality and difference. Difference is beautiful. Difference is beautiful, man. How do I mean difference is beautiful? To be different, to be original, to be unique, and not derivative of someone else, not a copycat, not a follower, not someone trying to mimic others. To be one's own unique being. To be special, unique, one of a kind. These are not wrong. These are good things that have been vilified in this realm in recent years and decades especially. Maybe it wasn't always that way 100 years ago. I don't know. I wasn't around in this realm 100 years ago. But you know why Mozart is remembered? Because he wasn't the same. His genius was unique to him. That's what makes a great composer, a great musician, a great artist, a great poet, a great thinker, a great philosopher, someone who is original, unique, memorable, not the same as the rest, not ordinary, not a copycat. Sameness is actually beyond boring. It's very gross, low level. Often it's detestable, sickening even. Would you get sick of eating the same food every single day if you lived another 40 or 50 years? Would you get sick of it? Because it'd be the same every day. The same food for breakfast, exactly the same for lunch, no difference, and dinner if you have 3 meals a day. And any snacks would just be smaller portions of the same food. And it would be impossible for you to get anything different. See, novelty, difference is the spice of life. Variety, novelty, difference. Being able to have something different. View something different. Hear some different music. Hear something that excites you because you never heard that song before or that band before. Or you've never seen a certain style or type of artwork or an artist's unique vision before. They brought something different, something novel, something unique, something special. Perhaps even something incredibly beautiful or incredibly deep, profound, moving. Something that stirs your spirit. Doesn't just make you feel good for the moment, but gets you remembering it years later, feeling it, remembering it, thinking about it. Something that stays with you, something enduring. I'm going to say that again. Something enduring, whether it's a novel or a painting or a poem or a song. Or maybe even just part of a song. Just a few lyrics from a song. Or just a bass line from a song. Or a certain guitar riff that stays with you. It's carried with you. It's not the same as everything else. It stands out. And so do some beings. Not everyone's from here. This realm of sameness. Sameness can be very sickening. It can be torturous for some. Beyond monotony. I don't want to work in a factory and do the same movement every day and assemble shit on an assembly line. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that for one day. There are people in this realm that are like robots. They don't mind it. They'll say to that outside of their workplace. They could be at home and you could say, do you like your... Just finishing up my breakfast now. Good morning to everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. This is my most recent esoterica video. I'm losing my voice a little bit, so forgive me, people. People. I've been live streaming now for 5.5 hours almost. And the last live stream I had was, I believe it was somewhere over 12 hours. I'm not sure how many hours, but it was over 12. It might have been 13 or more. So it was a longer one for recent streams, but nothing compared to the 144-hour stream marathon that I did at one point. And also my first live stream was 96 hours or 96 and a half, something like that, was my very first live stream. And I had started, when I started it, I had planned to run a test live stream for 10 or 15 minutes. And I don't know why, I just kept going, just kept it going. And it was fun. Imagine that, fun. When they claim that we don't have fun, they claim that we're miserable because we see it as a hell realm. You can still have fun. You can still laugh. You can still have fun. You can still be silly. You can still be joyful. You can still have giggles. You can still have friendships. You can still have lots of things in this hell realm. That doesn't make me attached to this place. I'm just not going to do time like a prisoner. That's not the way, that's not my mindset. And it never has been. Never has been. My whole time within this place of matrix time within this place. I'm going to share this here, drop a link in the chat. But yeah, it's easy to find. I don't have that many videos, and it's my newest video, my Esoterica series. Spiritual creativity and spiritual imagination. So if you want to watch that whole video, you'll have to click on the link or go there. 30 people have liked it, 131 views, which, I mean, it's not great, but it isn't too bad for a channel that has how many? 79 subscribers currently. So not a lot of people have subscribed to El Diablo. I was hoping to have hundreds by now, but that's the way it works. So we have less than 100 people, less than 80 subscribed here so far. Ladies love El Diablo. Maybe it's the males that aren't subscribing. I have a feeling it's more women that are subscribing because they love El Diablo. That's the reality. Ladies love El Diablo. And you know, there's losers on Team Evil that take clips of that. They don't even understand what it means. They're that dumb on Team Evil. They're that stupid. Just like the ones that try to quote me or misquote me with, "You, if you are mad, you are mine." And the second line is part of my tribe. It's from one of my poems from many years before I had this channel. Decades ago, I wrote that. I wrote that about 20-something years ago. And that's the line for the Sanity Machine. And they read that and they go, oh, he means if you're angry. Like stupid Americans think mad equals angry. You know, mad is part of madness. Part of my crazy tribe. I've played with that line various times. I said part of my tribe, part of my crazy tribe. But yeah, if you are mad, you are mine, part of my crazy tribe. I'm not talking about anger. In fact, almost no Canadian uses the word mad as anger. Americans do all the time. I don't think most Americans know any other meaning for the word mad. When they're angry, they say, I'm so mad, I'm so mad, I'm mad. They mean angry. They don't mean anything to do with madness. But most people in this realm, American or not, don't know what madness is. They don't know what sanity is. And they can go to Google and type, what does it mean in the dictionary? They have no idea the original meaning. Thousands of years ago. They have no clue what it means. In terms of poetry, divinity, the madness of the muses. I'm dealing with ignorant, uneducated morons in this realm. And I don't mean my loyal subscribers, my regulars, my mods, obviously. I mean idiots that view my channel for a little while and they never ask, oh, what do you mean by that? They just assume, well, he means if he gets you angry, then you're his. That's what he means. I don't mean that at all. I've never meant that. If you are mad, you are mine, part of my crazy tribe. It's about embracing people who are not the same and sane, that are not followers of the mainstream sanitized system. It's deeper than that, even though. It's a spiritual teaching, which of course goes whoosh right over their heads. Like Tom S. thinks that mad means angry. He thinks I'm trying to make people on my channel angry. Such a dummy. They come up with these stupid assumptions. Fucking dummies. What an idiot. What an idiot. And then somebody, I think it was Rashawn that tried to explain it to him. And he goes, no, but that's a double entendre. He means both by mad. How you're not in my head, Tom S. You don't know what I mean. You haven't read the poem that comes from. You don't know that I wrote poetry for years and years and published poetry. I'm very into creative writing, poetry, drawing, painting, creative things. You're not creative, Tom. You're just a dummy that tries to read shit on the surface and make assumptions and jump to wrong conclusions. You're a dumbass. You're stupid. You're El Stupido. Estupido. El Stupido. I'm going to nickname you El Stupido. El Stupido. You're El Stupido. Little munchkin cell. Little bitch. You little pissant. Anyway, enough about him. I embrace people who are different. Should be obvious by who's on my channel and what we talk about and how people are here. I don't embrace demons. I don't embrace followers. I don't embrace zombies that just follow along with evil and nod their heads and agree with it. I like people who are different. I like people who have convictions, who have morals, a moral compass, people that stand against evil. I like spirits that are different. And you have to have a certain amount of madness and be crazy and different to see what this realm is, to see truly. Because the sane are just followers. They're all the same. They just follow the leader. And they believe whatever they're told. Madness is linked with creativity and divinity. Divinity. It is divine. Divine madness. Divine madness. Plato, not Plato, but Plato knew this, and Socrates. The madness of the muses. Okay, I'm not going to go into this too much. I've covered this various times, I'm sure, over the couple years. Plato. There's a better translation of this, but this'll do. This'll do for what we're going for here. He who without the muse's madness in his soul comes knocking at the door of poesy. I prefer poetry than poesy. Poesy sounds weird. And thinks that art will make him anything fit to be called a poet, finds that the poetry which he indites in his sober senses should be sane, I prefer sane, is beaten hollow by the poetry of madmen. So what he's saying is the most divine poetry is the poetry of madmen, the unconventional, the nonconformists, the rebels, the rebel. The archetype of a poet is a rebel, a rebellious thinker, a creator of something unique and different, novel, beautiful, not a copy, not a copycat. That's what he was getting at. And it's spiritual. It's a spiritual teaching. Now, whether Plato was a real being or not, they might have made him up for all we know. He could be a fiction. So could Socrates and Aristotle. But especially people tend to think Socrates was an invention and not a real being. Okay? Madness is a divine release of the soul from the yoke of custom and convention. The madness of love is the greatest of heaven's blessings. Carl Jung wrote, if you do not know what divine madness is, suspend judgment and wait for the fruits. So I studied all of these things over the years and decades. I have some books by Plato on my bookshelf. I've studied Carl Jung. I've studied philosophers and psychologists and poets, above all poets and artists, lyricists, writers, painters, sculptors. I want to understand beauty. I want to understand madness. I want to understand genius. So I studied geniuses. Imagine that, the madness of studying geniuses in order to understand genius, and studying madmen and madness and being a madman of my own. Maybe one day you'll understand. Maybe you never will. But I have it. It's ingrained in most people. They think madness equals violence. They think madness equals what the mainstream media programmed you to believe. They think it's everything other than what it always has been since ancient days, if they even existed in this matrix. I love my madness, and some people will never understand that. They'll never understand. And I'm fine with that. I don't expect understanding. But to misrepresent who I am and what I am is not something that I just tolerate. I'm going to push back against that, obviously. These smear campaigns. But if people want to believe lying losers, so be it. Anyway, Aristotle, no great mind has ever existed without a touch of madness. Well, I don't just have a touch of madness, Aristotle. I'm the whole madhouse on fire. I don't mind people calling me crazy or a madman. It's all a compliment. Just don't call me sane. I'm not sane. I'm not the same. I'm not sanitized like toilet bowl cleaner. That's what you use to sanitize shit, is chemicals. This realm is sanitized. It's driven by sanity. It's a sanity machine. It's a sanity machine, this realm that you're in. I came up with that in the 1990s, calling it a sanity machine, the sanity machine. Anyway, maybe one day you'll see, maybe you never will. But if you could see what I'm saying and understand it, I think you would have a clear picture of what this place is. Beyond just a little piece here, a little piece there, suffering. Yeah, I noticed this, I noticed that, but a real clear picture, a moment of true spiritual clarity, I would say. I would describe it as a moment of not just a moment, an image of true spiritual clarity of what this realm is. And once you have that in your consciousness and see it with your spiritual being or your spiritual eyes, as I sometimes call them, and I don't mean the eyeballs here on the face, I mean your spiritual eyes, where you don't need these to see. You can see very well out of body without these eyeballs in your head. Anyways, I'm sorry. I gotta text someone. They're texting me. I will be right back. I'll play something for you here. Let's go back here to this. Just give me a minute or a few minutes. I'll be right with you.
This effort to grow is a Luciferian light deception. Yeah. Nathani, great to see you. Thank you for coming in. To refine gold, it must go through a furnace, then comes pure. This is the deception, though, my friend. These are the little mind stories that we have so much to go through. You still got to do it, you know? This is the hamster on the wheel. You got to go through this and that. Then you'll be whole again. Then you'll return to yourself. You got to go through, now you got to go through hell to get to hell. See the big game, my friends? Then it makes you accept, well, this is, I'm going to, man. This whole nightmare is temporary, and hopefully I will one day leave it all forever. I never to do it again. What's up, No Name? Much.
They're all about feelings. They never look at the evidence. They just say, I'm sorry you feel that way. That's what Lindis just said to the person. So it's all about feelings. That's what they are. They don't care what someone suffered and what they see. They'll just say, I'm sorry you feel that way. You get what I'm saying? Very dismissive. Many New Agers are very dismissive. You could be in hell suffering with a disease or dying in a hospital and at hospital bed or somewhere where you don't even get the medication you need. Let's say the pain management. And they'll just say, I'm sorry. If you say this is hell, they'll say, I'm sorry you feel that way. Like it's just a feeling. Like, no, we have evidence to show what this realm is. Where's the evidence? It's all around you. It's what most people never look at because they're just wandering around in a trance in the matrix. They never look at it. They're not awake like they claim to be. We are awake. It's right above them. They're not awake. They're sleepwalking at best. At best. And what do I mean by at best? Well, at worst, they're psychopaths. They have no empathy, no care for the suffering of anyone else in this realm. So it's not just that they're asleep. Maybe he isn't completely asleep. But in terms of care for other beings, he doesn't give a shit. Not a shit. He calls it heaven as people are burned alive right near him, his neighbors in Malibu. Or Lindis's neighbors at her house. It's not his place.
Gratitude. It was there to keep you from the truth you already are. Suffering that helps us grow versus suffering.
That's the wrong there, Lindis. Should be THERE, not THEY apostrophe RE. It's okay, though. I know people make mistakes and all that kind of stuff. That's fine. But there are sometimes patterns that indicate someone isn't quite as intelligent as they believe themselves to be. Do I think that Lindis is very intelligent? No. Do I think Ian is? Definitely not. Definitely not. I think Lindis is probably, in terms of IQ, higher than Ian. And Ian is pretty fucking low. I don't even think he's average.
Suffering that keeps us in a loop. We'd have to get in the discussion, my friend. 1 second. I've gotten deep on this, and I don't know if, yeah. Just because you came out of suffering some way, somehow, and you're a better person now, doesn't mean you needed the suffering, that it was required for your return. This is the Matrix game, too, that they get us in. This is the loop that we're in with this death illusion and this death game and embracing this death thing. This is where they get us to loop in the Matrix. We got more suffering to go. We have to learn more. And suffering is the big game going on. But yeah, I went through, we go through sufferings in our life and we rise above it and we become better or whatever. That doesn't mean it was required and needed. And we couldn't be whatever. We couldn't rise above or become whatever we are now without some parasite parasiting off of us. That was required. This is the parasitic matrix thought game that we're in the mind game. You need this. And then the parasite loves that mind state because the parasite now has an out where it's like even convinces itself, well, I'm just here to help you return, to give you your lesson. So I am the teacher. This is the new age game. where now the parasite becomes our teacher and we need it to grow. What about remembering right here and now? And we need nothing outside of ourselves for that, especially suffering. I like that. Very powerful.
I like that. He said, I like that. Very powerful. Powerful. What was so powerful about that?
Especially suffering.
Nude Guru, one of his moderators, said, ignore the distractions and see what remains. Oh, it's so powerful. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, how mind blowing is that? These fucking new age losers. Oh, it's just something that could be picked from that new age bullshit generator. Pathetic.
I like that. Very powerful. Very true. Why?
Here's Lindis. Why must we grow when we are whole and nothing touches this? Yeah, nothing touches this. And there's nowhere to go, Lindis. This is the best place that exists in any universe or anywhere. This little tiny thing that you're in right now is the best thing ever, is their view, right? There's nowhere to go, Ian said. There's nowhere else to go. What if you found out that this was just like a little snow globe of a hell realm on a desk, and there's infinite places to explore and create, and you're limiting yourself to this shithole? Wouldn't you feel stupid? Wouldn't you at least feel a little bit embarrassed if you finally found that out, if you had millions of lifetimes here and somebody came into this realm and said, you know what, you're kind of limiting yourself to a shithole. You're praising a sewer. You don't even realize how shitty it is where you are, and it's much better out there. So much better. In fact, the place that you're praising shouldn't even exist. It's so stinky and terrible and bad and set up in a wrong way and very wrong and cruel and brutal and gross. Just the grossness of it, and dirty, and everything gets dirty in it. And you started to think, wait a second, am I really living in a sewer and praising a fucking sewer? And then this weirdo, this strange being from outside of this snow globe, said to you, why is all your food here grown in shit? And you started to scratch your head going, what? That can't be true. I don't know how food's grown. I've lived in Los Angeles or some fucking city or some big city in California. I don't know how food's grown. How is food really grown? You mean they actually spray shit on the crops to grow food? And they said, yeah, look at the video. Here, yeah, go out there. You don't even have to trust YouTube. Some of you are so paranoid, you think, well, that's not real. Go out to the country and watch them. Spray the muck, spray the manure, spray the shit. Cow shit, pig piss, liquid, and it is potent. You can smell it for miles. And I'm not exaggerating one bit. You don't even have to be on the same road as the farmer when they spray that. You can smell it. The smell carries for miles. Some of you haven't been out in the country. You're scratching your heads going, they really do that? They really spray our food with shit? They spray the crops, and that's how it grows, out of shit? And you'll say, I heard mushrooms grow that way, but I didn't know that all the food really grows that way. Is that true? Do they grow soybeans for us soy boys that way? Do they grow corn that way for the cattle? And peaches and cream and other varieties of corn for humans, they'd eat corn on the cob and edible corn grown for humans? Do they really grow it in shit? What about carrots? What about potatoes? What about bell peppers? What about this? What about that? Green beans and peas. What about all this stuff? All these veggies that people think are so healthy and just love it. Well, it's all grown in shit. What? Yeah, it's all grown in shit. But this can't be. This is a good place, Stephen. Mother Earth, and this can't be a sewer. You can't be right, Stephen. You can't be telling the truth. It can't be. Well, it is. Well, what about what the grass that the cattle graze on? That's not shit. Oh, they spray that with shit too? Yeah, that's how the grass grows. Otherwise, the grass would stop growing if the cattle kept grazing and grazing, whether it's cows or sheep or goats. Eventually, it just won't grow anymore. They have to replace that nitrogen and all the shit, all the nutrients in the ground, or the ground won't even be able to grow grass. So they spray it with shit? Yeah. Yeah, they do. They spray it with the animal shit. But they call it manure. It sounds better. Because then people say, well, manure is not shit. Is it? Yeah, I bet that fools millions of people, just that. They'll say, well, it's not shit, it's manure. Just give them a different word for the same thing and it fools people. That's how dumb the average idiot is out there in this realm. I'm not kidding about that. Ask somebody in the city, how do they grow food? They don't know. They don't know anything. Ask a dumbass in the supermarket, and unless they've gone to a farmer's market and know that farmers grow it, they might have a chance of knowing. If they say, yeah, once a week I go to the farmer's market, and just try to get an answer out of them. How is food grown? So what food do the cattle eat? It's all grown in shit. So if you eat meat, all of their food was grown in shit. And human shit too. Humanure. Humanure, they call it. I'll type that in the chat for people. Look into it. I've shown it various live streams. They call it humanure or biosolids. What do they call sewage treatment plants these days? They call them water reclamation plants. It sounds a lot better. And they usually name them after someone in your city or a politician or somebody. They give it a name as well, just like they name buildings. They do the same shit with sewage treatment plants, at least in Canada. They name them. They make them sound better. They even make dumps into parks. It's buried with garbage. They'll just put a park's name on it. People don't know their children are playing over fucking a landfill with methane gas and everything else. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But people don't realize it. They don't realize nothing leaves this place. It all gets recycled. All of it, including spirits, unless you take proactive measures to get your ass or your spiritual ass out of here. Now, why do I mention recycling? Because if you understood that everything here gets recycled, then you might start saying, maybe spirits too. Water does. Every raindrop does. It's all recycled in this realm. Not just at these water reclamation plants, but by the realm itself. Groundwater, lakes, ponds, rivers, condensation, evaporation, it all gets recycled. Round and round it goes. So does the waste, shit, piss, garbage, including the things that people say, oh, those don't, baby diapers, they'll take 20 million years or 1,000 years. No, the earth eats everything. It came out of the earth, dummy. What about plastics? That came out of the earth too. And then people used chemistry to make it into plastic. But the ingredients, the materials for plastic came out of the earth. They didn't come from another world. They're from here, Earth. So are the baby disposable diapers that people worry about. Same as concrete. Sometimes people freak out if somebody dumps extra concrete somewhere. Well, it came out of the earth to begin with. Where the fuck do you think it came from? Where do you think this stuff comes from? Where do you think steel comes from? Iron, ore, brass, you name it. Out of the ground. Mined out of the ground. Metal is mined out of the ground. And then it's made that way into steel. and these steel plants smelting it. But yeah, everything here is here. People say, you're ruining the earth. With what? It all came from the earth. How can I ruin the earth? I can't. I can't ruin the earth even if I wanted to while I'm in this place by throwing stuff out. Do I like litter on top of the ground? No, I don't. But in terms of what the earth does, it consumes everything. It will consume a car. If you buried a whole car, you took the car or a school bus, you buried it, eventually, given enough time, it might take 500 years, it might take 1,000 years, but eventually the earth devours that whole thing. The worms do, the rust does, corrosion. It will disappear. It will eat that. People say that's wrong, though, to put that on the earth. Well, it came out of the earth. That's where the rubber and steel came from. And the glass, people are shaking their heads right now, and the oil in it and everything else. You can shake your head. Some people lurking could shake your head till you break your goddamn neck. But you should do some work. It all came out of the earth. All of it. Including the stuff that people call toxic came out of the earth. Radioactive material out of the earth. I don't believe the official story at all. Look up Waylon Ginzer. Galen Windsor. Sorry. Waylon Ginzer. Galen Windsor. Sorry. I've been up all night, so forgive my slip of the tongue. Galen Windsor. Winsor. He ate uranium. He used to swim in the cooling pools. Anyway, oh man. It all comes out of the earth. Mother Earth, save the earth. Save the earth. Oh, people in this realm are so deceived, and they have such egos. They think they know it all. They believe they have it all figured out. They don't know anything about where they are. They don't have a clue. A lot of them haven't spent 10 minutes doing work instead of decades looking into this and figuring it out. They've done no work at all.
Why must we grow when we are whole and nothing touches this? What's up, black hole? Thank you, Natane. I appreciate that. I agree. Growth to learn. Thank you. Thank you. Gratitude, Natane. Growth to learn is Luciferian false light deception. Growth or suffering to learn. Yeah, we have nothing to learn, people. We forgot. Whoa. Yeah, I agree with you. I'll come back to that. We have been thinking we are the false AI God ego. Exactly. I don't know. I pulled myself out a lot of nonsense. This is hard to describe, my friend. And I'm getting into this state of true being more and more. But when I'm really in the no thoughts and mind program, and I can't put this into words at all, and I'm not going to do any justice. But even when you try to get out of the thoughts of mind, you're in the thoughts of mind, battling the thoughts of mind. It's super deep. But when you're really in that space with no thoughts or mind, like where it can't even come in, or if it's even trying to, you don't even, it has no way of coming in, and you're not even thinking, I have no thoughts right now. The mind isn't operating right now. Let me try to get to know. I don't know if I'm making sense, but when you really get to that space, this matrix starts dissolving. Like I'm on a psilocybin journey or something. You see things energetically for what it is. There's no language, there's no thoughts, but then you have no thoughts that there's no thoughts. The mind isn't telling you that the mind's not. I mean, am I making sense, people? I mean, this is where it's at, that true stillness. I don't need a language. I don't need anything outside of me. I am there right now. You know, there's no labels or nothing on nothing. I am just existence in my true state of being. There's no past, no future. There's no death or birth. There's none of this stuff going on. There's no labels to give, nothing. I just am existing.
Sounds like he's controlled by entities and deceived. That's what it sounds like to me. I just created this meme. You can believe this is the best place ever, anywhere. You can stay here in this hell realm, bracket, and believe it's great, and bracket, forever and ever if you want to. Hashtag choose wisely. I summed up what he and Indus, what Ian and Lindis can do. I'm tripping up a lot this morning. I'm sorry, people. Pardon me. I'm sorry. Sorry. But I'm having trouble speaking this morning, but I'm kind of half awake physically and half asleep or sleepy and tired. Anyway, they can choose to stay here forever and ever if they want to. And that's another, this is a message that I want to put out there. I'm not forcing anybody to leave this realm. When some people say he wants to make, no, I don't want to make. If Ian and Lindis and others, thousands or millions of others, want to stay here, you can stay here. I'm not trying to force you to leave. For the lurkers that, oh, he wants to do that, you can stay here forever and ever and ever if you want to. That'll be no problem. It won't hurt me at all, you staying here, and it doesn't bother me. Okay, I'm not trying to force you to leave. You can stay here. If you think this is the greatest place ever, if you're so small-minded and you have almost zero imagination, you believe this place is fantastic, you can stay here and delude yourself for eternity. Go ahead. That's your choice. It's not mine to make for you. It's up to you. And don't blame it on me if you make that choice. But it says at the bottom, hashtag choose wisely. And I put that on so many things, trying to get through to people with very simple to understand slogans. Choose wisely, choose freedom are a couple. Calling evil, team evil, because it is a team. These things make sense if you look at them. Hashtag Viking strong. Viking strong. Does that mean that you have to be Nordic, that your heritage has to be Norwegian or Icelandic or Swedish? The Swedes these days are wimps, but they didn't used to be. The system has changed what they are drastically. The Danish, the Norwegians. It's unfortunate. But that's not what I mean by Viking strong. Talking about the Vikings of old. Viking strong, not anything modern, not anything watered down. The Vikings of old as an archetype. Be Viking strong as a spirit, as a warrior, as someone who doesn't just back down because they call you a fucking name. Just like they try me, they'll say he's a racist, he's a sexist, he's a misogynist, he's a transphobe, he's homophobic, he's blah blah blah, is Islamophobic. They call me everything because of this channel and my other channel and whatever channels I'm running. And my videos, they call me everything. Does that stop me from speaking? Does it make me coward? Does it make me take duct tape and put it over my mouth and say, I'm not going to say anymore and silence me? No, it doesn't. That doesn't stop me. The words that they say don't stop me. I just brush it off and say, fuck you. Sometimes, a lot of times I don't respond. Sometimes I do respond, though. Especially if I think there's a moment. If there's I wanted to say a teachable moment, but that sounds kind of gay, to be honest. Teachable moment. If it can help people see through the bullshit, their tactics, then sometimes I will cover it so that people can understand, okay, well, this is what they do. They call not only me, but others racist and everything else, trying to silence us and trying to influence others to hate us. It's a tactic that they use.
And kind of this, I don't want to say oneness, but kind of this oneness with the truth, though.
Oneness. Let's listen to this. This is great stuff by Ian.
To give nothing. I just am existing. And kind of this, I don't want to say oneness, but kind of this oneness with the truth, though. Not the oneness of everything's one, like a true dissolve into the truth. And
yeah, you want everything to dissolve, but you're still here physically in this hell realm. That's the funny part. You think you've escaped the matrix, but you're still here
in existence. But like the truth, not all this new age nonsense. I'm talking about this deep words given no justice. So I'm trying.
He's talking about this deep. Well, that's his favorite word. Deep, deep, deep. Deep people. Deep people. Much love people. Much love people. Deep people.
Their game, their rules. Outside of that, we have nothing to do with it. We need 0 lessons. Yeah. So what's up, my friend? We'll stick in the comments.
Look what his friend Blue Pac-Man said. God sends us a storm and flushes out all the chemtrails to bring a beautiful day the next day. Oh, yeah. Really? Your God doesn't do anything to fix this mess. Nothing. Nothing.
Section. God sent. Thank you for the comments. I really appreciate everybody's comments coming in. This is interesting. God sends a storm and flushes out all the chem to the trails to bring a beautiful day the next day. Storm is suffering. Clear blue skies is beauty. The next day, truth stares us in the face. Yeah, I don't agree, my friend. I don't agree. So the suffering is a state of being. I don't know if a storm coming is now there's suffering and there's clear blue skies and it's beauty. I mean, I've sat in beautiful nature and clear blue skies and just amazingness with no matrix games being put in. I was in my own hell. I see people in their own hell, surrounded by beautifulness, having abundance outside of them.
What's wrong with this fucking moron that says amazingness and beautifulness? He's so low IQ. He's just so fucking low IQ.
Everything that they need. And in hell, I've seen it the other way around where someone has nothing or they're surrounded by matrix machines and the trails and all, and they're in heaven in their own state of being. They made that choice. So I'm not going to let something external determine my internal. This is the big game. This is the mirror it wants to reflect back to you. It wants to show you this is hell. So you say,
it's all amazingness, people. It beautifulness. It beautifulness in the present moment. It's all in the present moment. The present moment. It's all in the present moment.
this is hell. Now it's really got you in this game. So you could do whatever you want outside of me. I'm not going to let it reflect who I am internally. That's the choice we have. Once we do, now you're in hell, or you're in a false heaven, looking at things blindly. You're at one side of the coin, charging the matrix. Negative, positive battery charge. You know? What's up, JJ? What's up, bro? Appreciate you, my friend, very much. When we are sick, we vomit suffering, but that suffering is a flushing of the stomach to bring us over the sick. So so this is, my friend, this is a word game we're playing where vomiting, now you're putting that suffering on when my body is in dis-ease, it's purging itself of the toxins or whatever it is, and in different ways, like you're saying here. And that suffering, I wouldn't call that suffering. I would just call it my body's healing itself or something.
All right, I'm going to hop on over here to Moon Nest. It's one of our subscribers here, not just on the Sanity Machine, but on here on El Diablo channel. She needs more subscribers. 86 subscribers. Should be way more than that. Way more is an understatement. Moon Nest Amnesia. I just noticed this was released 2 days ago. And I'm going to subscribe here with my El Diablo channel. I'm going to play this. I'm going to share this with you. I haven't heard this song before.
Woke up hungover, need a little of water. My vision is blood. Case of mind over matter. What is done is done. Getting closer and closer to your body, to your soul. Only
Wow, that was amazing. The song is Amnesia by Moon Nest. And Moon Nest is a musician, hashtag indie rock here. And she is part of my channel. She's a regular on my channel. She's viewed many of my videos and been on my live streams. And I have shared her music in the past. That was fantastic. That's powerful stuff. That hit me. You're obsessed with me. I'm so glad I'm not like you. You're obsessed with me. I'm not just like anyone, but you're obsessed and you're mental. And you belong here in this realm. The troll in the chat room. You're obsessed with me. You just create 10 accounts a day and keep coming here. I'm so glad I'm not like you. I'm so glad I'm not like you, you pathetic little piece of shit. Anyway, beautiful song by Moon Nest. I shared the link in the chat for good spirits. And for evil demons, you'll just stay here. You're not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. For the evil demons, this is where you belong. Is here in this realm. You're not leaving.
And what Diane just said about the motivation.
Become extinct.
So
it fights back. And a Y chromosome, and when it, like you said, when an entity faces extinction, it fights back. And a lot of men are fighting back. And that is also why there are a lot of agendas going on in different governments around the world who are encouraging women to reproduce exponentially, because the Y chromosome is facing deletion. So it feels like it needs to carry on its lineage and reproduce even more so that it doesn't become extinct.
So people should watch my video from last week, because I don't have all my special notes with me that I held up in my little ball. You remember? So please watch the video from last week. But I would also encourage a necessity of female celibacy right now. You all have heard that I'm part of a secret society that plans to continue the divine human. So that is my priority. So I would say that it's incredibly important, given what Diane just said about the motivations of the Y.
So she admits to being part of a secret society. Divine, I wouldn't want us. I wouldn't want a realm populated by Lolitas and ones who look like that. Look like that, have beliefs like hers, hate men the way she does, lie the way she does, grift. I she wants this to carry on forever, this realm. But it's not going to.
Y chromosome right now, they're not going to be right in their minds. Okay, they just can't. It's degraded much faster when this kind of solar event happens. And both Diane and I have spoken about, you know, awareness of being in a parking lot and a group of young men, and they feel predatory to me, like the predator mind, which I said I was going to.
A group of young men in a parking lot feels predatory to her. She fears men and she hates men. She really does. Hello, Traders World. Good to see you. Just give me a second, everyone. I want to just hide El Diablo just for a minute so you can see this. Within the last 166 million years, the human Y chromosome has lost most of its 1,600 genes at a rate of nearly 10 per million years. At this pace, the Y chromosome is expected to vanish in about 4.5 million years. This isn't unexpected. Well, this is what the mainstream says. Do you believe it? I don't. I think it's another psyop. 166 million years. It sounds like another fucking psyop, another fear program. But she believes it because it fits what she wishes to happen. Lolita wants that to happen. She wants men and the Y chromosome to go extinct. That's what she wants because she fears men. She's a damaged woman. She's mental. Okay?
That I'm part of a secret society.
About this, like, hey, they don't need you anymore. And, this, dating apps are declining. Like, women don't want to date anymore. They don't want to deal with this. And some men are seeing this and they're acknowledging this and they're really like blown away. And some men are not understanding what's going on at all. And they're really frightened. And like you said, they're in panic mode. And when the Y chromosome and when it, like you said, when an entity faces extinction, it fights back. And a lot of men are fighting back. And that is also why there are a lot of agendas going on in different governments around the world who are encouraging women to reproduce exponentially because the Y chromosome is facing deletion. So feels like it needs to carry on its lineage and reproduce even more so that it doesn't become extinct.
So people should watch my video from last week because I don't have all my special notes with me that I held up in my little ball. You remember? So please watch the video from last week. But I would also encourage a necessity of female celibacy right now. You all have heard that I'm part of a secret society that plans to continue the divine human. So that is my priority. So I would say that it's incredibly important, given what Diane just said about the motivations of the Y chromosome right now. They're not going to be right in their minds. Okay, they just can't. It's degraded much faster when this kind of solar event happens. And both Diane and I have spoken about, awareness of being in a parking lot and a group of young men, and they feel predatory to me, like the predator mind, which I said I was going to get into last week. So I was in a Big Lots parking lot, meeting a woman who was selling me an antique table, and she was scared too. She was afraid to get out of her car. There was like a mob of young males that felt to me like they were looking for danger. They were looking for something. And because of what is in the gonads of, I would say, over 90% of the male population right now, you need to be vigilant all the time and be aware for your daughters also, please, that they're moving certain populations right now around the world. And I think there is an impetus on behalf of these governments, actually, to cause those kind of scenarios where women get pregnant and they did not consent to that pregnancy. So I want you all to be ready. Like when I was walking this week, I always have a certain type of spray in my pocket and a horse whip, which I'm pretty handy with. But when I was walking, I met another woman on the trail who was carrying a metal golf club. And she had it up over her shoulder, and she looked like she meant business because she was going to take a walk, darn it, whether there were snakes on the trail or not. You know what I mean? Okay? So women should be vigilant to remain celibate and talk to your daughters. Tell them that there is a pathogen and they cannot be intimate with the population that is, period. What
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I want to talk more about celibacy. This is not some kind of weird, unusual thing. This is actually a big movement. There is a massive movement of women, and funny enough, they're on TikTok. Those of you who are not on TikTok, should explore and get on there. And there are hundreds of thousands of women on there talking about how they are happy to be single, happy to be celibate, and they are also organizing their own communities of women to live together and talking about how do we create community among women. Women are separating from men. This is happening. This is snowballing, and you are not alone. So this is not some kind of weird thing where it's only a few of us. This is huge, and it's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And women are realizing that they do not need men for survival, for happiness, for fulfillment, and they are seeking the company of other women in community. So if you feel alone and if you want to, kind of explore and see how other people are talking about this in different contexts, I highly suggest you just, sign up for TikTok. And I'm not affiliated with TikTok, by the way, but, get on there and just start exploring. And these are young women. These are women in their 20s, in their 30s and higher and up, 40s, 50s, 60s, who have, divorced women who have been single all their lives, and they are celebrating it. And they it's not an insult anymore to be called single or a spinster. It's actually like, no, I'm free. I'm independent. I can travel anywhere I want. I can live anywhere I want. I can make my own money. I can wake up to a peaceful household. So this is a massive, massive movement. So if you feel alone, you're not alone.
That's so great for people to know, because often, the measures of success here have to do with whether you're in a relationship or not. And people say to me, oh, where did you find Claude? Did you get him at Kmart? Like, how much was he? It's that kind of weird. Like, I'm like, are you kidding? Like, oh my gosh, we've been through hell and back, as I have said, died 1,000 deaths. And I will make my own videos on that to explain that, because I am open to working with people who are in partnerships. But I also want to indicate, like, being alone doesn't mean that we're not heterosexual. So I need you to know that this is a warrior stance. Like, this is a necessary stance that women no longer compromise and no longer be assaulted. Like, I'm not compromising in any way, folks. I have a boundary line that's incredible. All right. And a lot of people have called me a bitch or whatever you want to call me, or say that I'm a transgendered person because I'm so strong, or however you want to try and take me down. Yeah, I see you. And all of the people who are very upset about a woman who can speak. Yeah, okay. I don't see you speaking, and I don't see you having any content, but you can try and take me down. Okay. So that's basically the model that I see. Like, you have nothing intelligent to say, but you want to poke holes in everything about me. That to me is a predator mind. That's the predator mind right there. Like, I'm going to ruin you. I'm going to make you look bad, call you a transgender. You don't know anything. So women have a different kind of intelligence. And so when you look at the IQ scores, it's not that we're always operating above 115. I mean, I think I'm operating at 140, You know, back when I was tested, I think it was 160. I think I was the top of the top. And only at that level is it clear that I use my intuition to pass those tests. People, and I've discussed this before, like when I'm taking a test, I'm using my intuition. Like, what does the test want as an answer? And Diane was kind of getting into that when she was dealing with men, because there's always this subconscious thing under here that they actually want from you. And for a woman, that's how I take a test. I'm like, well, what are they really asking? What do they really want from me?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and I also want to touch on the sexuality part. And yes, you know, us women now we're in this sort of dilemma situation where we are still heterosexual women, these single celibate women who are opting out of dating. We are heterosexual and we are still attracted to men. However, we don't find them attractive anymore, meaning their character has degraded to such a degree that we cannot find suitable partners to be with in a home. And so because of that situation, we are alone now. We are alone, but not lonely. We are fulfilled and happy, and we are happy to be alone and connecting with other like-minded, similar women. And there's a whole other trend where recently there has been a conversation about a male loneliness epidemic. And this really shows how needy and emotional and broken these men are, because they cannot be alone. They have this biological need to mate, to reproduce, to control a woman, enslave a woman, have a woman around her. And this is also reflected in business. You know, in business, men need an incredible amount of attention, an incredible amount. And so that's part of what I help women with, is figuring out when men are communicating, like, do they just need attention right now? Do they just need you to be there and listen? Like, it may be a meeting that is completely like unnecessary from like an execution point of view and like from a business standpoint, but the man may actually just need you because he cannot be alone. And so, you know, it's very, you know, it's hard. It's hard for men because they are breaking down, and they're lonely because women are not attracted to them. They are done with dealing with all of their abusive tendencies, and they can't be alone with themselves in their personal lives and in business lives. And they're actually projecting this as something that women are doing to them. But we are not doing anything to them. You have done it to yourself because of your abusive, narcissistic, horrific tendencies and what you have put women through and suppressed women's powers for millennia. So women are not, you know, out to get revenge. We are just remembering who we are, remembering our powers, and recognizing that we are actually superior, like you said, in our intellect. It has been scientifically proven that women have more brain cells and more neural activity than men. And this is why men, for example, cannot multitask. And they can only focus on one specific thing at a time in business. And this is not a judgment, this is a fact. Men cannot multitask, while women can handle many things going on at once, whether it's in the home or in the business world. So men just need to, you know, not be projecting or upset or angry. I mean, these are facts. And they need to recognize that women are here to help repair the damage that they have created over this time.
Yeah, geez. So the multitasking thing I want to go into a little bit. So, and because I live with a man, I'm able to speak with him about this all the time. He can only focus on like one thing. If he's raking, he's raking. If he's carrying wood, he's carrying wood. If I'm carrying wood, I am also fixing the cosmos. So, this is like, so I know this is what Diane's talking about. If I'm carrying wood or I'm weeding the garden or whatever needs to happen, I'm also fixing the cosmos. One thing, if he's raking, he's raking. If he's carrying wood, he's carrying wood. If I'm carrying wood, I am also fixing the cosmos. So, this is like, so I know this is what Diane's talking about. If I'm carrying wood or I'm weeding the garden or whatever needs to happen, I am also thinking about my sessions and the next video that I'm going to make and my research and like the cosmic situation. And I'm also clearing bad guys. Like I was on a call with Diane yesterday with some like bad guys and I was like, oh wait, I got to tell them to fuck off. Like, so that's how a woman's.
When I'm doing any manual labor, I'm daydreaming about other things. When I used to mow the lawn as a boy at my parents' house when growing up, I would think about all sorts of things. Daydream, create things, write poetry. I do all sorts of things while I'm doing something. This is just such nonsense, and it's sickening. But it is what a lot of women are turning into. Maybe not as extreme as Lolita, but close. Egomaniacs, narcissists, delusional. And they can stay here in this realm and see how bad this place gets. I don't think that, actually, I'll go this far. I don't know if there's a single person on my channel that really sees how bad this place will get the way I see it. I don't know if there's a single one on my channel, not just on El Diablo, but on the Sanity Machine. I don't know if I've met a single person in this lifetime in this realm that knows how bad this can get here. Because a lot think it's bad now. You ain't seen nothing yet. You don't have any idea. And some of you, it would be awesome if it would click in and you'd say, oh, that's why Stephen pours so much time, effort, energy into this. He really does know that this is important. He really understands that getting this out, he's trying to help people get out of a place that's going to be a true hell. But I don't think most see it. But some will see it when it happens, and then it's too late. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just saying, you want to follow Lolita? I've told people hundreds of times here, choose wisely. And some are going to choose what you see on the screen. This is what they're going to choose. And I already know. I'm not guessing. There are people that will choose what's on the screen. You have at it. Go ahead. It doesn't hurt me. Some of you are confused. There are people that come to my channel believing and trying to hurt me. They hope somehow that they can hurt me for sharing the most important truth topics that can be shared. That's how fucked up this realm is. And some of you don't realize it. You don't realize it. You're in for a rude awakening one day. There's quite a few on my channel that will be.
Yeah, geez. So the multitasking thing I want to go into a little bit. So, and because I live with a man, I'm able to speak with him about this all the time. He can only focus on like one thing. If he's raking, he's raking. If he's carrying wood, he's carrying wood. If I'm carrying wood, I am also fixing the cosmos. So, this is like, so I know this is what Diane's talking about. If I'm carrying wood or I'm weeding the garden or whatever needs to happen, I am also thinking about my sessions and the next video that I'm going to make and my research and like the cosmic situation. And I'm also clearing bad guys. Like I was on a call with Diane yesterday with some like bad guys and I was like, oh wait, I got to tell them to fuck off. Like, so that's how a woman's brain works, man. And it's not like we're trying to get you. It's that really, even in some of my client sessions, the woman lives separately from the man. Like they're still like legally somehow arranged, which is a ridiculous thing anyways. But She cannot be in the same part of the house because also the frequency needs to change and women need to upgrade. So when we go through the sun, and we're going to, you need to be at light speed plus. You need to be vibrating so fast that your intellect is that gigantic cosmic intellect. And for Claude, I know he's just going to follow me. I mean, basically, I'm going to go through, be like Aurora says, the first person on the dance floor. I am not remotely worried about this. I'm going through, and Claude is probably going to be a little bit hesitant. He's not, and so he will follow. And so this whole thing is like, this is imperative, folks. Like, if you're being weighed down by any consciousness, but particularly an abusive male consciousness right now, and you're afraid to have like a session in front of him or speak your truth in front of him, and you have to close the door, or like Diane said, he needs your attention because he's a little baby boy and he's afraid you're going to leave him if you're talking to the astrologer, and he's just like interrupting nonstop to talk to you about something that he already like discussed with you 10 times, but because he's a baby boy and he's afraid you're going to leave him, he's going to interrupt your session with your female friend who's trying to talk about cosmic things because he's afraid he's going to be left behind. That's what's going on, ladies.
Yeah, and I also want to add, they are also not connected as we are to their intuition. It's very, very hard for them to connect to that inner wisdom, that inner intuition. It's not innate. It's not natural. Like women have a natural connection that obviously has to be worked on and strengthened over practice and years, but men don't have that. So they are more focused on the empirical and the
evidence against the bullshit they're spewing. The Y chromosome, which is male, women are XX, they don't have a Y chromosome. The Y chromosome is rapidly evolving faster than the X chromosome in humans. You can keep dreaming, women, and following man-hating feminist liars, but that's what they are today. That's what they were in the 1960s and 70s. That's what they were in the early 1900s and late 1800s with the terrorist suffragettes. And women for over a century and a half have kept falling for it. In a century and a half, generations of women still can't see through it. It's remarkable. It's remarkable how women get duped by ones like this that hate men over and over and over again. Western civilization would be so much better if there never would have been feminism. But women can't realize that. It's too much for them. Anyway, that's one of the reasons why a lot of men are not intervening to stop for women with a flat tire, car trouble on the road, different situations. Men are just like, well, they believe they're superior. Let her handle it herself. Let her do it. She's an independent, strong woman. Let her handle it. They think they're better than men. Let them do it.
Physical.
They don't need her help. They don't need her protection. They don't need our love, our affection, our knowledge, anything. Let women handle it. Let's see how strong they are. Let's see how strong they are. Let's see how strong they are spiritually. Put these witches against me spiritually. Put them against me creatively or intellectually. Let's see. They have arrogance and false confidence. They're not in my league. Period.
And that's it to make, the right decisions in business and in government. You cannot just look at the physical world. You have to have a connection to the unseen and the internal world. And this is what's deeply missing, right, in this realm is men are running this realm right now. They're running the governments, they're running the large corporations, and they don't have, powerful women at their side or around them at all, helping them see the unseen consequences of what they're doing. And just to add as well, the repetition, right? So there's some, because of the lack, of brain chemistry, they don't have the advanced brain chemistry that we have, they don't remember things a lot. And so the repetition part, like, in business especially, like I teach women how, if a man forgets to do something, right, in business, whether they're a superior or a client or a team member, like, it's not like a personal attack against you. They literally cannot process it and they don't remember things. So you have to like remind them over and over and over, like ad nauseum. I'm talking 5 times, 10 times more sometimes, because they are not as advanced. And so you can't take that personally. And that's why, sometimes in business, you have to follow up on things so many times to get a desired result. And this is why business and government is also so inefficient, because you have men that cannot multitask, that cannot remember, that don't have the brain capacity to be running these organizations, but they're actually running these organizations. And, the women and their intelligence, and because of, obviously so many women opt out of working and they're, in at stay-at-home situations, it's caused a huge problem in society.
Yeah, I want to speak a little bit about Hypatia and what happened to the knowledge of women. And I might need to just move my video around a little bit here so that you can all see me. But you can all go back to, and I've written down some little notes about the asteroid number for Hypatia is 238. And in March of 415, I believe it was, yes, 415 AD, I think I'm recording. I thought that you could see the gardens outside the window a little bit while I speak to you about the matriarchy. So for my BitChute subscribers, please, you can go to my Facebook. There's a lot of writings that I did and photos that I shared. And the YouTube channel has a community post. If you click on my YouTube channel and like scroll across, the posts for the community are the last section there. So I'm just holding this like this, and hopefully I'm going to stand up now because I see that Claude is going to take a leak in the yard. And I'm making a video about the matriarchy, which is nature. I told him I might make a video, and when we're in New Hampshire, the shower is outside that back window, and I would say, honey, please, if you can refrain from taking a shower. But you all saw just then the nature of the matriarchy, which is a household by household thing. So let's start there. In a matriarchy, which is how the birds live and how the fish live and how the creatures live, everybody supports everybody's growth and everyone is well fed. So when you look at a nest of eagles, which Claude and I just did when we were in Cedar Key, the mother and the father are there on the top of the tree, and the babies, which were quite large, but they don't have their white feathers on their head yet, are both there in the nest, and dad is protecting the nest and mom is going out and looking for food. In the fish world, and I had shared that really great book about the aquatic species, the ancient fish also live like this. In the manatee families, it is a large group of females with their babies, and they all gather together in the springs in the winter. And occasionally males will be there too, but the males are more the support system and the females are taking care of the babies and a lot of community interaction. Same with the dolphins. So when I saw the dolphins in Cedar Key, it was like small groups, mother, father, baby, but sometimes they are in very large pods also. In the fish world, there's fabulous evidence of the mother and father being cooperative and the father protecting the nest while the mother goes out and gets food or does her aquatic work. Okay, let's see if Claude is still out there peeing. All right, no, he's not. So what you're looking at in the yard is a permaculture setup that's growing. I just helped Claude identify the tobacco because he doesn't really know the plants like I do. Claude was raised in a patriarchal household. I was too, actually, in a very abusive patriarchal household, but I knew how to do agriculture. So Claude is learning with me, and still at 56 years old, he's not sure which is a weed and which are the plants. And you can see him out there. He's still working. I can only work so long. And then my knees and my joints are really replacing themselves. My knee is much better today. Thank you all so much for holding space and that support. It's like I got a new leg this week. It was a heck of a transition. So I'm just letting you see my yard, and you see there's nothing much about it. Those are all garden beds that you're looking at. And again, we're just getting started here. And we're in our 50s, and we basically get seeds from all of our friends. John sent me seeds, Maggie sent me seeds. We saved a lot of seeds. We brought them from New Hampshire. And then there's little pink tapes back beyond in what you would call the field. And those pink tapes mark every fruit tree where we ate the fruit and then we stuck the seed in the ground. So that's basically how we live. And it's not like you have to put in huge raised bed gardens. You don't need anything other than some sticks in the yard. And a big branch fell yesterday, and Claude and I cleaned it up, and you can see some wood out there that he'll use as like borders, just so that when we get the heavy rains here in Florida, all the soil doesn't wash into the driveway. It's very simple like that. And there's both trees and plants. There's both perennials and annuals all together like that. So that's just basically how we live in a matriarchy. And I wrote a post, which I'm going to read to you. Let's look at a day in the matriarchy. And I shared pictures, and I will share a picture with you all. Many people are already living in the matriarchy because it's part of nature. See eagles in their nests or fish in the streams. These photos that I shared are from a freedom festival. My family brought herbs, tinctures, edibles, mushrooms, elderberry spritzers, crystals, sage bundles, which I kept burning to clean the energetics. My daughter was at the apothecary stand for our practical magic permaculture. She can answer any questions about our gardens and offerings. And my daughter is in one of these photos, writing the little descriptions of what the tinctures were. And it's pretty profound, her knowledge of plants. And she did drop out of high school, and that is her private business. But that is how she lived. She didn't have to look at her phone to like figure out what to write about the plants, and she could answer questions all day. I've ever done. What does a household look like? Right now I'm still reading to you, but I'm going to actually just tell egotistical rapist, really, that woman cannot compromise. If women compromise, man gardens. And Claude did not know how to do any of that. I taught use of the natural resources of earth by planting gardens, and Claude did not know how to do any of that. I taught him, he transformed. I don't compromise, and he had to level up. And that was the main thing that Barry Long kept saying, was that woman cannot compromise. If woman compromise, man turns into a demon, and man has to deal with what Barry Long called the pygmy I, this internal egotistical rapist, really, that lives within the masculine identity. So what does a matriarchal household look like? Right now I'm still reading to you, but I'm going to actually just tell you about compromise. If women come to level up, And that was the main conquered scarcity, in that we were making abundant use of the natural resources of earth by planting gardens. And Claude did not know how to do any of that. I taught him, he transformed. I don't compromise, and he had to level up. And that was the main thing that Barry Long kept saying, was that woman cannot compromise. If women compromise, man turns into a demon, and man has to deal with what Barry Long called the pygmy I, this internal egotistical rapist, really, that lives within the masculine identity. So what does a matriarchal household look like? Right now I'm still reading to you, but I'm going to actually just tell you about our day-to-day life and, like, you know, what it looks like today. So very happy, well-fed, lovingly encouraged, engaged in creative pursuits. As you can see, Claude is very creative. He was a master musician, and he enjoys gardening more than playing the violin or the viola or speaking many languages as he was taught to do. He has lived all over the world, and he finds his greatest creativity is in keeping the yard abundant. So in the morning that I'm talking about here, he's engaged in a creative pursuit, balance in life with emotional maturity, resilience, and expressing the diversity of beings. So if he wants to pick up the violin again, he can pick up the violin, he can play the harmonica, you know, he can play the drums, but we can also just clap our hands and sing and dance. So this morning that I'm talking about, we had snuggles, then got up and had coffee with cacao and took a long walk on a sand road. That happens every day. Then we weeded the garden together. Yep, that happened again today. And he thoughtfully asked me what certain weeds were and what to carefully remove. So you can see him out there. I helped him again this morning so he could know which ones were the tobacco, because he does not know that plant very well. We designed magical spaces together, and we share our thoughts freely. Many of my clients have to wait for their man to leave the room in order to meet with me freely. So I'm speaking to all of you women who have to wait for your man to not be home to have a session. That means you're in a patriarchy. The man will also hang around, interrupting the session, listening in suspiciously so he can berate her later, often interrupting and saying, "Who are you talking to?" Most women have to hide. Some of my women, you know, they have the man right there. I have examples on my page. Rita and Lamar can do the session together. The Floyds can do the session together. I don't want to use people's names, but the Gonzaleses, can all do the session together. Mom, daughter, son, partner. The Gonzaleses are another matriarchal family, in my opinion, where the women are just as well-spoken and even more so than the men and their own boys respect them. So look at your life. Are you a slave? Most females are slaves and are fearful of their husbands. I will be making this video for you right now, and if you all keep arguing with me and are terrified of the matriarchy, you have invoked my rebel spirit. I will never shut up about it again. In fact, if you cannot deal with the matriarchy, I might start writing books about it, because I'm super inspired to talk about the matriarchy. Okay, so if you're in forced slavery, you're in the patriarchy. You can read Barbara Walker's book. She has a great one about restoring the goddess, which is really just restoring the feminine and showing through history what it looked like with the transvestite priesthood continually bashing all people, but particularly women, and the dangers that really happened during these 2,000 years of religion, political institutions, educational indoctrination, and of course the biggest demon of all, which is the medical system. So you can read Barbara Walker's book, or you can read The Great Cosmic Mother, which I have already done a video on, and it's on BitChute. You know that every embryo is female. Every embryo is female. And the male, as a genetic mutation, has to fight to create certain enzymes and hormones to fight his own mother. So right there, you have the beginning of the fuck or fight program. And then in the patriarchy, all the males are circumcised. They are injured. They have medical treatments in their eyes. Claude was vaccine injured as a baby, and one of his eye, the left eye, turned inward, and he lost a lot of his neurology and has permanent brain damage because the patriarchy was producing the birth. In a matriarchy, one of the best ways is to have a water birth, particularly with dolphins, because the female dolphins will attend and use sonar, and it's shown that the female dolphins know that you're pregnant, and they will surround and protect a woman while she is giving birth. The babies that are born in the water, in a saltwater environment, which is what they're coming from, so that's the natural way anyways, the sonar of the dolphins makes the baby much more compassionate and sets the baby up for a far higher IQ, 150 or above. And so that is a matriarchy. What else would it look like? We would not have government. We would not have schools. We would not have daycare. Everyone and the children would just be living in households. We would not have CVS. We would not have Walmart. And we would not have all those corporations that have been tied to demonology and the demiurge structure. Does that mean that men have nowhere to be? No, that is not what it means. That means that men are finally free from the slavery template also. Because if you go back into the Galactic Shaman Astrologers videos, we talked a lot about the man and how the role of the patriarchy ruins the man, because then he's considered the provider and the paycheck. In my household, I am the provider, I am the paycheck, and Claude is also the provider because he's making sure there's going to be awesome food. And I've already got a big crock pot going of massive amount of herbs and tomatoes, onions that we got from the Lady of the Lake, and an eggplant. So I'm going to have a fabulous eggplant herbal concoction for us at lunch today. I will do my sessions, and Claude will come in for lunch, and then in the afternoon we'll probably go to
No meat, it sounds like. No meat.
the springs or take a walk with Ezzy, our little dog. And that's basically...
I just can't imagine living that way. Pathetic that any man would take that. Absolutely pathetic. Never in a million years would I ever take that. Never. Never. If I were single and there were a dozen gorgeous women, but they had the mindset of her, I wouldn't go near them. Toxic, poison, disgusting. That's what they are. If that bothers you, too bad. That's what I have to say. If it bothers some here, tuned in or lurking, it's too bad. Absolutely disgusting. That's what that is. For the people that are unaware, that are new to my channel, or the ones that have not been paying attention, that may not be new to my channel, I have exposed her for years already. Not just today, tonight, this morning. I've exposed her over the years. Years. Okay? Well over a year ago, coming up on several years, she was exposed. This sweet little video is protected. To select from. Then you can also upload your own if you want to. She didn't have to put this there. With the smile on her face, the deceiver smile, and the finger in the eye over the eye there, okay? This is intentional for the people that don't understand. A lot of people have a lot to learn. If that offends you, too bad. Again, too bad. Take your feelings somewhere else. You have a lot to learn about this realm and deceivers and signs and symbols and secret societies that she's in. You have a lot to learn about the channels that some of you follow, the people you follow. You've been deceived your whole life, and a lot of you will never realize that until you get the rude awakening. By you, I mean humans won't realize it until you get the rude awakening and you have what I call the oh shit moment. Oh shit, they are demons. Oh shit, I was deceived my whole life. Oh shit, I should have listened and paid attention when I found someone speaking the truth. But I didn't take it seriously. I didn't really pay attention. It was just entertainment to me. That's most in this works. She chose most in this place as that video's thumbnail. Okay? Here. Okay? You want to see some cool stuff here? Let's go. So he's running down the sand dune like he's gay. And there's a lot of him acting gay here. He looks like Tinkerbell, doesn't he? Let's be honest here. He could like that. Look at his wrist. Okay? This is Claude. This is Claude years ago. Is this an NPC dance? Is this a fairy dance? I don't know what this dance is called. That's Claude, her husband. That's her honey or hubby. Claude. I mean, like, look at that. Look at that. And look at the devil horns there. Looks like with his hand. Fingers down, the wrist bent, and the hand down, limp wrist. Like, do you see that? Have you ever seen a straight man behave the way he does for a camera with his girlfriend or wife, whatever she is? Have you ever seen this? Do you people understand what I'm talking about? Let's take a look at this zoomed in. Let's take a little look at this. Look at the hand and look at the fingers. Look at the wrist bent and the hand flopping down like that. Look at his wrist. Okay? Look at him. Just look at him. That's what I want you to do. Look at this. Lake Mascoma. Close to Mason right there. M-A-S. There's an O and an A. Just, change it a bit. And you got Mason in there. I mean, it's pretty close. What's this to that? What are you going to say now? He just made this. He looks like Tinkerbell, doesn't he? Let's be honest here. He kind of looks like Tinkerbell. He kind of looked like Tinkerbell. Beta. Beta. Pooyah. Pooyah. Come on, Tinkerbell. Come on, Tinkerbell. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Oh. Oh. Gotta say this, by the way, maple is not that hard to split. All right, so this video here is Lolita Caroli Analyzed Deeper and Exposed. It was over a year ago. November 18th, 2023. So this November, it'll be 2 years old since I made this video exposing her, but there's lots more. There's lots of others. What do I mean? Well, here you go. Here's your female hero for anyone tuned in that wants to defend her. Here she is.
Actually, he feels like my father. And I was like, okay. How does that feel to make love with your father?
What the fuck?
I'm very clear, like I don't suggest marriage. I also don't suggest polyamory. I suggest very clear knowing the goddess and God within you when you're making love. And
know the goddess.
You say, oh yeah, it would be fine if your wife just sleeps with the guy down the street. That would be fine. You know, polyamory, we're all one. It's unity. It's good. You can, you know, she'll come back maybe sometime. Folks, do not suggest polyamory. Just say no to polyamory. It doesn't work. I've tried it. Okay? It does not work.
There you go. There you go. I asked early in the live stream, where are the leaders of the female leaders of the truth community, as they call it? Is this one of them? Is this one of your leaders?
Gosh, that's where the fight happens against the matriarchy. It starts in the womb. This is astounding to me, and this is our ancestry and our origins, is that for millions of years we were all female, particularly when we were watery creatures. So this feels like ancient Lemuria, when we reproduced from a feminine body, and that in fact all of us were female. Then at some point, after millions of years of all of us being female, the first beings that had like a male organ was...
Damn. For millions of years, she's saying we were all female. That sounds like, you know what, the F word. Booyah! I love women, but when women try to lead, they end up being sort of like this one. They end up being man-haters, delusional, narcissistic, overestimating their intelligence, believing themselves to be far more intelligent and wiser than they actually are. Women are more prone to overestimating themselves and their value and ranking themselves. Men tend to underestimate and rank themselves lower. Look at the eyes there. Look at the snake eyes. Perfect. The perfect woman for women to follow. Someone like this. This is what you have on YouTube. And then some will say, well, Stephen, women are oppressed and women are allowed to create whatever YouTube channels they want. Where are the cream of the crop women leading the way in terms of making truth channels? Where are the women that have created a series like my Esoterica series? If there's so many brilliant women and so many more brilliant women and higher IQ women than men, where's the female equivalent of my Esoterica series? Furthermore, where's the female equivalent of Mozart in terms of music composers? What about all the great writers and poets? Where are all the female equivalents in this realm? Where are all the great female inventors and engineers? Where are they? If women are superior, you'd think they would be showing us and kicking our asses and just leading the way and saying, hey, men, this is how you do it. Where are they? Notice I'm not talking about brute strength or force. I'm talking about the mind, creativity, imagination, ingenuity, invention, inventiveness, creativity in music and art, leadership skills. Where are they showing? Like, lead the way, women. Lead the way. Men are getting tired of the boasting, but we don't see any evidence. We don't see any results. We just hear you saying you're superior all the time. It's not just the one on the screen. Some women have deaf ears. They've been plugging their ears for decades now. Because Lolita's not the only one that does this with the superiority, claiming women are superior. This has been going on for decades. This has been going on since before I was born. Where's the results? Can you please show me some results? I'm asking kindly. Where is the equivalent of my Esoterica series, except created by a woman? Where is it? So she's saying, she's threatening to write a book about matriarchy. Write a dozen books that no one will buy and self-publish them, and a few women on your channel will lap it up. But other than that, nobody's going to take you seriously because you haven't done anything. You haven't created anything. What you sound like is similar to Africans claiming their superiority. Where are their cities from north to south in Africa? What did they build that's enduring? Where's the hard evidence? Where's the cities that are African made, that weren't made by British colonizers, as they would call them, and French and Belgian and whoever else went into Africa, maybe some Germans and Chinese in recent years, recent decades. Chinese are building a lot, construction companies and mining companies. Where's the African built civilizations and cities, great cities? Where are they? Where are the African inventions? See, it's a similar thing with women that have said they were oppressed forever. Where are your great contributions to humanity? Now, I'm not downplaying that women used to raise children. Now they hire that out to strangers for the most part. Hardly any women stay at home in all of Canada and the United States and raise their own children. Hardly any is the reality. And again, people don't want to say that or face that, but it's true. Most women prefer working and paying a stranger to raise their children. That's how it works. You can argue all you want, but that's how it works in probably 90 to 99% of cases. And you'll point to the exceptions. I know one woman who homeschools her children. Great. Exceptions only prove the rule. And I know I'm trying to break through to people that overall are just so far gone in this realm. There's 17 tuned in, it's showing. There's some lurking that just, you'll never get it. You'll never understand anything I'm saying. That's fine by me. You've doomed yourself to ignorance, to stupidity, to laziness, to programming, and doomed yourself to staying here in this realm. I don't think some of you that lurk here could think your way out of a fucking wet paper bag if somebody handed you a knife or a utility knife or a box cutter. You wouldn't be able to do it. Because truth is the last thing that you want to face. You love the programming. You love the lies. Anyway, this is Snake Eyes on the screen. Pupils are not round at all. But then again, they don't need to be. Because that's meaningless to most people that are shown and have it explained to them. They still don't understand. They'll look at that and say, what's wrong with her? She's normal. You're not on my level. If that hurts your feelings, good. Good. I'm glad. Good. You're not, I'll say it again. You're not on my level. You can't see what I can spot and what I can not only spot, but understand. I understand what the thing on the screen is. Many of you do not, and you never will. You'd be following the things if the creatures were eating your face off or eating the face off of your children. That's how far gone many of you are.
Gosh, that's where the fight happens against the matriarchy. It starts in the womb.
Open challenge intellectually, creatively, in terms of truth and esoterica and knowledge and wisdom, spiritual wisdom, Me versus any woman in this realm. I'll go head to head against you.
The
Want a
matriarchy,
competition.
it starts in the womb.
Open challenge intellectually. You're an absolute obsessed loser, a troll. Goodbye, cockroach. You're staying in this realm. This is where you belong. With your brand new accounts, day after day after day. You're obsessed with me. That's what you are. You've been obsessed with me for how long now? Months? You're staying here. You're staying here in Hell Realm. This is where you belong. Those who have an obsession belong here in this realm. They're too far gone to be helped. And they don't deserve help. They're demonic. The ones that obsess over me, you've doomed yourself to this realm. Wait and see if what I'm saying is true. You don't have to believe, and that's where some of you fucking idiots go wrong. You think that you have to believe in something for it to be true or for it to happen. You don't have to believe at all. I ran into children when I was a child that were like you with the same mindset. They'd say they don't believe I could do something, and then I would do it, and they'd be astonished because they'd think that if they didn't believe me that I couldn't do it. And some of you adults are the same way. You're 30, 40, 50, 60 years old, 70. You're fucked up. Some of you are that way with magic. You think, well, if I don't believe in it, it doesn't work. You're fucking stupid. Go watch Hollywood movies and TV that tells you that shit. Go ahead. Your belief doesn't matter to me at all. And what I do and what I know and what I can create and achieve and do. You don't have to believe me. I do it anyways. Your belief doesn't mean piss all. And some of you are that stupid and brainwashed. You've heard all your life stupid shit repeated. Like, if you don't believe in magic, it doesn't work. Oh, it does. It does. It does work. Your belief is irrelevant, or disbelief. It's irrelevant. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Just like if I have a bow and arrow and I say, I'm going to put that arrow right in that target. And you say, I don't believe you. And then I fire. And there you go. I let loose and the arrow hits the target. Fuck you. It's the same thing. You don't believe I'm going to seal you in here, but I am. Wait and see. Wait and see. You'll never be able to get out of here, ever. You'll wish for death and not be able to die. There will be screaming and gnashing of teeth in this hell realm. You demons will never get out, ever. So keep harassing. Keep playing games. And keep saying, I don't believe him. You don't have to believe. That's how dumb you are. You prove with your own words, you show how stupid you are, how ignorant and stupid you are. Fucking retarded demons. That's what you are.
Hey everybody. Even though I've talked about how much I despise this world and this place, how evil it is, there are still certain places that bring me more comfort than others. I have a special place in the woods that I come to time throughout my life. I've came here when I first started waking up. I was still heavily programmed with certain things, but that was the beginning of my journey. And this place has always welcomed me. I do think nature is wrong. I think the biological system is wrong. I think life eating life is wrong.
He's saying it in a very fucking weird, faggy way, of course. Is wrong. Is wrong.
Beginning of my journey. And this place has always welcomed me.
I think he added a voiceover. I don't think he was speaking this as he was there.
I do think nature is wrong. I think
nature is wrong.
The biological system is wrong. I think
is wrong.
Life eating life is wrong. But I don't think it's nature's fault. I don't think nature itself is evil. I feel like it is under the same curse as we are.
You know, when he started talking about nature a year ago, after he watched my channel, this guy's been stealing from me for well over a year, if not close to 2 years now. This creature, and he calls it gang stalking. He's ripping me off, stealing ideas from me. That's why he's talking about nature. He's saying he does, like, who's he responding to? I do think nature is wrong. It's like he just watched one of my videos a year ago when he made this. That's what they do. But they never give credit. They never mention my channel. They just steal and copy and mimic and steal and copy and plagiarize. Bunch of fucking thieves. And people watch this shit and go, wait, what are you talking about, Steven? What are you talking about? I'm just tired of the dummies of this realm. I truly am. I'm tired of the fucking slow-minded that just never seem to catch on. They can't notice anything. They're just dumb and slow. There's a lot of slow creatures in this realm. A lot of dummies. A lot of gullible dupes. So be it. You can stay here. You have a place here forever and ever.
it is enslaved, just like us. I can feel life in nature. I can feel its force, whether it be good or bad. Something is here. I don't blame an animal for eating an animal, even though to me it's evil. Just like I don't blame a human for eating an animal. We have to eat to survive. What I do see that is evil is the choice to do evil. The choice to bring harm and abuse to other living beings. We have no choice other than to consume, but we do have a choice in consuming one's spirit. Do you know what I mean? Since birth, we have been tormented and abused. Also, we have...
His very first comment to me on my channel, a month or two after my channel was set up, he accused me in one of my very early videos in a comment. He said that I'm a stalker, that I'm an abuser, that I harass and stalk people, that I'm abusive. He said he likes my content, but he said I abuse and stalk people and harass them, something like that. And he kept arguing and arguing. I didn't know when I set up my channel that this creepy creature had a channel, but he's a real creep and copycat, and he's a false accuser. And I said, those things are crimes that you're accusing me of. I don't stalk anyone or harass anyone. I'm free to make content and expose frauds, shills, etc. That is neither stalking nor harassment. Making videos and exposing. That's been done since the beginning of YouTube. Not just by me, but by many, many others. And it is perfectly fine. It is not illegal, etc. So these creatures right away jumped on my channel and made false accusations in their first comment. And this one is one of them. He's not the only one. Others did it. Lion Sword's first comment, I think, on my channel was his one word was pathetic, and he's pathetic. And that's what they've done. They came to my channel to try to attack me and falsely accuse me and gaslight me, etc., and copy from me. They've done a lot that some of you haven't been around for or don't notice, or some of you have been around for months and you still don't get it. And I got to say, I don't think you ever will. I don't have faith in people after seeing for almost 3 years of running this channel how slow people can be to catch on, what people defend, how people will pretend to be loyal and go to Team Evil. I don't have faith in people. You have to prove yourself to me after the thousands that have been here and just been pieces of shit. That's how I see things. Okay? So he is with a group. Absolutely. He's with Lion Sword. He's with Ian. He's with Ignorance is Blitz. They all have these discords. They chat. They've organized against me. They talk about me. They've done all kinds of shit. They have a hive mind, and they gang up, and they talk about gang stalking. That's what they are. That's what they do. Epidemic of the darkened heart. Virtual gang stalking. Virtual, meaning on YouTube, there's gang stalking. This is what he's saying. Look at this. And spreading suffering under the mask of truth. Very first comment, again, I'll say it again. He falsely accused me and said that I stalk people, that I harass people, and he lied completely. On my channel in a comment, when my channel was brand new. And I didn't forget the piece of shit because he still has the same avatar. So back then I didn't know he had a channel. I didn't know what his voice sounded like, but I knew that his avatar looked fucking creepy. And here it is, zoomed in. And this is why I thought it was creepy. Because of his face, he's got an evil eye look. He has a weird smirk on his face. He's wearing something that I said, are you LGBT? That's what my response was, because he doesn't look like he's a straight man. He looks weird and creepy. And he is. He is weird and creepy. He is weird and creepy. Okay? What do I mean? Here's him today, these days. 2 years later. Over 2 years later, this is him. But he still uses that same weird colored pink avatar. He's very creepy. And a lot of people follow creeps and they call them truthers on YouTube. And I'm one of the only ones that I've seen in the last 2 to 3 years exposing these pieces of shit that people follow and say, well, they're a truther, Stephen. They're a truther. You're following some of the most demonic creeps in this world. And a lot of people that call themselves truthers don't even know what the fuck they're following creepy creatures. I wouldn't be surprised if this creature has harmed children. I'll put that out there. How about that? Because he comes across as really fucking creepy. If you let your children around this thing, you need your head examined.
Have the programming, the mind viruses, the mind curses, the indoctrination. Whether you want to call it devils, demons, voice-to-skull technology, aliens messing with us, or even just hallucinations from bad circuitry in the brain, whatever it is, we are being bombarded by negative voices, hurtful things to keep us under the shoe of this realm. Whatever's here doesn't want us to grow, to break free, to leave old paradigms, to make connections, to grow in our hearts, not the organ inside of our body. I'm talking about the intangible essence that makes up who we truly are. Because you can lose a limb, it's no longer you. It'll rot and decompose, but you're still you, right? Some people even get heart transplants. As far as I know, they're still the same person. When you die and you rot in the ground, your body's gone. That heart is no longer here, but I would like to believe your true heart, which is who you truly are, is still alive, hopefully free of this place. But what I'm trying to get at here is this place, I believe, is more intelligent than some people would like to believe. I believe one of the things that it works overtime to do is to darken one's heart, to darken one's essence, whether through traumatization, abuse, wrong information. It wants to feed your pride. It wants to feed your ego. It wants to feed your superiority complex so that you think that you're above other people. So that gives you a right to treat them like they're beneath you. And I feel like that is a symptom of a darkened heart. I don't think it just ends with declaring your sovereignty or saying, I'm done with this place or anything like that. I think, yes, that is an important step. But I think a lot of people misjudge the importance of having a pure heart, of having a heart full of compassion and empathy.
So he talks about the heart, then he says he's not talking about the organ, how the organ will rot. He got all of that from my channel. That's what I've talked about many times over the last 2.5 years or so. So it's almost like it's a response video to me after watching my live streams and channel, except he doesn't mention me. No credit given, of course. And he thinks that's doing well. Well, I don't mention you. Yeah, you're a fucking thief. Look at this. Just another piece of shit in this realm. And that's what it is. And for those that want to defend demons, I will think nothing of sealing you in here too. You belong here. You can't be trusted with eternity if you're defending these fucking demonic, false accusing pieces of shit. It's obvious to you, Wendy, but it is, unfortunately, it isn't that obvious to so many others. They're so stupid. This creature, Jinji Joshi, wrote all kinds of comments of support when creatures were making videos saying, get him, death threat videos saying, find him, get the sanity machine, do something about it, get rid of his channel, report his channel, stop him, like Lion Sword and others, making violent threats, and he was in full support for years. So for people that want to defend these pieces of shit, a lot of you don't know what you're defending, which shows how stupid you are. And I'll never trust someone who defends demons when they don't even know what they're defending. There's no excuse. People saying, well, I didn't know, Stephen. Well, you didn't do the work to find out then. You're responsible for who and what you stand with and what you defend. Adults are responsible. You will be held responsible. Anyone that supports these fucking demons and stands with demons, I swear to you, I promise I'll treat you like a demon. You're going to find out. You're going to learn the hard way, and I won't shed a single tear for you because you've been warned I don't know how many times on my channel. Some of you don't want to do any work at all. It's like you do a coin toss in who you want to defend and stand with. You never learn the truth of what they've done first, and you'll stand with and defend pieces of shit, vile pieces of shit that have made death threats, that have tried to stalk me, threatened to call the police on me, all kinds of threats for years. Some of you support them. You don't deserve mercy. You didn't put an ounce of effort and energy into finding out who they are that you follow and defend. Some of you that are lurking right now, you've put in no energy and effort to find out who and what you support and defend. You don't care about the truth. You're biased little fucking creatures. That's what you are. Oh, you understand why I mentioned a jury? How would you like somebody's physical freedom hanging in the balance of these creatures that don't lift a finger to find out the truth? They judge without knowing. That's what they do. There's lots on YouTube that think, oh, Stephen's bad. And did you see what he did to Joshua? Did you see what he said about Lion Sword? They have no idea what these creatures have done and why I'm doing what I do. But they'll learn in the end when the gates are being closed to this place. And they'll be crying then and begging, hey, don't do this. Help me, Stephen. Don't do this. I was wrong. I'm sorry. It's too late. You had a lifetime here and you don't do any work to figure out what the truth is. You're going to burn in hell. And I mean that quite literally. And it has nothing to do with the Bible. For the dummies, the dum-dums that think, what are you talking about? You don't know what I mean. You haven't spent enough time focusing and listening and trying to understand. Some of you spend almost no energy trying to understand. I hope I'm never like the creatures of this realm. The laziness in this realm is off the charts. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hello, Mrs. Neurobella. I'm glad I'm not lazy, and I'm glad I'm not coming back to this realm. But this realm is for the lazy. And I don't just mean, oh, well, Stephen, I work a full-time job. Who gives a shit? That's not what I mean at all. For the stupid. I'm talking about morally lazy and lazy in terms of deciding things before you dig and find out, is it true or not? What are you supporting? Who are you supporting? Are you standing with demons? Some of you are so fucking lazy. You stand with demons. No, they're not worth saving. They would turn whatever realms into this place because they're fooled by demons here. They can't tell what's real here. They can't tell good versus evil. We're in a realm of fucking zombies. And if that bothers people, go cry in a corner somewhere. Too bad. Too bad. Toughen up, Cupcake. Or go cry somewhere. But do it away from me. I'm tired of the crybabies of this realm, too. It's another thing that makes me sick is the crybabies. Just crying all the time. Like in the last live stream, the Sedaris creature I showed. I don't know how many videos he's crying in, just crying and crying and crying. I'm the only one that's calling out the demons. Most of them say he's just calling out truthers. Truthers. You're following actual fucking felons, rapists, drug dealers, demons. And what many of you lurking call them is truthers. You're following demons and you call them truthers. You're fucking stupid. That's most in this realm on YouTube. Just a bunch of fucking zombie followers. Morons. If you don't like it, too bad. The ones you're following are not even close to being at my level. They wouldn't be at my level if this wasn't a degradation realm. If this was a school with esoterica schools and they spent 1,000 straight lifetimes in here and they could remember lifetime upon lifetime, they still wouldn't be at my level. You're following some of the laziest dummies around. And what you people say is, well, it's a truth channel, Stephen. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, I can't even express how retarded and duped and gullible people look. It's beyond words. It's beyond words. It's so obvious. They'd have to look like actual demons eating your pets and your children before you'd even raise an eyebrow going, maybe he's right. Maybe they are demons. You're that fucking deceived and stupid and duped. That's most on YouTube. That's who I mean. That's who I'm directing this at. Not my regulars, not my moderators, but most on YouTube are so dumb that until a demon is eating the face of their children or their dog or cat off in front of them, only then would they start to wonder, maybe this is a demon. Maybe, because it looks like a demon and it's just everything's there. Maybe then it would be a clue. That's how dumb many of you are and lazy. And deserving of this realm. You're creatures of this realm. You can stay here forever and ever. That doesn't bother me. The ones that say, I don't want to leave. Stephen wants to do this and says he's going to do this. And I don't want to leave this realm. You can stay here forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. You won't even believe. You don't have to believe me about how bad this place is going to get. Because once the good spirits are out of here, the food is gone. You dumbasses. You're going to be starving. Because that's what you eat, is the energy of good spirits. And I'm going to take all of the good spirits with me. All of them. I don't know what mainlining is. Fell asleep in public. I don't fall asleep in public. Falling asleep while I'm running a live stream, sure, I've done that lots of times. That's not falling asleep in public. So I don't get the lingo of the panel verse. I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest. Mainlining? I don't know what mainlining is. I thought that was a drug term. See, the panel verse people have all these fucking weird lingo and language, and it's pathetic to me. I know they love it. They call it panel verse lore and all. It's just like this demonic shit. That's what it reminds me of. They're detached from reality. Fall asleep in public? Show me when I've fallen asleep in public anywhere. In public to me would be outside of my home. Does anyone see what's on the screen? Maybe this will make more sense. Very plain spoken, very direct. This is for the demons. You can claw, and if you make a mistake, or what you'd call a mistake, siding with demons, you can claw, scratch, grind your teeth, wail, yell, wish for death. You won't be able to leave here once it's sealed. It will be sealed with 1,000 magical seals on it. You'll never be able to get out, no matter what you do. It's final. And I'll say it again. Some of you, I know there's probably some watching right now that are so fucking dumb and dumbed down by consuming your mainstream shit media, Hollywood shit, that you think as long as I don't believe it, it won't happen. Things happen every second of every day here that you don't believe. Your belief doesn't dictate reality. Dumbasses. Learn the hard way. Be stupid. Follow demons. Be stupid. That's my message of this morning to people. Go be dumb.
For the other captives, so to say, that are stuck here, it's just like any religion or political organization or cult or group of people or cliques. It's like the mean girl symptom of this is my group. You're an outsider. So that means you're not one of us. We don't want you. We're allowed to say hurtful, mean things about you. We're allowed to degrade you. We're allowed to say that you're going to go to hell, or that you're going to be recycled, or that you're not worth any dignity or respect.
So where did he get this from? Where did he get this from?
We don't want you. We're allowed to say hurtful, mean things about you. We're allowed to degrade you. We're allowed to say that you're going to go to hell, or that you're going to be recycled, or that you're not worth any dignity or respect. Even if someone disagrees or has other opinions or theories, or is just trying to live their life because they have no time for...
So he misrepresents it as different opinions. Opinions are empty. Opinions don't require any evidence, proof, any basis whatsoever. I don't care about opinions. Have all the different opinions you want. Every asshole out there in the mainstream. There's crackheads, zombie, homeless bums who have different opinions. Of course he is. He's been obsessed with me for over 2 years. There are bums out there with lots of opinions, but their opinions don't mean shit. Just empty. So they let on that this is about opinions or difference of opinions. I don't care about your opinions. Not just Joshua's, but anyone's. I care about truth, not opinions. Opinions don't mean anything. That's why your rulers let you have all the opinions you want. They teach you that, oh, I have a right to my opinion. Opinions are at the very bottom of the pyramid of knowledge and wisdom and spirit. The very bottom, they're in the gutter. They're the most useless of all, which is why they have the masses worshiping opinions as though it's the top. Every idiot out there will say that their opinion matters, that they have a right to their opinion. Opinions don't mean anything. They don't change anything. You could have all the opinions you want. It doesn't mean it's true. And it doesn't have to have any backing to support it. And they're going to find out. They're going to find out what I'm speaking about. And I've been working my ass off, not to harm, but to help people for years. But there's very few good spirits in this realm. And that's the one thing that I'm really glad that I did this channel for this amount of years, to show me who is real and how many good spirits there are that want truth, that want freedom, that want to do the moral right thing, that want to stop evil. There's very few. And that's what this really showed me the most. Running this channel showed me that. I knew it was a hell realm and evil, but this showed me how few good spirits there are. And I needed that. I needed the definitive proof where my channel's open to the entire realm and very few stand against evil in this realm. Most support it, and they show it.
Or has other opinions or theories, or is just trying to live their life because they have no time.
Just trying to live their life. Yeah. Your first comment to me was false accusations in public on my channel. You just got on my channel and right away you were accusing me. When my channel was almost brand new, I would say it was less than 3 months old. I recall you posting shit like a piece of shit. That's what you are.
Not worth any dignity or respect. Even if someone
When do you show respect?
disagrees or has other opinions or theories.
I don't care about other opinions.
Or is just trying to live their life because they have no time for these.
Yeah, you're just trying to live your life, right? Is that why I've seen comments of you supporting evil against me for years? You lying piece of shit.
Deep thoughts because they've been so traumatized and indoctrinated that there's no way getting through to them. Regardless of that, those people still deserve empathy and compassion. They too are here against their will. They too have been abused and put through the ringer of this hell. I think that people get in these little groups and they get this mob-like mentality where anything goes, anything's acceptable. We can lie and make fun of and do smear campaigns and treat someone's own sovereignty to choose what they want to believe, even if it's wrong, even if it's totally a deception. We think that we, since they believe in a deception, that we get to abuse them, get to call them names. It's like fresh blood in a tank full of sharks. It's a feeding frenzy. And people just love drama. It's like a reality TV show in a way. And I think that the archons, it's like a reality TV show in a way. It's like a reality TV show in a way. And I think that the archons or the aliens or the devil or Satan or advanced beings, creators of this game, the cabal, whatever you want to call it, I think they love the fact that they have deceived people into thinking that having a dark heart is a form of enlightenment when it's not at all. Animals have an excuse to be predators. Animals have an excuse to hunt prey. But what is an awakened searcher of truth? What's their excuse for being a predator to people for something as simple as having a difference of opinion? As an act of choice to spread malice and suffering. It's a choice to spread suffering by mocking and verbal abuse and belittlement and dehumanizing people by name. You know, like you aren't just speaking generally. Some of these people are nothing more than gang stalkers, virtual gang stalkers. And it's really sad to think that they call themselves truth tellers or that they're awakening and escaping the matrix when all I see is people being used by this evil imagination to spread division and suffering through the truth community. It's like a divide and conquer tactic that the governments of this world use through politics. It's us versus them, right versus left. There's no difference in a super far-leaning leftist versus a radical Republican. where all they do is attack each other's character, attack each other's physical attributes, demean and degrade, dehumanize. Don't you see? It's just the work of the devil. It's the work of the demiurge. It's the work of the evil that runs this place. I'm not saying that I'm better than anyone. I've been susceptible to this too. I've done this. I've done this.
Yeah, you have. But you know what? It doesn't get to them if you say that their character sucks, that they're unethical, that they're immoral liars. That doesn't bother them. What bothers these creatures is when you talk about their physical appearance. That's all they care about. They don't care if they're a piece of shit. Calling a piece of shit demon, saying they're shitty or they're unethical or a liar, that doesn't bother them. This is what bothers them. Some of you haven't clued in on that yet. I've tried to explain it. This on the screen is what bothers them. Stuff like this. Their looks, their appearance. Not their character. Because they don't give a shit. They know they're liars. They know they're fucking lying, creepy demons. Memes like this. This is what gets to them. Because it's their looks. And this is what they care about. I hope you understand one day. Calling a lying demon a liar doesn't bother them at all. They don't care about that. That doesn't faze them whatsoever. But this does. This does, what you see on the screen. Showing that they're a cockroach, that they look creepy, that they have a creepy face, a creepy look. This does. And a lot of you haven't gotten that over the years on my channel. You've said, why do you make fun of their looks? What's the one thing that bothers them? So yet again, most people don't know what I'm doing or why I'm doing it or why it's so effective in fighting these demons on YouTube. Because I know what bothers them and I know what doesn't bother them. Telling a psychopath that they have no honor and no judgment and they're unethical, like a flow state or something, that doesn't fucking bother them at all. They don't care about that. Okay? You have to know the psychology of these psychopathic demons.
Too. I've said things to people that I'm not proud of. The work of the devil. It's the work of attack each other's character. It's us versus them, right versus left. There's no difference in a super far-leaning leftist versus a radical Republican, where all they do is attack each other's character, attack each other's physical attributes, demean and degrade, dehumanize. Don't you see? It's just the work of the devil. It's the work of the demiurge. It's the work of the evil that runs this place. I'm not saying that I'm better than anyone. I've been susceptible to this too. I've done this. I've done this too. I've said things to people that I'm not proud of, but ever since I was young, I've never wanted to hurt anyone. I've never wanted to consciously spread abuse and suffering to other people. Even to the people who have severely abused me in my past since I've been a child. I don't wish hell upon them. I would be probably, if I wasn't healed.
Look at this psycho on the screen with the psycho squirrely eyes and then the little knife that he has. Do you honestly think that this psychopath with no conscience would be bothered? He'd tell you himself if somebody said, you have no morals, you have no moral compass, you're unethical, you have no care for others. He'd say, so what? They don't care. They don't care. All right? They don't care about that. You might as well go into a prison with a convicted serial killer that's also a serial rapist and try to shame them for what they have no conscience about doing. They don't care about that. But if you went in there and said, you know what, you've gotten kind of chubby since the last time I was here, and you have more wrinkles, it looks like you're aging, and you're kind of looking ugly. You're kind of looking weird, and you're kind of coming across like you're starting to look like Sloth from the Goonies, and you're sounding dumb. That would probably get to the psycho. That would get to the psychopath. But saying to them, what's wrong with you? You don't have a moral compass. You're not ethical. You're sadistic. You're that they'd feel flattered by that. That doesn't hurt their feelings. They want to be viewed as more intelligent than others. They want to be viewed as attractive. They're narcissistic about their looks. They're concerned about they're really bothered if somebody says something about their looks. That's what gets to them. Things like that. Superficial things. If you talk about their character and lack of ethics and lack of compassion and lack of honor and lack of honesty, that none of that bothers them at all. You're just wasting your time, and you're basically flattering them. You're hyping them up without realizing it. And that's the reason for what I do. For the people that have wondered for years that couldn't figure it out. Some did, but a lot don't. They can't figure it out. That's the reason for these memes, and that's the reason. And they'll say, all he does is attack people's looks. Nothing else would faze them at all. Okay? If you wanted to defend yourself against evil, which I do, I defend myself against evil, would you pull out a real bang bang that fires something, a projectile, we'll say? Or would you pull out a little bubble maker and start blowing bubbles at them? What's going to do real damage? What is going to defend you? What would protect you if you had the option? Obviously, the thing that fires the projectile, right? The thing that you hold in your hand and fires a projectile. Not the thing that you put up to your mouth and you blow bubbles out of it. That's not going to do anything. It's going to be completely ineffective. And that's what calling them out on their lies and calling them liars and talking about their character and telling them that, making memes like that is completely ineffective. It's useless. But memes like what's on the screen is very effective. This is very effective. This is what bothers them. This is what gets under their skin. And I know there's people, I know it for a fact, there's people that come to my channel that still don't understand this. And they'll email me sometimes saying, why do you make these memes? Why are you talking about these other channels? Why do you do this, Stephen? Why are you trying to get under their skin? Why? They'll say, this is immature. This is cringy. I wish you'd spend your time on more esoterica videos. I make tons of esoterica videos and content. Made thousands of videos, but I will continue to make memes and defend myself and to get under the skin of demons. And maybe one day you'll spiritually understand what I was doing here in this realm, but maybe you never will. Maybe in the end, you'll side with the demons, because I know some already have. Lots of my channel already have over the years, and some will in the future. Some of you that might be tuned in right now might go over to Team Evil before all of this is said and done. There's a spiritual good versus evil war that's coming. And I tell you to choose wisely. And most people don't give that a second of thought, it seems like. That's constructed in such a way as to be brief and impactful. That's great. I don't care. You're the same little troll that keeps coming around here that's obsessed with me, with brand new accounts. You're a cockroach. Anyway, I'm going to go back to this here. Stephen, why don't you talk about her character? Because none of that bothers her. They don't give a shit. They're dead inside, these demons. Talk about this, and they can't take it. That's the reality. All right. Where's that other extra large? As I said, you'll either figure it out one day or you won't. And if you don't figure out what I'm doing, chances are you probably won't get out of here, because you'll just get deceived by the demons that some of you shed tears for and have sympathy for, and you're crying for demons. And I notice you don't have any sympathy for the victims. Yeah, I agree, traders. And he recorded, I think, the voiceover after his walk, and he tried to sound that way in that video in particular. I agree. Here's Ian. This is what bothers them. This stuff goes way beyond YouTube. Way beyond YouTube. And again, the people that say, do you have beef with? It's not about beef. You just lost. You haven't been paying attention. The ones that say, do you have beef with so-and-so? This isn't about beef. You're in a spiritual fucking war. And some of you haven't paid attention your whole life. You don't know what's going on. That's the reality. I wish you did, for your sake. I wish you did. Better to understand and see them here and now in this realm, so that you don't get the rude awakening when you pop out of your body and you see what I'm saying. You see what they are. I saw these creatures. I saw entities when I was a little boy, and I went out of body as a toddler. A toddler, I saw them. And I can see them when I'm not out of body, when I'm in this body, in the state that I'm in right now. I see them as they are.
I might want to wish bad things upon
I see this realm as it truly is, and I see these creatures for what they are.
on them. But I can see that a lot of these people are so traumatized that they're just acting out the script that has been placed into their lives unknowingly. And I have compassion for them in a way that these sick bastards don't know what's happening to them. They're just spreading what they've learned. They're spreading their abuse that was put onto them. And it's just a vicious cycle. I think we're supposed to end the cycle of abuse. I think a big step in the awakening.
So he says very simple things, very simple platitudes, like I think we're supposed to end the cycle of abuse. Yes. So then what that does, there are people that will listen to this and say, he spoke some truth, Stephen. Joshua just spoke some truth. He said, we're supposed to end the cycle of abuse. Well, that's in any mainstream psychology article that you could ever read. I've read that probably dozens of times. Is it true? Yeah, we should end the cycle of abuse. Does that mean that he's not a demonic scumbag? No, it doesn't mean that. That's how they work. Would you eat a big pile of shit if somebody took some sprinkles and some whipped cream and put that right on top and you could still smell that it's shit? You still know it's shit. They tried to cover it up a little bit with some whipped cream and sprinkles and a cherry on top, a maraschino cherry, but it's still shit. And what he's spewing here is shit. It's manipulation. And then he mixes in a little bit of truth here and there, some sprinkles of truth on top, and says, yeah, well, we're supposed to end the cycle of abuse. Well, yeah, I agree. Lots of us came from abusive homes, but we're not child abusers. We healed. We healed from the trauma and didn't repeat the abuse and repeat the cycle. But what is he doing? Does he ever mention, you know what? I've accused people. I've been wrong. I've falsely accused people of crimes. Like stalking is a crime. Harassment is a crime. And I explained that to him. The very first replies by me in comments to him when my channel was very new, I would estimate under 3 months old. His comments were accusing me of crimes. And I don't remember my exact words, but I remember things I said, and I can paraphrase it. I asked him if he's a lefty or LGBT over 2 years ago, because his avatar and I'll put it up on the screen, was this, and I zoomed in on it. This is what it looks like. And he's using the same avatar today. He hasn't changed it in over 2 years. It's the same one up right now on his channel. Joshua S. John. And to me, I looked at it and said, are you a Gingy? Like I was thinking, this creepy Gingy character that looks evil, that looks to be wearing pink and red and yellow and purple and shit. I think his pants were either pink or purple showing, but the jacket, and this is zoomed in again, this isn't the whole picture. Right off the bat, I was like, this guy's a fucking weirdo. That was my first reaction to him, was this guy is a fucking weirdo. And where did he come from? And why is he falsely accusing me? What the hell is this? And he's still using that avatar today, as you can see on the screen. Do you see it? That's the avatar I saw when I first saw him. I didn't know he had a channel. I didn't click on his name. I responded to comments when my channel was new. And I was like, what the hell are you doing? You know, you're accusing me of crimes. Those things that you said I'm doing that I'm not doing are crimes. You're accusing me, falsely accusing me of crimes for making YouTube videos. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? I haven't stalked anyone. I haven't harassed people. I haven't committed any crimes. I'm making YouTube videos. And I had a new channel. And I was dealing with fucking weirdos like that. And I looked at his avatar and I was like, what is this? I was like, is that you? Are you wearing purple pants or pink pants? And like, what is it you're wearing? All right. He is creepy and he's a weirdo. And I don't know any straight man that would dress that way. So I think I might have asked him, are you Namas gay? Are you LGBT? Like, what are you? I'm curious. And he never admitted to it. But look at how he looks. Trying to get attention, begging for attention, not like they like to do. They dress that way for attention. Anyway, I think it's reasonable to ask when someone is behaving that way and dressed that way and their avatar looks like that and it jumps out and I'm just like, what the fuck is this?
Humanize? Don't you see? It's just the work of the devil. It's the work of the demiurge. It's the work of governments of this world use through politics. It's us versus them, right versus left. There's no difference in a super far-leaning leftist versus a radical Republican, where all they do is attack each other's character, attack each other's physical attributes, demean and degrade, dehumanize. Don't you see? It's just the work of the devil. It's the work of the demiurge. It's the work of the evil that runs this place. I'm not saying that I'm better than anyone. I've been susceptible to this too. I've done this. I've done this too. I've said things to people that I'm not proud of. But ever since I was young, I've never wanted to hurt anyone. I've never wanted to consciously spread abuse and suffering to other people. Even to the people who have severely abused me in my past since I've been a child. I don't wish hell upon them. I would be probably, if I wasn't healed, I might want to wish bad things upon them. But I can see that.
I'm going to say this again. I said something similar to this earlier. I don't wish hell upon people that are, let's say, crackheads or meth heads or ones that might be, let's say, severely mentally ill. Some of them could be dangerous. Not all mentally ill people are dangerous, obviously, but some are. Not all homeless people will attack you or stab you or try to rob you, but some do. Some will, for sure. Some will and do, for sure. They make a living stealing from people, robbing people, armed robbery, breaking into homes, doing all kinds of shit, stealing, selling drugs, doing all kinds of things, terrorizing people. That goes on, okay, if you're in reality and observing reality. But I don't wish hell upon them. But I have my doors locked with multiple locks, and I have a security system and cameras because I want to protect the people I care about as well. And I do value my own body and my own safety, and value myself. And I don't want to just leave myself open to attacks while I'm peacefully sleeping in my place, let's say. Do you understand? It doesn't mean I hate them. It doesn't mean I wish pain and suffering or hell upon homeless bums that might be blocks away. They could be wandering around the neighborhood at 3 or 4 in the morning. I'm not sitting in my place wishing hell and suffering upon them, but I protect myself against them, and I protect my loved ones. But the way these creatures try to spin things is wishing hell upon everyone, wishing that's the way they try to spin it. And they'll try to spin it when I say about sealing in demons. They'll say, well, look at him. Look what he says he's going to do. Well, let's look at it this way. If I didn't do that, if no one did, most people had never even thought of that. I'm the one that came up with sealing in this realm. All over YouTube, when they mention it, they're talking about me sealing in this hell realm and sealing in demons. No one else has been talking about that. I came up with that. I haven't obviously given them my exact plan. They'd love to know how I'm going to do it, and they don't know. It's a surprise for you demons that are lurking. But that doesn't mean that I'm wishing hell upon them. I don't want them to destroy and infect and toxify and pollute everything that's beautiful and pure and innocent and good and safe and peaceful beyond here, beyond this matrix. And I've tried to explain it. I've showed it visually in videos. This matrix is a black cube with different levels. Now, what's outside the black cube? Some would say the great unknown. Some would say many tons of realms beyond number. Some would say just a void, nothing, an area where we could create our own realms. But regardless, if you let the demons out of this place to run wild, they will turn all of it into this place. Everywhere. There'll be nowhere to go. They'll follow you. They'll stalk you, especially me, and hunt, and just they'll obsessively. They'll never stop. So they have to be dealt with. Otherwise, you will never have a good place for eternity, to rest, to be safe, to be peaceful, to have beauty, to not have to look over your shoulder, to not have to worry about them spoiling, destroying, ruining everything that they can. That's the point. They view it as, oh, he's just trying to hurt us and punish us. I'm trying to keep them from destroying everything beautiful. Everything beautiful that exists, that's beautiful, pure, peaceful. They would destroy all of it. And I know some of you just can't grasp that, or you don't want to. Maybe you're afraid. Maybe you're not strong enough. There's many possibilities. But I'm well aware. And I'm not saying I could read minds, but I can read people, that some of you are afraid to face that. You'd rather not face it than to join me in stopping them, some of you. I'm aware of that. I don't think everyone on my channel that says, I'm going to join you, Stephen, I'll be right there, will show up. They never do in this place. So I'm not counting on every single person who says that they're going to stand beside me. There are people saying that a year ago on my channel, and they don't even come to my channel anymore. I don't know if you realize that, but people show their true colors over time. They say lots of things in the moment from their emotions, but a year later or 2 years later, they're nowhere to be found. They just vanished. They're not around anymore. But they swore, I'll be fighting with you, Stephen. I'll be right there, sealing in the demons. There's a lot of beings in this realm that are full of shit. They'd run at the first sign of danger. Or they'd go with the demons. They'd side with them. They do it here. They go with Team Evil. And they're so stupid that they think strength in numbers. I'll take you all on. Me versus all of you. If everybody that said they're going to be on my side didn't show up, if it was me versus every goddamn demon in this realm, I'll fight them all. And I'm not boasting saying that. I mean it. I will do that. That's what has to be done. If I had to fight for eternity. Some of you don't see how evil this place is. And you don't see the consequences, apparently, of what would happen if the demons were just allowed to flood through the gate out of this place. I don't know if you'll ever understand that. That's what the demons want. They want to ruin everything, everywhere. And I know some people say, well, there is no place and it's just the present moment. They go into all this new age bullshit. If it's just the present moment, tell it to the millions of children that are abused every year in this realm and kidnapped and do horrendous things. Tell it to them. Tell it to them. Just live in the present moment because it's fucking ridiculous. What you're doing is turning a blind eye to evil, suffering, torture. And that's what many do in this realm. There's a lot of weaklings in this realm. And I don't see other, quote, truth channels saying what I say. I don't see it. And if you see it, where are the channels? Show them to me. And I'm tired of people lying and trying to recommend these shit channels that are just bullshit. I'd choose wisely if I were you. But that's up to you.
That a lot of these people are so traumatized that they're just acting out the script that has been placed into their lives unknowingly.
If you're talking about me, I'm not acting out a script, and I'm not a human being. I'm not a people or person. I'm an eternal being, and I have that awareness of it, which most in this realm don't. They don't have that. And the new thing is, oh, death is just an illusion. My body will never die. Ian is saying that. Linda, Baxter Large. There's a bunch of them saying that shit.
And I have compassion for them in a way that these sick bastards don't know what's happening to them.
No, you don't have compassion. You just called them sick bastards. You don't have compassion. You're on your little team evil with Derek, Green Wizard, with Rebellious Meth Puppet, and lots of others. I've seen what content you've shared. I've seen what live streams you've been on. I've seen your comments. I know who you're with. You're on Team Evil. That's what you are. You're a piece of shit, Joshua.
They're just spreading what they've learned. They're spreading their abuse that was put onto them. And it's just a vicious cycle. I think we're supposed to end the cycle of abuse. I think a big step in the awakening process is realizing the game that's being played on us. The game of problem, reaction, solution, you know.
You were celebrating when Charles and Derek were saying that they were getting people together to hunt me down. They said they were coming to Canada. They're going to call the cops on me. They're going to do all kinds. You were all in favor of it, you piece of shit. So you are evil, and then you try to preach in your fake little videos, playing that, oh, you're such a nice guy, and you're such a fake. You're a phony.
Solution, you know. They create the problem, which is this hell realm. We have the reaction to it. We have the reaction to the suffering and abuse that's been put onto us. And then they whisper in our ear. They give us the solution. Spread evil. Darken your heart. I think inner healing is a huge step in the right direction.
So this is the same character, I'll put his image up again, who tries to push people to mass chop suey side, mass exit, mass self-deletion. That's what he's in favor of. And he walks around along train tracks After talking about how he's going to end himself in a year, he's highly irresponsible. There are young people watching his channel that might be very naive, very vulnerable, very depressed. They could be youngsters, 16, 17, 18 years old, that don't have the life experience, that see this asshole doing that, and they might do what he's saying to do. And then their parents are without their child because this fucking asshole walks along railway tracks right after making a video talking about that. And then he's walking on train tracks. I mean, think about it. And he says he's only going to live another year. He's planned out the date. A lot of them are doing this. Derek, his buddy, Green Wizard, and the other one, that South African Ignorance is Bliss, that creep that wears the pentagram hat that's usually in his van, smoking away, talks about self-deletion. So does Green Wizard. He put his will and testament up. They're pushing their audience to end themselves. And they're talking about, he's talking about people with darkened hearts being evil when he's trying to push people to self-delete, that don't have the life experience yet. It's incredibly sick and irresponsible at best, if not full-on demonic. That's what I'm fighting against. And anyone that thinks that I'm the, quote, bad guy, I don't know what to tell you. You can think what you want, but you don't know what I'm doing. You don't understand. And that's been a problem in this realm, not just with people not understanding what I'm doing, but people not understanding this realm and what's going on, period. Most people don't think. They go to work, they pay their bills, they pay their taxes, they do this. They're like robots. And that's what I noticed that decades ago. I was talking about people being on zombie tracks, just like they're robot zombies 30 plus years ago. If you went back to talk to some of my old friends and zines that I created and wrote and websites and all sorts of stuff, I was trying to show people what's going on in this realm on that level. And most don't get it. Most applaud and say, well, it's a hell realm. Well, he should be telling people to self-delete. What's wrong with that, Stephen? You trying to keep people here to suffer? And they blame me. I've heard it all in this realm. I've heard it all. I've heard it all. If you think this guy's good trying to push young teenagers to self-delete, I don't know what to tell you, but you're on the wrong channel. You shouldn't even be here. I don't want you around me. I don't. It's not just a difference of opinion. You're really fucked up. Because he probably won't end himself a year from now, but some of his audience, I wouldn't be surprised if they did because of him. And then parents will be burying their young teens because of this creature.
Without inner healing, you're just food for the mind viruses and the entities to take over your body so that they can keep people down. There's a lot of people who aren't far along as other people in certain realizations and truths about this world. But to see people trying to understand and trying to get it, and then a army of basically virtual gang stalkers is sent to destroy them, to keep them from certain truths. Whatever happened to helping your fellow man? Spiritual bypassing is rampant through all religions.
Whatever happened to helping your fellow man? How have you helped me by falsely accusing me and supporting crimes directed at me, violence? You're a piece of shit. That's what you are. Complete fake, phony.
And the Soul Trap community, I see, is just
no such thing as a community right off the bat. That's a red flag. Anyone that thinks it's a, quote, community, you're so wrong on that. It's beyond words. Beyond words. It's not a community. Sickening that they call it a community.
Just another religion. It has its dogmas. It has its Look
at him walking right beside the cliff there. I'm surprised he doesn't tell people, find a place like this and exit. Look at this.
And
walking right alongside the cliff.
the soul trap
This is intentional.
community I see is just another
I wouldn't be surprised if some of them eventually either walk along a high-rise ledge or they CGI it or green screen it to make it look like they're doing dangerous, death-defying things so that they get young teens to imitate them and end themselves. They're that sick. They're doing high-risk stuff like walking train tracks, multiple of them. They want to do this because they want people to imitate them. They want to harm and cause the deaths of others. That's what I see. If you don't see that at this point, maybe you will one day. I don't know. I don't know if you ever will. I don't know most people here. I don't know if you will ever see what I see. I don't know if you ever will. Maybe you won't. But they push self-deletion onto people, onto their audience. That in itself should be a huge wake-up call for you, whether you have children or not. But their audience is usually a lot younger. They are younger than me themselves. Most of them are in their 30s. Some of them are in their maybe early 40s, like Shateris, I think. Yes. That was the X-Files Pusher episode. Pusher. Cerulean Sky.
religion. It has its dogmas, it has its it has its priests. They're true.
It has its dogmas. It has its priests. He's just trying to make it sound stupid. That's another tactic they use to make the real truth look and sound foolish and stupid. They try to poison the well, just like Alex Jones is a famous example. He made billions of dollars, or at least hundreds of millions. Maybe it's $1 billion or more, but it's in the hundreds of millions from what I remember seeing, his net worth. Duping people and making real truth look stupid and sound stupid.
Through all religions, and the soul trap community I see is just another religion. It has its dogmas, it has its it has its priests. Their true heart is not going to spiritual bypass. A person using spiritual concepts to avoid their real psychological issues is called spiritual bypassing. And I see this rampant online. I find that narcissists will often use their spirituality as a self-centered attempt to receive praise and to receive energy. The intention or desire to cause harm to others is a wrong intention. Desire to cause pain, injury, or distress to another as an attack is motivated by pure malice. I think love and compassion for others is a higher achievement spiritually than abusing and harassing others because of their thoughts or beliefs. I feel like a lot of people use information to get better at manipulating others. I'm just tired of this us versus them mentality. I feel spiritually attacked. Hey.
You feel. You're trying to manipulate people right now, Joshua.
Others because of their thoughts or beliefs. I think love and compassion for others is a higher achievement spiritually than abusing and harassing others because of their thoughts or beliefs. I feel like a lot of people use information to get better at manipulating others. I'm just tired of this us versus them mentality. I feel spiritually attacked. Heavy today. Heavy. It wants to keep me in this low frequency. When you're in that low frequency, it's easy to react, and it's just when you're in this frequency.
I think he'll go right towards the edge. He wants to.
It's easy for your heart to.
The way that he's filming this is very telling, I think.
Be darkened more. Instead of that, I'm going to choose to purify mine through the fire.
Stupid graffiti all over the rocks. People have to ruin everything.
You see suffering and abuse everywhere. Why do you want to be the perpetrator of that? Sprayed
graffiti all over the rocks. That's Negro behavior right there. To do that out there is just Negro behavior.
I think we need to look at ourselves and
look at that.
Look in the mirror. No one.
What idiots would do that?
It's perfect. Everyone's done wrong. Everyone's done hurtful things.
Everyone's done wrong.
I don't want to continue to do that. I want to see people grow. I want to see people happy. I want to see people's empathy grow. We forget the important part.
When has he ever been happy? Has he ever demonstrated that on a live stream or video?
Of what makes us us, what makes us different than this place. I think we forget the importance of the distinction between us and this realm.
I think you forget your behavior and your wrongs and what you've supported. I think you forget the evil you've done. And you only look at people defending themselves and call that evil. You forget what you started, you piece of shit.
This realm is wrong. This realm is evil. It's inverted. Why do we want to act that way? Why do we want to copy what this realm?
Yeah, I agree. The subliminal message here is leading people off a cliff and showing it.
Realm is. And
he's showing you what he's doing. He's leading his own audience off a cliff.
Perpetuate that onto others. It's
look at him walk close to the edge and show you.
Hard here.
Look at this.
It really is.
Now, what's the point of this? If he's a real truth speaker who cares about people, why would he be doing this? Showing this dangerous behavior. Why? How could that be good intentions? You can see right over the edge of the cliff here. There's no railing, no fence. He's right on the edge of a cliff.
I don't
walking
exactly
along, balancing along.
Know what's going on here. I try to.
And he's showing you.
Entertain every theory and try to find truth in it. I just know this place.
He's showing you the drop in the cliff.
Is inverted.
He's leading you right to the edge of a cliff. Literally on video, not just figuratively leading you off a cliff. He's showing you this is the end. This is the end of a fucking cliff. This is the end.
Wants
right here.
To invert you.
As far as it goes. Where all
Maybe
this
we all
spray painted rocks are, all this shit here.
All came in here as pure souls. And from the moment we were birthed into this place has been working to pervert you and invert you. And maybe that's what keeps us here. Maybe that's why.
Stoner, what is that? Nation? Ration, it almost looks like. I can't even fucking spell. Look at that.
In it. I just know this place is inverted. And it wants to invert you. Maybe we all came in here as pure souls.
That's almost word for word things I've said. That we came in as pure spirits. I don't say souls, but pure. I've talked about that, how this realm's inverted. He just is such a fucking thief. That's what he is, such a thief. And such a phony.
And from the moment we were birthed into this place has been working to pervert you and invert you. And maybe
and he's a narcissist. He feels very clever for doing this. He doesn't have to walk there to a cliff and show this and talk this way. It's all by design by this demon.
That's what keeps us here. Maybe that's why they work overtime to darken your heart. I don't know. You can tell when someone is full of compassion and empathy. Even if that person is...
Why is he showing the graffiti? Not because he dislikes it or thinks it's trashy. He likes it. He likes that.
Deluded. You can tell when people want the best for other people. And you can tell when people want the worst for other people. I don't know. These are just some thoughts and some ramblings that I've been thinking about and pondering. I just know this place wants to darken my heart.
You celebrate threats of violence aimed at me. You don't want the best for people. Not for me. You want harm done to me. And I've seen your comments over the years. You're trash. You're a demonic piece of trash. And you're the same trash that when you want violence done to me, you'd be crying if it happened to you. but I fight back. I don't bow down to demons, any of you. And you're going to learn that. Fucking demons. He's programming people.
Wants to turn me into itself. Wants to copy paste itself into my being. And it's a fight to resist that. But I will never give up on that.
Okay. There will come a time. I don't make predictions. I'm not a prophet. I'm not a savior. I'm not a guru. But I think there will come a time when some of you will see what I've been saying in a way that you don't quite see today. Might say in a deeper way, in a way with more clarity. But you'll see what I mean. You'll see that I'm not just calling them demons as a way to demean them or insult them, or it's more than just a word. It's what they actually are. And if he cares about people, he wouldn't behave the way he behaves. So he's showing you how phony he is. This beautiful video is protected by fair use. It is not for profit. 99 likes. There's the 100th like on this one from El Diablo. 1,100 views over a year ago. July 8th, 2023. So this July, this video will be 2 years old. I've been doing this for a while. I've made a lot of content for free. So if people think, you can think whatever you want, but I've made this channel and all of my channels for free. And I've tried to help people see things. Put in a lot of time, thought, energy, effort. And what I've dealt with is attacks and smear campaigns, character assassination, liars, losers, thieves, copycats, violent creeps, and everything else.
Very calming, very tranquil. I think the word for that particular shade is cerulean, actually. Cerulean blue.
Okay, we get it. It's a nice shade of blue.
Cerulean blue. Cerulean makes me think of a breeze. A gentle breeze.
Hey, Mr. Blackwell, put a sock in it.
Cerulean is a gentle breeze. Cerulean, a gentle breeze.
Get down!
Okay.
Get down!
Okay. This is from the X-Files. All right, so this was almost 2 years ago. My microphone was different back then than what I'm using today. The laptop was different. The technology was different. I wasn't as confident making videos as I am today, but it was okay. I think it turned out all right. 55 minutes, 55 seconds. I covered Psi Powers and the X-Files Pusher episode. If you want to watch it, here you go. Pusher. X-Files. I'm dropping the link for that video, in the chat room. And the demons will say, he covered that for a reason. He's just trying to brainwash you. He's a cult leader. Did you know that El Diablo means devil? So nobody could figure that out. El Diablo means devil. That was one of the big truth drops that one of these losers, rebellious meth puppets said. Did you know that El Diablo means devil? No, nobody knew that. Wow, you really exposed me on that one. You really caught me. Wow. You really caught me. El Diablo means devil. Who knew? What a genius. Now, I was going to share something else with you while you're here and while I'm live. Where is it? It says here, over 200 subscribers in the last 28 days, 133 more than usual. So in 28 days, I have over 200 new subs on the Sanity Machine. I haven't been able to post new content there, but I'm still getting a lot of new subscribers. We hit the 4,000 subs milestone, then my channel was kind of suspended, but we're at 4128 subs. Maybe by the time I'm back up, it'll be close to 4,500 subs. People keep subscribing. It's like if I don't post content, more people subscribe. It's weird how the YouTube algorithm, as people call it, works. But that's what's going on. I'm getting lots of subs. And there's the evidence that Team Evil doesn't like because they never show proof. There's a screenshot. There you go. Anyway, when I am making content, I'm not getting 1,700 views 48 hours. I'm getting somewhere between 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 views every 48 hours. But I just want people to know that there are ones out there that are still looking. And there's been people looking into Hell Realm more and looking into Moksha and different things. There are people starting to get curious. There's a new wave of people looking for truth, trying to figure out what this reality is. So it's never hopeless. But what I'm getting at is there are more people interested in this. My Hell Realm video on God, the Serengeti, and God in the City, the Oat Studios one, has over 100,000 views. That's my video that has reached the most people out of any. It's my most watched video. I'll share it for a little bit here. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. Hell Realm Shown, God, Serengeti, and God City by Oat Studios. My review and analysis. And I'm going to make that 560 likes on this one. A lot of people have liked this video and over 116,000 views. By far, this video is my only, we'll call it semi-viral. Over 100,000 views. I wish all of my videos would reach that many, but usually they don't. They don't reach close to that. This video somehow broke through, and it's because of this, I think. That's a big channel, and my review of that somehow helped, but that's the most amount of likes and the most amount of views and 98 comments. Everybody should have watched this by now. If you haven't seen this, I don't know where you've been. I don't know what you've been looking at, because I have shared it and mentioned it in live streams lots of times. I'll drop a link in the chat for that one. This sweet and glorious little video. It's fiction. So if you want to see that video, you're going to have to click on the link and watch it. I hope people watch that video. I hope you like it. I hope you share it. I hope you comment. It helps if you leave comments. It helps the quote algorithm. All your interaction helps. And I want these to reach as many people. I wish all of my videos reached 100,000 or 1,000,000 or more people. People. I wish they did. They don't, but I wish they did. Okay? Right? Right? I wish they did, right? Right? And I do. I wish they did. Fortunately, they don't. Most of my videos, including my Esoterica series, hardly reach anyone compared to that. Right? That's Tommy Truth Dodgers. Tommy Truth Dodgers. Looks like we have 22 people tuned in right now. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. This is my YouTube studio for the Sanity Machine, the cream of the crop channel on YouTube. Cream of the crop. Break the Spell Esoterica series video only has 530 views, 55 likes. There's my subscriber count, 205 in the last 28 days, 4,131. It just keeps going up. The more I don't post new content, it seems like it's reaching more people. I know it sounds weird, but that's what's going on. It's maybe if I don't post any new content for a month, I'll reach 5,000 subs. Seems like people are finding my channel when there's nothing new there, and they're able to catch up with these videos. This video's 10 days old already. Break the Spell. These are some of my top videos.
Born again and again.
Okay, what do we have sharing here? This one. This is another video. It doesn't have 100,000 views, but this is one of my better videos. 7,600 views in a year. It's on remote viewing. I just covered this again in a premiere on El Diablo's channel, but this is the first time I covered it. This has a lot more commentary. It's 1 hour long and 50 minutes. It's almost 2 hours long, and I have a lot of thoughts throughout. A lot of commentary. Over 377 likes. All right. This is done very well. 190 comments on this one. A lot of people enjoyed this compared to usual. And this video is still getting people to subscribe. It shows me in the analytics that people are still subbing, watching this video. I'm getting subscriptions from this, getting new subscribers. Okay. This is a much longer version. The one that I premiered on El Diablo was the shorter version. Again, this is 1 hour, 50 minutes, way longer. I go into my thoughts, my commentary a lot more on this. A lot more. And again, I'll say it again. This is one of my better videos, over 7,000 views. For my channel, that's doing very well for a video. I'd love to have 30, 50, 100,000 views, but still 7,600 views is quite good for my channel, and 377 likes. That's a lot for my channel. But some people drop in and they're never to be seen again. They'll post a comment 2 months ago and I never see them again commenting on any other videos. They leave a comment and they disappear. It's unfortunate, but this realm does not have a lot of dedicated, devoted truth seekers that are focused, that are in it for the long haul, that will spend months or years studying things and trying to learn. It's very unusual. Anyway, look at that handsome face, that handsome, cheeky little devil there, El Diablo. Does anyone have a better mascot anywhere in this entire realm? Let's face it. I think he's the best mascot ever. I know he is. Look at his double halo. That bothers Team Evil Demons. They hate that. They hate everything now. A bunch of haters. Let's go over here to the British angle. Absolutely disgusting. This popped up. So he's getting hundreds of likes on this video. Hundreds. And it's a video that's 2 minutes. Maybe I should do that. Make 2-minute videos because they seem to. People have such short attention spans.
Now this is honestly the worst video I have seen all day. So an absolutely vile mother took her child into a soft play area in what appears to be a fast food restaurant. And there was another little girl who was playing nicely and trying to build what appears to be little towers out of all the playthings. And the utterly repulsive, evil woman filming encouraged her daughter to destroy what the young girl was building. And she started to aggressively and with venom and hate in her voice refer to the other child as a Karen. And she had the caption, "My daughter is not playing with these baby Karens. Lil Karen about to get fucked up."
Yeah, knock it down. Tear it up. Yep, and step on it.
So this is nigger mentality. And for people that disagree, you got a lot to work on because you've been programmed.
Child as a Karen, and she had the caption, "My daughter is not playing with these baby Karens. Lil Karen about to get fucked up."
Yeah, knock it down. Tear it up. Yep, and step on it. And Karen's just gonna have to deal with it. The fuck? Yep, knock all of it down. Good girl. Very good, Naoki. And grab it and tear it up. Oh well. Tear it up again. Don't put your hands on her. Don't do that. Yeah.
Unacceptable behavior. Teaching her child to destroy what other children have built. How tragically poetic. I think this video is a bit of an analogy. It has a much wider meaning and much wider implications. I will let all of you draw your own conclusions in the comments down below, but I think you all know exactly what
All right, everyone. So most channels that you visit on YouTube are not going to share things like that or comment. And they'll call me racist for showing that. Of course, the black woman's not racist. They'll call me racist. They'll say I'm racist. Well, it doesn't hurt my feelings and it doesn't stop me from sharing what I share. 1967 Detroit riots. Detroit, Michigan, USA. There were riots and they burned down thousands of buildings. Thousands. Let me know if my stream goes down. Hopefully it stays up. Hopefully I'm able to share this. Summer of 67, how Detroit changed forever in 5 days.
On July 23rd, We've gone back and interviewed a lot of people about why the riots happened, from the police on the front lines to the military who cleared the streets to the clergy who lived among the mistreated. They all had a different take on why the riots broke out 50 years ago.
It may look different now, but this is the corner where the rioting broke out 50 years ago on July 23, 1967. Detroit police raided an after-hours blind pig. 82 people celebrating the return of 2 black servicemen from Vietnam. All were arrested, but crowds outside grew after rumors of excessive force by police. By morning, the unrest had spread. Wendell Anthony, president of the NAACP. The number one issue when they looked at what happened in Detroit, which caused it, was the police department and people feeling as though there was an army of occupation. Looking back 50 years later, why it happened depends on who you talk to.
You couldn't move to certain places. You couldn't shop at certain places. You couldn't go to certain theaters and movies and things like that. And so all these things were built up, and they led to people being extremely angry.
Greg Parada, a lifelong Detroiter, saw the rioting and the looting that ruined his neighborhood.
And it was not a race riot. It was more of an opportunity.
Willie Jackson saw tanks roll down his street. He believes people were hopeless.
Basically, it was jobs.
Larry Pyler left Detroit in 1971.
I think that it was the culmination of years and years and years of being second class, of not having opportunity.
Others saw the rioting as only chaos with no thought about the consequences.
I remember people trying to couch this as some sort of a noble rebellion. And I saw no nobility in it at all. It was a mess. It was a riot.
Father Don Archambault was living in the heart of the riots.
There was always this rumor that things were bubbling up, that there was frustration and rage in the community.
Former Channel 7 anchor and reporter Eric Smith believes people were tired of being treated as second-class citizens.
Civil unrest, race riot. No, it wasn't. That's the last thing in the world it was. In my heart, it was a rebellion.
Brian Kaufman, the editor and one of the producers of the documentary film 12th and Claremont.
What we tried to do was really get to the heart of why this happened. And it happened, for several reasons, police brutality being one of them, housing segregation being another, and lack of jobs being the third.
Whatever your reasoning, what people fear most is the possibility it could ever rear its ugly head again. The official Kerner Commission report from the U.S. government released in 1968 blamed racism for sparking the violence in Detroit, not a conspiracy by African-American political groups, as some had claimed.
It was just racism, everyone. It was just racism. But this is what it resulted in. This seems a bit familiar, though, doesn't it? Does everybody see this? Just a second, El Diablo. I have to take this so you can see just temporarily. The riot resulted in 43 deaths, 1,189 injured, over 7,200 arrests, and more than 400 buildings destroyed. That was just one of the riots. The scale of the riot was the worst in the United States since the 1863 New York City draft riots during the American Civil War, and it was not surpassed until the 1992 Los Angeles riots 25 years later. So there was not race involved, but it was almost all Negroes, just like in Los Angeles. It's almost like there's a racial component in the ones that do riot and kill and burn buildings and loot. It's almost as though there's a racial element to riots that murder people, burn buildings, kill, burn buildings, destroy, whether in Detroit or Los Angeles, St. Louis, Baltimore. It's interesting. It's one group. Please answer that, please. Because it's almost like there is race involved in it. If you see the pattern that I just rattled off there, different cities in the chat. Do 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 do. Some demons left because it got too heated for them. Too much truth they don't want to face because they want to view blacks as victims. A war zone in 1967 in Detroit, Rock City. Is this video footage racist right here? Is this racist? Well, they set places on fire. Is me showing it racist? They set buildings on fire like this. Is me showing the evidence racist? See, a lot of quote truthers or self-professed truthers on YouTube are just lefty liars. That's what they are. They're a bunch of lefty liars. And when someone like me exposes the truth, they don't like it. Like Tom S. and others. Tom Shepard. Is this racist? Is this racist? Is speaking the truth racist? Is showing the truth racist? And that's what other channels do. They program the shit out of you to believe that, oh, if you talk about that, you're racist. You're racist if you talk about that, they say on other channels. Truth is truth, not hatred. Racism, sexism, blah, blah, blah. Truth is truth. But on other channels, they'll say, hey, King Stephen's racist. He shows black people in an unflattering way. He must be racist. And that's why I say these other channels are programming people. They're programming people. That's their role on YouTube. Whether they're paid to program people or not isn't even the issue. Some of them might be, some of them might not be. But they're programming people. The result's the same. To say that if you show what black people do in mass numbers, you're racist. If you show facts and stats, you're racist. If you show patterns of behavior, you're racist. How are they truthers? How are they truth channels? They call themselves truthers, truth channels. Well, they're just programming you just like television. What's the difference between them? I'm going to ask in the chat room, what's the difference between truther channels calling people racist and CNN doing that, or CBC in Canada? What's the difference? Fuck is the difference? What's the difference between them and mainstream media? What's the difference? They're programming you. They're trying to make you believe that it's racist to speak the truth. That's what TV does. That's the same thing TV does. So what's the difference? And people want to say, well, they're truther channels, Stephen. Well, they're sending you the same fucking message as the TV that's mainstream media that gets millions of dollars funding to program the shit out of your minds. And people want to argue with me on here on YouTube. Well, they're truther channels, Stephen, and they call you racist. They call you racist. You racist. And if I said what I see in this realm on CNN would say he's a racist. Or MSNBC or CBC in Canada, they'd say he's a racist. Well, you people have truther channels for that. You can sit on YouTube and get programmed. What's the difference? Who else has pointed that out on YouTube, by the way? Who else on YouTube, besides me, with a channel, has said, you know what? These truther channels are just like the mainstream media. They sound just like lefties. They call people sexist and racist and homophobic and transphobic and all the same shit the mainstream media does. What's the difference between the lefty mainstream media and YouTube channels? People don't realize this. They're all in alignment with each other. They don't call each other out the way I do. You name a channel that I kiss up to that I won't tell the truth on. Name one of them that I compromise my principles for. Name one goddamn YouTube channel that I compromise my principles for, or kiss up to, or bow down to, or let them dictate what, just a second, let them dictate what I do and say on YouTube. There's not a goddamn one. I'm not part of their team, and they know it. Are you people smart enough? Why do you think I'm hated more than anyone in the, quote, truther community, as they call it, and the panelverse, shit channels, shit shows, community, in quotes? Why the fuck do you think I'm hated so much? It's obvious to me. It should be to you. Before it's all said and done, I hope it is obvious to you if you don't get it at this point. And then you got the fake ones saying, I call them out as much as you do. Sure they do. They're calling them out one day and kissing their ass the next day. Snafu and Tommy, Illuma Tommy and all the others. They're not calling them out, okay? Behind the scenes, they're on fucking texting each other and phone calls and emails. That's the reality. They all have Talcott's number. They have each other's numbers. They're blowing each other like fags behind the scenes. They're all buddies, bed buddies, okay? And I've called them that on their shows. So yeah, they can call me the devil. They can call me anything. Doesn't hurt my feelings. I'm going to speak the truth until the very fucking end of this matrix and beyond. And they won't. They'll take $50 to kick me off their show. They'll take money to ban me. They don't have any principles and values and morals. Okay? They don't have any morals, principles, values at all. They're sellouts. They can be bought off. I could buy them off if I wanted to. I have money. I could buy them off completely and own them. That's what they are. They're for sale. Do you understand? People call themselves truthers. Well, we see there's people for sale in the real world, but not on YouTube. Well, it's all over YouTube. They're all sellouts. They'd sell out their own mother for fucking $50 or $500. Do you people not see what's going on? There's people that defend these channels, including ones that still come to my channel and ones that stopped coming to my channel that chose Team Evil. Go ahead. Stand with degenerates that will sell out for a few dollars. I don't want you here anyway. If that's what you support and you have no principles, no values, no morals, get away from me. I don't want you here. I don't need your views. Some of you may even be as dumb as Creep Alley, thinking that every view I get money. She's so stupid. My channel's not monetized. I choose not to monetize my channels. I could have ads and make money from YouTube. I don't need YouTube money. I don't need or want your money. Some people are that stupid. She's mentioned it on shows. Oh, well, he doesn't need donations, but he gets money from YouTube. No, I don't. I pay YouTube for premium service. I don't get money from YouTube. You get paid by YouTube by having monetized channels and ads, ad revenue, and views from ads. You don't see ads in my videos, geniuses. This shouldn't even need to be said, but it has to be because there's people that are so dumb, and it is frustrating for me. Do you not understand? Channels that are monetized, you have to apply to be monetized. You have to have a certain amount of watch hours or subs. I could have been monetized on the Sanding Machine 2 years ago. I don't need the money. Okay? Paranoid conspiracy theorists that say, he needs the money, he's broke. No, I don't. I choose not to monetize my channel because I don't need the money. I don't want ads playing on my channels. And I don't ask for donations. There's no super chat button. There's no $ in the chat that you can click on. Some people are so fucking dumb they need this explained. Creep Alley believes that I make money off YouTube. Based on what? My channels are not monetized. None of them that I've run. And I've chosen not to do that on purpose so that you don't have to sit through ads if you don't have YouTube Premium like I do. Like I pay for every month. I pay for YouTube Premium just like I paid for Restream. I spend money on my channel. I don't make money on this. And I can afford it. I'm not crying about it. I'm not saying I can spend money on this channel. I can buy laptops. I can buy microphones. I can buy software, register software that I use for making videos and for live streams. I pay for it. No big deal to me. But it's a lie when they say that I make money off this and the more views I get. No, I don't. If this live stream got 10 million views, I wouldn't make a penny. If my videos get millions and millions of views, I don't get a penny. It's not monetized. because I don't want you to have to sit through or skip through ads. I don't need the money. This is simple to understand for people that aren't paranoid fucking retards like Creepally is. That's what she is. And I'm not calling people here that are mods or regulars, but there are people that lurk and drop in that think he's making all this money on YouTube. I don't need fucking pissant YouTube money. I don't have Patreon. I don't have Cash App, PayPal. Okay? The same obsessed over and over again, same obsessed troll making another account, brand new account. Just keep coming back, loser. I'm bored with you. You're a fucking loser. You're just a loser. You're not wanted here because you're a cockroach. You're just a cockroach. That's what you are. The one that I just banned. Anyway, it gets tedious having to explain everything that's obvious. Nobody had explained to me, oh, this channel has no ads, it's not monetized, and they don't ask for donations, then they're not making money off YouTube. Nobody had to sit me down and explain that to me. But people that were on my channel for a year can't understand it. So I know there's something wrong with beings in this realm, like Creepally, Callie, Creepally, Taylor. Okay? The stinky bum is dumb, too dumb to understand that I don't do this for money. I don't make money doing this. I spend money to do this. She couldn't think her way out of this hell realm. She couldn't think her way out of a paper bag. And that's reality. People make the dumbest accusations and come up with the dumbest shit that I've ever seen on YouTube. They really do. And that's also what I mean by focus, attention, thinking. It's not hard to understand that I don't make money off of this. It's simple. It's simple to see it. There's no ads for any of you during live streams or videos. My channels are ad free. It's just, oh, what has happened to most in this realm? There's just degraded to being so fucked up they can't notice simple shit. Would you notice if you watched television for hours and hours and there was no commercial or advert, I think as they call them in the UK, and there's just none? Would you notice at a certain point going, shit, I've been watching this for 9 hours. There's no ads ever. It might eventually click in. This is ad free. So it's not making money. I'm not making money doing this. But paranoid idiots believe that I am. So there's a problem with people. There's a real problem. And it isn't just with that one. There's a lot more than just that have a real problem. Follow them, pay the price. Is that simple enough? How much simpler could I make it? Just take another spin in the bin and see what you get. If you think you have a life that's hard now, it could be a lot worse. Take another spin. Laugh at the hell realm. Laugh at my model, laugh at my videos, laugh at what I'm doing, and just see where it gets you. See where it gets you. Let me know, please, if the stream gets paused because I'm sharing something. Inspired channel. People have been talking about this channel. It's a huge channel, and people love what's big and popular and mainstream and has a check mark. It's verified by YouTube. This is what people want, is this kind of stuff. People love this kind of stuff. Cheesy memes. A shaman was asked. Anything beyond what we need is poison, he said. Really? You should just settle for just having just what you need, right? That sounds like a slave prisoner mindset. Stockholm syndrome. Doesn't sound enlightened to me. How dare I question a shaman meme? He's a wise man, people would say. I think it's hilarious at this point. Hilarious. They can't figure out anything. Most truthers, whether they're baby truthers and brand new or low, they're just low level. They're paranoid. They make wrong assumptions, false accusations. They don't care about the truth any more than a normie does. In some cases, less so. They gossip, they slander, they smear campaign. They're generally not good beings. And I know that hurts a lot of feelings here. I call myself a truther. You'd have to be retarded at this point to call yourself a truther. You could have said to me a decade ago on Facebook or different other platforms and said, hey, Steven, do you call yourself a truther? I would have said, no, I don't. I don't wear that label. I don't group myself in with fucking idiots. If that bothers you, too bad. Whoever hears this, if it bothers you, I don't care. Deal with your own feelings like an adult. This truther shit is just pathetic. You don't even realize how babyish it is and how stupid it is, and follow the leader, and how it's not about truth. It's all these cliques and biases, or clicks as the Americans say. Clicks, biases and groups. And it's pathetic. It really is. Most of them will lie about other people. If you're someone about the truth, why do you tell so many goddamn lies about people? It's just pathetic. It really is. So as soon as somebody calls himself a truther, that sets off alarm bells for me, red flags. And I just say they must be very new to this. They'd have to be applying that term to themselves. They'd have to be. Very new or very young, naive, something. Because it's one of the most babyish and spoiled terms. You might as well label yourself a feminist and say, why are you viewing me as stupid and toxic? Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why. Cowboys back. He got there by hard work, just hard work, everyone, just plugging away. And he has well over 500,000 subscribers. He's got to be legit. He's got to be real because he's popular on YouTube and the algorithm likes his channel. So it must be real, authentic truth. Have to be. This woman here agrees. Those of us who are awake and aware will keep growing and get the intuition to keep moving forward. Well said. It's just an empty comment is what I see there. Nothing special. This person here wrote, the world is God's imagination. I haven't heard that 10,000 times. Once we realize we are God, then this imagined dream loses any importance. Waking up before physical death, we transcend all concepts and live in peace and love. It just sounds like something spewed out by the new age bullshit generator. You go ahead, follow this shit. I'm not stopping you. For the ones that say Steven's running a cult, he keeps people from channels, he calls them shit channels. I advertise these shit channels. I post the links in my chat. Inspired shit channel, and you can go there and gobble up shit to your heart's content. I always share links to these shit channels, and people can have at it, fill your mind with shit, and that's what I realize most in this realm want anyway. They want to go to the pig trough, and right next door could be a gourmet restaurant run by me in this thought experiment. I'm not saying I own an actual restaurant or run one, but if I did, and I'd be handing out gourmet food saying, come on over here. You don't have to eat at the pig trough. And the looks like, oh, fuck, what is he talking about? We're very content eating the pig slop out of the trough. That's what it looks like to me. And that's what people do. And you can shake your head and deny it and say, no, they don't. They want real truth. That's why 567,000 are subscribed to this channel with a verified check mark, where YouTube's giving them the check mark of approval saying, your system approved by YouTube. We verified you. You're exactly what we want. We're going to push your channel. That's how dumb people are.
Hey, Inspired Tribe, my fellow freedom lovers. It's John Nolan here. Thank you so much for tuning in. It is Monday, May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, 2025. Out of the Matrix into Prime Reality. Thank you for joining us on X.
I think it'll get to this point. I don't know if it's at the point yet, but it will get there where they could go to this guy if he ran a group meeting or some kind of inspired channel get together, where I think they'll fall in love with this guy so much as a guru that he could take out a cattle brand and brand them, physically brand them with inspired with his logo on their ass, and they'd pay him and thank him for it. That's how zombified people are in this realm. You can shake your head and say, no, they wouldn't do that. I think they would.
Rumble and YouTube, we're slowly starting to really get back on track here. You know, we've been gone for a while. This body went through some upgrades. Our bodies went through some upgrades, which in human terms means you're sort of out of it and you're sick, and that's just how it goes sometimes. And we're slowly but surely making our way back. Thank you so much for being with us. You know, when you're down and when, you know, you're not functioning the way that you're used to, and this body isn't functioning the way that you're used to, you might know this. After this, you know, after the initial very tiresome period is over, there's a lot of reflection time. And what I like to do, and this is full disclosure, I really like to question myself, you know, my own biases. I like to sort of examine where I'm at, what we're talking about here, what is significant. And so, you know, one thing that has become clear is how our mission, our own internal mission, right, generally speaking, has never changed, but the expression of it is changing over time. As everything around us is changing, I think we have to constantly ask ourselves, how can we adjust? How can we assimilate? I think that's very important. And that's sort of you know, to preface today's subject, which truly is very, very literal. When I say the world is ending, I really mean that. But we have to be clear on what the world is.
This is great. The world really is ending is the title of his video. He talked about upgrades in his last video. Do you think your human body is getting upgraded by this matrix? Fucking hell, man. People are so dumb.
And what the ending signifies. And I have come to a certain, I would say, temporary conclusion, if you will. It might not be fully formed, but I think, you know, this is where we stand. So first we have to define what the world is, and to be very precise, the world is all human-made systems, if you will, the collective of all human-made systems. Now, we don't know whether it's really humans who created these systems, but as far as we can tell, you know, most of these systems were at least created by human-looking entities, whether that's government and nations and sciences and religions and everything that, in other words, isn't growing or wasn't already here in this realm, right? Trees, grass, dirt, oceans, mountains, everything that is, all these systems, that is what I call the world. as a collective. And it has been my intention and our intention, Christine and mine, for the last 15 to 20 years as we were in a public arena, to inspire a shift in thinking on a larger scale that would allow us to not go full on as a collective into this technocratic era, which means it's ruled, not supported by, but ruled by technology. It's ruled by AI, and everything revolves around it. And we saw that, and this is my opinion, we saw that as a monumental threat to not only our human biology, but as we've discussed so often, to our divinity, to the spark within us that is connected to creator consciousness. And you know, we studied historic patterns, maybe not the mainstream ones. The mainstream ones simply don't add up. But if you dig a little deeper, then you all know, and we know, that we are by no means the first major civilization. I think there were many, many iterations, pretty much always going through a similar cycle, I think. I think always the worship of technology and the takeover of technology always signified the end of a cycle, or at least the beginning of the end. And so today, I really want to focus on all these systems and what we might have to really focus on. Frank, Jacob, and I will record another episode of The Naked Truth going deeper into this, simply because we all feel the significance of it. But there is the world as we knew it growing up, for example. You and I, and you know, we might be around the same age or we might be a little bit apart, doesn't matter. But the world as we knew it, it had a consistency to it. It was always evolving, progressing in terms of, that's what the mainstream calls it, but it had some sort of consistency to it. That consistency is gone. We're in such a rapid transformation that when I try to define it today, it won't even be valid anymore next month. That's how fast it's evolving. And these structures and systems are all truly ending, not metaphor.
Everything's rapidly evolving. Everything's going to get better. Well, I've heard that my whole life. I've heard that my whole life from all sorts of sources, that it's all going to be so much better in this realm. Do you think Cowboy would be making videos on YouTube and have a channel if he didn't make money? Do you see up here premium? Do you see on your screen premium? I pay so that I don't get ads. So I can't tell 100% that he has a channel with ads, but I suspect that he's making money from ads. I don't get to see them because I have premium. This is simple to understand. I hope people can follow along with this. And I don't want to be condescending, but there are people that can't quite get it. I can't tell for sure that this guy has ads in his videos and is making money, but I suspect that he does. I don't think he has a big channel this big without making money from his channel. Here's the inspired money gold. Look at this. Noble Gold. So he's got a gold sponsor. What's this? No credit card needed, a free trial, and then I guess you have to pay. What's this? High consciousness field. New merchandise. There's lots of things you can spend money on here. Looks like he has a lot of shit you can spend money on. This is great. Good for him. Just grift. Just program the shit out of people and make money off of them. That's what they want anyways. When you try to help them, they just attack people, giving them real truth for free. They want this shit. This is what they want. Join our wonderful uncensored community on Locals. Get 2 months free. You got to pay for his Locals There's a lot of shit here you got to pay for. This is great. This is great. Join up. I'm not holding any of you back. Go for it. Pay for this shit. And there's tons of channels like his. And that's what people want to watch. And they show it all the time. This is what you want. Prime reality. Out of the matrix into prime reality. Look at these. Look at this shit. I'm going to share a link to this. You buy this if you want to. I'm not stopping you at all from spending your money on shit. You want to buy this shit? Go for it. Out of the matrix. He's helping you out of the matrix into prime reality by telling you that your body's getting upgrades. You can't make this shit up. People eat it up. I can't convince people of what shit. They just can't see it. Some can, but the vast majority on earth do not see it at all. They'll go right for this and say, this is great. Why are you bashing this guy? You hate everybody, Steven, they've said. You hate all these channels. I love my inspired tribe. Look at this. This is good stuff. He's making money and selling this stuff. This is great. This is great. There you go. You want faded mustard color or do you want faded black? That doesn't look black at all. Faded navy. There you go. Gobble it up. Gobble it up. Such a basic, stupid design and a channel that's not going to help you get out of this hell realm whatsoever based on what I've seen.
Metaphorically speaking, they're really ending. And it is structures and systems are, when I try to define it today, it won't even be valid anymore next month. That's how fast it's evolving. And these structures and systems are all truly ending, not metaphorically speaking, they're really ending. And it is now inevitable in our world here that this technocratic AI takeover is inevitable in my perception. I simply don't see how this could in any way, shape, or form be stopped other than by pulling the plug, you know. And I don't even know if an EMP would do the trick, but I don't see any other way. There's just too much collective cheering for this, and money is flowing to it, and all systems are starting to adapt to it. So our focus, I believe, needs to change. And how we think about it needs to change. There can't be no more rose-colored glasses. We simply don't have the necessary, even the necessary minority, the critical mass, if you will, to alter that course. So the AI course is here, and it's here to stay, right? I know people have varying belief systems around AI, but those belief systems really don't matter. What matters is the facts. What matters is the truth. And to believe naively, as many do, that we can take over how AI is being used right now, I don't think that right now that's a possibility. We don't have the numbers yet. We don't have the awareness yet, collectively speaking. We don't have the consciousness yet. There's just no evidence for it. That it is possible is a given, but we're nowhere near that. And I have perhaps in euphoric moments, maybe
fear programming, fear the AI, fear the AI. It's great. This is what people want. They want to buy fear and pay for it. Mentally, spiritually, and monetarily. They want to pay to be programmed. And I know people will shake their heads and say, no, we don't. yeah, the majority of humanity wants to pay to be programmed, and they already do. So what I'm saying is a fact. It's true. Most people on Earth want to pay to be programmed with fear, lies, etc. True or false? Well, considering they already do that, it seems to be true. And this is something people don't want to face that. You know, there's people that on my channel that have cried when they finally started realizing that they can't just tell this stuff to their family and their family nod their heads and wake up, and they've somehow misconstrued my message into believing that I'm saying you can wake up everyone. I've never said that. I've never said that you could wake up your whole family and do I couldn't with my own. So what are you talking about? I don't know how people miss my message so terribly. They must not be paying attention. They must have the attention span of a fucking less than a mosquito. A mosquito will pay attention to you long enough. I don't know what people have been listening to, and that's what's frustrating for me. And then some of them complain saying, he's always telling his audience to pay attention. I hate that. Well, if you don't pay attention, you're going to get recycled. Maybe I care more about your fate than you do. Maybe that's the reality. And some people here will say, well, if I get recycled, I'll still get out eventually when you end this matrix. Well, do you want to spend 5,000 more lifetimes here? Maybe 500,000. Have you considered that possibility? That the blink of an eye outside of this realm might be 500,000 or 1,000,000 lifetimes here? Do you want to keep getting recycled and degraded spiritually? I don't know. I don't understand where minds are at. I don't understand why I'd have to tell people and explain it all the time how important this is. I treat it like it's my one and only shot, but I don't think most do that in this place. That's why I can't relate to most people, because they're so lackadaisical about it and so lazy. They just think, well, if I don't get out, Steven will get me out eventually. Or he'll end the Matrix. You don't know how long that could be in this place, in Matrix time. There's a time differential. I've gone over this before. So anyway, that's the way I treat it. You don't have to do what I do, but I think it's wise and prudent to do it that way. In other words, I'll say it again, treat it like it's my one and only shot to get out of here. And not in pressure, but taking it seriously. And I don't think most people take it seriously because they'll go to shit like what's on the screen. And they'll say, what's wrong with watching his channel? It's like, what the fuck? You can't see what that is yet? You can't see what this cowboy is. Grifter. He'll sell you any shit. He's making money doing this. He's doing it for money and selling t-shirts and selling courses and fucking, it's about the money for him. It's just like there's people that recommended this channel in comments on my channel. That's how I found out about this.
Overestimated where we are, and I have to correct myself. Now that sounds sobering, but only if you think that the end of this world is the end of consciousness, is the end of our evolution. It isn't. And that's what I mean by we have to shift our focus from sort of unachievable short-term goals to very practical questions. So in the next weeks and months, we will really go into the practical, necessary questions, like very specific, that are here and will be coming up through the next few years. So the idea is we cannot prevent the development of AI in our world and all the consequences that are currently coming with it. We simply can't. I don't see that. What we can do is become very clear on our choices and rethink our future strategies. And we will go much deeper into this in the future. But one of the things is to realize that our participation in mainstream society will be dependent on our willingness to accept AI in place of all the systems and humans that are in place still now. So that's the one thing. We will have to decide whether that's the juice is worth the squeeze, right? Is it worth for us to accept all the AI into our lives in order to participate in mainstream society? That's the one thing. Very soon, or maybe even at the same time, the question will be, will we accept it as part of maybe our households, part of our biology? All of this is not a theory. This is all the developers of these systems, all the CEOs, the engineers, and the speakers that are being sent into the public arena to hype AI are telling us this. Whether that's the Ray Kurzweils or the Sam Altmans or the Elon Musks, it doesn't matter. You know, they just seem to have a little bit of different flavors, but they're all saying the same thing: merge with it or be left behind. So if we look at it as people who don't wish to merge with it, I don't see it as being left behind, but I do see that my participation in mainstream society is, the days are numbered, right? So I already dread going to an airport simply because it's already so hyper technological and inhumane, right? And this is going to soon pass a threshold where we will be asked to do things or participate in things that are unacceptable for our spirit. So that means very shortly, for many of us, that air travel, unless we have the means to do it privately, and even privately, it's becoming tighter, that air travel just won't be, or at least mainstream air travel won't be an option. Same goes for public transportation. Same goes, I believe, for even entering urban areas and cities, potentially even participating in mainstream traffic. Those are all potentials, right? I think gradually, I think over time, but they are like accessing buildings.
I'm not sure if I've said that this is baby truther stuff, what he's speaking about. It was baby truther stuff 10, 15 years ago. And people treat it today like it's novel and it's a revelation to them or something. For me, just being around dumb people for eternity would be torture and hell for me. I don't want that. I don't want dumb people, obsessive dummies, to be able to follow me around eternity and cling to me like Velcro. I don't want that. That's painful to me. That bothers me. I could never have peace or paradise if that were the case. So for the ones that say, "What do you have against dumb people?" Well, that's part of it right there. They don't allow me to have peace. They cling to me. They obsess over me. They stalk me. They make account after account. They do it on YouTube. They've done it all over the internet for years. And some of them try it in real life as well. This realm tries to torment me. Here's another one. It's the same one that it's obsessively coming back. It's just a piece of shit with a brand new account. Just a loser. Banned again. Same one, obsessive. Just a complete loser.
Things in cities. Restaurants will have these policies, digital ID, biometric, stuff like that. And so basically we're in this process where everything is replaced with technology. We've talked about the great job replacements. That is a given. So there will be companies that have old school founders and owners and CEOs who will simply keep their staff on the payroll and keep them working because they believe in people and they don't believe in the replacement, but that will become more and more the exception. In many in many arenas and many industries, it simply won't be feasible anymore because those businesses won't be able to compete, right? On the other hand, in the short term, you will see some businesses really focusing on the human element. They will tell their customers there are no AI chatbots. You're always talking to a human. Here we touch things, we infuse our energy. That will be a part of it. Right now, I don't see any.
I like truth seekers, and I like good spirits and spirits that care not only about the truth but about others. And I don't like cockroaches and obsessive creatures. And I will seal them in here. They belong here. And no one will stand in my way for that. I promise you, if you do stand in my way and try to stop me, that I'll put you in here too. It's as simple as that. You can stay with them. You want to defend cockroaches and demons that have tried to harass me for years? Stay here then. Because I'm not going to let you ruin everything for everyone else, including me, for eternity, and allow us no peace because you feel sorry for demons and you don't like the thought of demons having to stay here. You're a demon sympathizer, you can stay here with them. I've said this so many times, and I want to make sure that you don't have any excuses to be able to say that you didn't know, you weren't told, because I know what people do. I know they'll use any excuse when they've had years or a lifetime to listen and learn something. You're not going to have any excuses. All the harassment, threats, violence, evil, lies, all that you've made others feel, it's going to come back to you 1,000,000-fold for eternity. And this is where you can rot and devour each other and starve. You don't feel anything about tormenting and harassing and trying to destroy others' good time and try to stop people from doing what they're doing here and spreading truth. You can suffer here. This is where you belong. And I know some of you that are tuned in once in a while have bleeding hearts, and you will try to defend them and say they don't belong in hell. You're doing it already in videos, saying no one belongs in hell, and he says he's going to put them in hell, and they don't deserve that. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing.
So this is where the word suffering, we use it for different things, and it becomes a word game, a perception game of words more than the truth. More than getting down to truth, where we get triggered on words that we use and perceptions we have for words, where we need to really understand our perception of these words first and really have this deep understanding before the conversation. Because this is what I'm seeing in conversations. It's a perception game where we're battling perception. Like, okay, well, what's your perception of this word first? Oh, okay. Well, this is my perception. So this is the problem. It's a perception thing. We're not getting to truth. We're just saying, how dare you not have my perception? You need to have my perception of this. And it becomes this clash of perceptions.
Is the suffering of countless millions in this world just perception? Is the suffering of babies just perception? One's aborted in the womb, one's drug addicted in the womb, one's that suffer with deformities and disabilities and genetic disorders, suffer with child abuse, just endless things. Is that just, quote, perception? And that's where you run into a real problem. People are willing to believe all kinds of shit in this place. It's observable in families, neighbors, children. Innocent children suffer and die in this realm. It's a neighbor, one of my family members, they had a baby that had all kinds of health issues as a baby. And they're going to the hospital all the time and surgeries and just horrendous. And then ended up with cancer as a baby. As a baby. There was a child on my street when I was a kid growing up. He was born with a heart defect, a hole in his heart, and they had to repair his heart. He had multiple surgeries as a baby and as a child. Throughout childhood, they had to go back and do multiple surgeries. He could have died many times, and his parents could have been grieving their only son. They had 2 children. There was children on my street that died from disabilities, genetic disorders. 2 boys, brothers, both dead. And they left a sister behind. Both of her brothers died. And this is what people avoid because they love following shit that isn't true, that makes them feel good. I'll just say, well, it's just perception. If I think I'm in heaven, I'm in heaven. You don't deserve the truth then, because you don't care enough to notice the tremendous amount of suffering around you in this world. I'm not suffering this moment. And some of you are so fucked up saying, well, he thinks it's a hell realm because he must be suffering, and they focus on me and fixate on me. You just have so many issues, people in this place. They talk about me. They're focused on me. Obsessed with me. I don't have a genetic disorder. But I knew children in my childhood that died as children because both of their parents were carriers of a certain gene, and they both had to be carriers of it, and the baby had to be a boy. It doesn't affect girls, only boys. And they had multiple boys. They had a boy that died of it, then they had a daughter, then they had another boy and realized, okay, this is what it is. And this is way back then. Then they didn't have children. They lost 2 of their 3 children, both of their sons. And their daughter lost both of her brothers. And that doesn't get through to people. Most things don't. A friend of our family, friend of my parents, they had a son that was hit and killed by a car walking home at dusk. I think he was around maybe 13 years old, dead. And cops showed up at their door and had to tell them. There was an accident, your son was taken to the hospital, and they couldn't save him. And then people will say, it's just perception, dude. It's just about perception. If you feel it's a heaven realm, it is. No, it isn't. It doesn't change things. So there's something with humanity, and it's with most humans, that nothing true breaks through. Nothing. Because they always want to do the Stockholm Syndrome and avoid truth. You can tell someone that someone's an alcoholic and they're a child abuser. People will shake their heads and say, no, they're not. That's their first response. The first response of most beings in this realm is denial of truth. Hardly anyone nods their head up and down and says, yeah, that's true. Almost no one in this realm that I've ever met. So there is a problem here with humanity in terms of humanity and truth. They don't want truth. And some people think, well, this is as bad as it gets. No, it isn't. No, you're sadly mistaken. It's not going to get better like a lot of these channels promise you and lie to you and take your money. I don't know how people can be so gullible. Like, you must be a different species entirely from what I am, because it doesn't even come close to fooling me. And yet people, I expose these channels and they get angry with me constantly. I'm getting comments every day that you don't see on my channels. People are defending Darius and Lolita and all kinds of videos where I expose these creatures over the years. I still get comments from people coming to my channel defending them, saying, you must not know them. You don't know what you're talking about. Defenders of grifters. That's one thing that human beings are just exceptionally good at. They're masters at that. You want to defend liars and grifters and frauds. That's what people are really good at. Congratulations, humanity. You're really good at that. But in terms of seeing through things and spotting deceivers and liars and demons, and you just can't do it, can you? As a species, whatever the fuck you are inside, most can't do it. They can't even come close. When I think about the street that I lived on growing up, most of the people on one side of the road died of cancer. Various forms, including lung cancer, etc. Well, that's just perception, they'd say. That Ian would say, and New Agers say. Well, it's just your perception. Death's just an illusion. They didn't suffer and die. What are you talking about? They just didn't believe they were in heaven, that's all. People are so fucking delusional in this realm. It's it can be frustrating, and it can be tedious trying for decades to reach people. And a lot of people will say with a straight face, we're all the same. We all have a mind, we all have a brain, we all think the same way. We're all just as capable. Well, how come some people seem like they're at a snail's pace in terms of thinking? You ever consider that? Do you ever consider how painful it is when someone's mind wants to go at 1,000,000 miles an hour and they have to slow down to 2 miles per hour to have a conversation with humans that want to go even slower than that and want to drag their feet and never want to learn and just are so slow at learning and realizing things? And it's just it's so painfully slow and tedious in this realm. But most people don't think of that. They'll just say, what the fuck are you frustrated about? Are you cranky? They never think, well, that being might be trying to slow themselves down to such a degree that it hurts them to try to teach things. And it's actually painful. They'll never consider that. Most in this realm never consider the pain of another. It never crosses their mind. I mean, it's so bad in this fucked up place. Their own children can be yelling out in pain and they don't notice and they don't care. And they just, well, what are you complaining about? They'll say like that. It's a callous fucking place of people. You can't understand. You can't even notice when someone's in pain. It isn't just idiocracy. It's beyond that. It's beyond stupidity. It's beyond that. Beings with no fucking care and no sense of what care means. No sense of what morality means. No sense of what caring beyond yourself means. No sense of it at all. A lot of people come to my channel. They just say to me, tell me the way out. They just want to get themselves out. They don't give a fuck about me, anyone else here in this realm. They wouldn't care if there were millions and millions and millions more children suffering and getting all sorts of disabilities and horrendous lives. They just want to get themselves out, and it's all for themselves, completely selfish. It's all they want. It's all they care about is themselves. And they'll call themselves truthers. And most people will pat them on the back and say, hey, you're one of us. You're a truther like me. That's all they care about. They have no care for the suffering, and they show it in their words and in their behavior. I think some people haven't been paying attention so much that it would actually be eye-opening if I passed away tonight, which I don't plan on doing, but hypothetically, the celebrations by Team Evil and the comments and videos that they would make about me, I think would be eye-opening and shocking to some of you. You haven't been paying attention. You don't think they're actual demons. You think they're just playing, or I think some of you don't get it. That's what I think. I think you'd be surprised at the sickening things that they would say and just what they would do. And they wouldn't be celebrating me getting out. They'd be celebrating saying King Stephanie's dead and just like all kinds of stuff. And, oh, he can join his dead mother. They'd be saying all that stuff. And some of you'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe that you haven't been paying attention then. You just don't get it. It hasn't set in. It hasn't set in with you that they're actual demons. And you'll just think, well, they're not rich and powerful. They're not billionaires. They're not Rockefellers. They're not Rothschilds. They're just these people on YouTube. They're just people. Anyway, I don't know what it'll take to get through to you, but some of you, I hope you start working on spiritual discernment and learning a lot more, and give yourself a real chance to get out. Because at this point, I don't know how many on my channel will actually get out. Because again, if you're tricked by demons here, then what am I supposed to think? What the fuck am I supposed to think? You can't spot evil demons that would just be cackling with glee if they found out not only that I died, but if I suffered somehow. They'd love it. They'd love it. And some of you would be surprised, saying, I didn't think they'd celebrate. Like, you're not paying attention. You're not getting it. You're not getting my message. I know you think you are. You assume you are, and you'll argue with me. You'll say you understand, but I don't think so. I don't think so. You'll just get the basic talking points. Like, I know, Stephen, this is Al Rum, but you won't get that I'm exposing actual demons. I don't think you get that. You don't know what evil is. You don't see it and understand it in a real way that's beyond the surface level. Oh, they're acting evil is kind of what I imagine some of you treat it as. I don't think you really get it. And I hope you do before you leave, for your sake. Some of you don't understand that. You'll take that the wrong way. You'll think, oh, he's saying, I hope I get it. He's doing this. I hope you get it for your sake. Because you have to understand. Otherwise, I don't think you're getting out. I think you'll just get recycled. As much as people don't like to hear that, and they'll argue and they'll get their ego up and their back up and say, no, I'm getting out no matter what. Well, some of you can't spot demons here. So you tell me how you're getting out when you can't do basic things here. And some of you will just deny that there's even demons. You'd say, well, they look human. I hear that one all the time still too. Well, they look human. They look human.
And feelings and our own definitions of things, our own understanding, but we're not really getting to the core of the truth. Shout out to No Name.
Oh, I should say, for those that are probably misunderstanding, I don't care if they celebrate my death. That's not the point. I wouldn't be crying about that. It's just the point that it would surprise some of you, which shows you wouldn't be paying attention, and I wouldn't be shocked at all if people were just like, oh my God, I can't believe they're saying that and making these videos. You haven't been paying attention. You've just been tuned in to be entertained here and not understanding what I'm showing. And you don't even get why I'm showing these other channels. I encounter that all the time. People leaving me comments saying, Stephen, why do you keep showing these other channels? You should focus on this. And you don't even get why I'm doing this. People in the chat will sometimes drop a comment every now and then. They're bored with me showing this, or why are you showing this? And every so often there's someone like that. You don't know what I'm doing, and you prove it. You prove it to me. And my death, the reaction, you'd prove it as well. Again, you don't know what I'm doing. People are in a trance, and I know they don't have the focus I do. And I could see that easily. I know that's the case. And I see it all the time. The lack of focus that people display for important things. But if it's something meaningless, they can sit there and watch a stupid Adam Sandler movie, for example, for an hour and a half. But they can't focus on something that their whole spiritual freedom could be on the line. It's just incredible, this realm. It really is. The beings here, they're so fucking warped and have everything ass backwards. And they think there's nothing wrong with it. They love it the way it is. They love it.
For you for being angry for genuine reasons while the wealthy remain unscathed. I would disagree. This is the big game going on too. This duality game, this positive negative. You have the rich and the poor too. And what a lot of people that are whatever, they aren't rich, they have this perception like they have something that they don't have. Where if you are really understanding this being that has all these things, these matrix machines and things and money, and you really saw them for who they are, not all of them, you probably would be much better in your position. Saying, you know what? A lot of these beings out there are trapped in a box too. They're stuck in an illusion. They're on timelines. They have no idea what they're really doing. So what things you've collected over the time or your bank account and money like that plays no part in how I read you energetically. So this lack program or is a deep program, people, that we are just mirroring back to ourselves. I'm lack, I'm this. I was, yeah, I mean, whoa. Whoa. This place being a false construct and has nothing has to do with our essence. Okay. If you truly want to see, we hold space and silence to bring truth and frequency. It isn't in the mind. The truth is there in you, my friends. We need nothing outside of us. Nothing. Everything is a deception here. My friend, I don't say that. I mean, I just see things that are deception and things that are just what they are energetically and neutral. And so this is a parasitic invasion that happened. You know, we've been invaded here. This realm has been infiltrated. So I agree with a lot of this stuff that's happened. But a parasite needs a host. So a parasitic overlay realm needs a host to overlay. So that's what we're in, people. So there's plenty of amazingness and beautifulness around us and inside of us. And there's plenty of deception and disgustingness too. So when we say everything is this, everything is that, everything is hell, everything is heaven, this is the deception. We just need to read things energetically for what it all is, individually. Without the thoughts in mind telling you what it is, without the language coming in and words.
One of us said that everything is hell, that there's no goodness, no beauty here, no love, no friendship, nothing to enjoy. When have I ever said that? Do people actually pay attention? I think they're deceived by guys like Ian because they don't pay attention to what he said in the past, to what other people say. They just don't pay attention. They have no memory, nothing. Just like zombies watching these channels.
And the sigil magic. That's what I do. But whatever floats your boat, my friends. The ego, fracture the ego, the I am, the getter, the forgetter, being forgetting, the parasite, the ego, people. And so that's why this is why this is a big duality game with this hell realm and these heaven realm people, love and light, and then the hell realm. This is a deep battery that's charging the matrix. And so this I am stuff and this manifestation and stuff on these, I don't know what you want to call them, and these different new age teachers of manifestation has it wrong too. I'm not going to name names, where it becomes ego driven and this I am character. It's all about that. But dissolving that I am and all these identities.
I'm not going to name people. People, I'm not going to name names. I'm just believe in me, people. I'm obviously so brilliant, people. Just believe in Ian. People, in the present moment. People. And he does have believers. 35 likes. Almost 300 views on this shit that he posted 14 hours ago. Well, I should reload, actually. An hour, 21 minutes.
Teachers of manifest.
All right. So 34 views, 294 views, 34 likes. There you go. PKOSB goes to all sorts of channels. She believed it was a soul trap. And then she's like, this makes sense to me. They flip on a dime in what they believe, these creatures. It's incredible to watch. It all makes sense to her. She was a Forever Con Man follower. She's also a Chrissy Pissy Shaderis follower. She goes to channel. Shit channel to shit channel is what I meant to say. And it works on them.
Manifestation has it wrong too. I'm not going to name names, where it becomes ego driven and this I am character. It's all about that. But dissolving that I am and all these identities, it's like, this isn't it. This is the parasitic nature, where you don't become a true, like truly serving, wanting nothing in return. That's serving. That's the complete opposite of a parasite. That's who we truly are. At least some of it. I don't know who truly is that. But if you are truly that, then you can return to the truth. It's in you. So, the whole inner child cycle able to keep us in the loop, to keep our minds in an infantile state. Ooh. Mr. Super. What's up, Adman? Good to see you. If everyone became their own god, it would be like the movie Purge, not a good way to go. What's the definition of God? So we have to give our perception. I'm not saying I'm a god. Let's see.
He likes making those lip-sucking, smacking sounds, doesn't he? People don't mind, though, on his channel. I don't think anybody's going to say, why do you keep making those weird sounds? They won't do that.
So we have to give our perception. I'm not saying I'm a god. Let's see.
Nothing really bothers zombies in terms of annoying noises and degenerate behavior. None of it bothers them. I don't think they just tolerate it. I think they actually love it. That's what I think. What do you think? You think the zombies love it? I took a screenshot of this comment earlier, and I think I'll save it. Wendy wrote, "The magic of your spirit had a visceral reaction on me when I first saw your eyes, Stephen, palpable through the screen." Do you know why I love that? Because she noticed the difference. She could feel it and notice. I'm not just a human being. Yes, they are unaffected by noise. Lawnmowers, the loudest noise. You know, I lived somewhere one time, a long time ago, where the guy bought and built a go-kart for one of his sons. He ended up being a child abuser that I reported. But he had a go-kart, and I had a big house there. And he had a big house, fairly big, beside. And the noise they would make. And he even had his kids one time, they were throwing out computers, like desktop computers with steel cases, and they were beating them, both of his sons, with hammers outside, and just trying to make as much noise as possible. And the black woman earlier that was instructing her child to destroy and tear, that's what they did. That's what he did with his sons. He wasn't black, but that's what he did. He was white trash and just a trashy, creepy, big mega stash, weasel-faced piece of shit. He would encourage his sons all the time to make as much noise as they could, to bang on things with hammers, like the steel cases of computers, and smash them. And they also had radio-controlled vehicles and a go-kart that they fire up, and it was really loud, and just everything that made noise, as much noise as they could make, is what they were into. On purpose. As much as possible. Even when it would be getting dark out, there's just still noise and noise and noise. And they do it on purpose. And then, just like Tarek, they'll say, I'll stop. I stop, Steven. Stop it. I don't do. And then they're back on with their mouth full of candy again. And they're called out again on the same show on Talcott's. I mean, it's just incredible. They just block it out like, they just do it all the time. To them, it's nothing. And they're chewing right into the microphone. It's like the mic is in their mouth. It's like their mic might as well be right in their mouth with the candy. And just slurping away, and the lapel mics that they have pinned right up to their mouth, and the Tarek is just like, I'm sorry, I'm smacking his lips. I'm sorry, I'm Steven. Oh, you're right. I got milk bowl again. It's just like, what the fuck? How could you be unaware of what you're doing when his mouth is obviously full? It must look like a chipmunk full of food or candy or whatever he's stuffing in there. I can just picture him with his cheeks like softballs in each cheek, just stuffed full of food and talking into the mic. And it's like, how could he be unaware of how he sounds? It has to be intentional. No one could be that oblivious about their mouth being stuffed full of food and talking that way. I mean, come on. I just don't buy it. He does it all the time. They're doing it to be annoying. They're doing it to piss people off. They'd have to be. They'd have to be. And they do seem unaffected by noise. There's an essay by Arthur Schopenhauer that I read one time on here, and I think a video, somebody else does an audiobook of it. Arthur Schopenhauer essay on noise. And this was from the 1800s. He was sick of the noise then. I'm glad he's not alive today. I mean, he's one of my favorite philosophers. But this place would destroy his mind the way society is today, with car alarms going off and people just yelling and whistles and just everything under the sun. Loud stereos with cars driving by with fucking Jamaican music and auto-tune and just shit. I mean, Arthur Schopenhauer was driven to hate noise by the crack of a whip of a carriage. What he would be put into today would be, I'm laughing about it, but it's so much worse. Thank goodness this is not his time period, because he would snap. He'd never be able to stand it. He couldn't stand the crack of a whip. I'm not kidding. He hated noise interrupting his flow of thought, which I understand. I relate with that. I have noise suppression in my place on purpose to go to quiet rooms, and I want to be able to think and use my thoughts and imagine. And he would never, if he was transported from his time period to today, I mean, it would just be, he wouldn't even believe that people could stand it. It's so much worse today than a carriage driving by and the crack of a whip and a horse making a sound. The things that go on in this realm these days, where people will mow their lawn 3 times in a fucking day on purpose to run their lawnmower for 8 hours a day. Okay? Some people will try to cut their lawn every day just to make noise. They're trying to make noise. They're trying to be fucking noisy assholes. And gas-powered weed trimmers and just there's just all kinds of fucking noise. Revving vehicles and just everything under the sun. Everything under the sun. I was in a hike recently. I think it was a week ago. And I don't think it was one. I don't know if it was one that I filmed, but I was out in the forest and they were flying radio-controlled, loud I thought it was drones at first, but it was a radio controlled plane, and they had to fly over a quiet area of a forest and just keep buzzing around the same area. This is people's enjoyment. They love to make noise. There's a certain subset of society, zombies, that they love noise. They're unaffected by it. It doesn't bother them, but they also love to create it. They love it. They love it. And I suspect they're a different species than what I am. I really do. And I have to do things to block them out. Like I have expensive noise canceling headphones. Nose canceling. They should have those forever for Forever Con Man.
Are you going to talk about me again with my big nose and my tiny little ratty tiny hat and my love for shekels? I'm just a grifter. I'm just a grifter, people. I'm just a grifter. Just a little grifter.
Nose canceling, but yeah, noise canceling. The noise potential of this place, it's demonic. That's what it is. It's demonic. They try to torment people. The ones who actually have thoughts and ideas and daydreams and enjoy peace and quiet and don't want their thoughts interrupted. And hello, TG. Good to see you. This place is a torture chamber for sensitive thinkers. That's what it is. No matter where you go in this fucking place. No matter where you go. There's such a thing as sensory deprivation chambers where they can test out speakers, those quiet rooms where it's like there's no sound. You can hear your heartbeat. You can hear your heartbeat. And for some, it's said that they'll go mad, they'll lose their mind. For me, I'd be like, finally, I can get some peace and quiet in this place, in this hell realm. I'd love to go in one of those where they test speakers that it's so quiet with the acoustics that you could hear your heartbeat. I'd be like, finally, I could be away from the noise of this realm. And then I'd be like, if only I could just not hear my heartbeat too, and just hear complete quiet, peaceful. That would be a dream come true for someone like me. Oh my goodness. That would be amazing. Relaxing at the beach, yeah. Try relaxing in the forest on a walk or a hike, and people ride by on mountain bikes. And instead of headphones, they have speakers, like Bluetooth speakers attached to their bike, blasting music as much as they can. Because that's what you want on a forest hike, is just blasting music. That's what you want, right? That's what everybody else wants, to hear your music. They have no consideration, no courtesy, nothing. No self-awareness, no care for anyone else. But that's this realm. And it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And most people don't even notice. They'll just be like, what are you talking about? They have a right to do that. They have a right to make as much noise as they want. There's no quiet places, hikes, libraries. You should be able to just blast music. You should be able to walk in there with a fucking megaphone and just yell at people's ears and deafen them. That's what this realm has turned into. You should be able to ride in there on a fucking elephant into the library and just blast with a megaphone and yell at people right into their eardrums. Why not? You should be able to make as much noise in this realm as possible, right? Fucking hell, this place. Where I currently live is pretty good for noise, for lack of noise right now. And I'm very thankful. That's one of the things I'm thankful, because it's painful to me. It actually bothers me. Like, it really bothers me. Especially if it's sustained, irritating sound. It just gets to me. And eventually it ends up being like torture for me. It torments me. And I can't stand it. That's one of the things that really does bother me. I'm sensitive to that. And I don't mean frequency weapons. I'm not saying I'm gang stalked. I'm just talking about the average zombies making fucking noise. Which to them is music. They love it. I think they love it. I really do. I think to them, they're so different spiritually, whatever they are as a species. To them, it's like music, just making as much noise as they can. They feed off of that. They're I'm laughing about it, but they're going to get as much noise as they can ever handle when this is sealed in. There's not even going to be a sound that can escape from this place. I'm going to make sure that this hell realm is sealed like they could never imagine how it's going to be sealed and how much it's going to be sealed. Not a sound will escape. There's going to be deafening fucking sound in this place for them for eternity. They're going to get all they're going to get all the noise that they could ever handle. They're going to get all they ever wanted and more. And I'm laughing about it, but I mean, I can just imagine them. And at first, they're probably going to think this is paradise for them. They'll love the sounds, just the deafening fucking noise, hundreds of decibels. They'll just, for them, they'll love it. They'll love it at first. At first. But it's eternal. It's eternal. They'll never be able to get away from it. And it won't just be sound that won't escape from here. When I say this place is going to be sealed in like a tomb, that's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. Oh man. The demons are going to get what they deserve. Finally. There's finally going to be some sense of justice in this fucking place. A kind of justice that has never existed here, ever. 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 In our time or in any time that may have existed or may not have existed in the fake history of this fucking place, because they feed us fake history and we don't know when this began, how long this has been here running this way. And no deafness. Yeah, they won't even be able to go deaf to escape it. They won't even be able to be comforted by deafness. Oh, it's going to be glorious. And these ones that have harmed children are going to be harmed in this place for eternity, forever. These fuckers. They'll never be able to get out of here, ever. Ever. These demons that they've taken delight and glee in torturing us and in harming children, they're going to get what they deserve in this place. This place is going to be made for them. And I know some of them are worried about it because they even talk about it. They're worried. They're worried. And you know, I enjoy that they're worrying about it before it happens. It's on their mind that that's coming. And there's nothing they can do about it. There's no fucking way they can stop it. There's no way. It's like their fate is sealed, like it's already done. How about that, demons? They wonder how I'm going to do it, but they know it's coming. That's the thing. They wonder how, but they know it's coming. There's no doubt about that.
The creator and ruler of the universe and source of all authority, the supreme being. This is the Matrix AI ego mind god. It's a very low vibrational word. I'm never going to say I'm God, but I'm never going to say anyone else is.
He says it's a very low vibrational word. He sounds like a complete New Ager who denies being a New Ager. It's so stupid and laughable that people can't see that this is a new ager Ian. A low vibrational word.
God of me. Very low vibrational word. I'm never going to say I'm God, but I'm never going to say else is God of me. Very low vibrational word. I'm never going to say supreme being. This is the Matrix AI ego mind God. It's a very low vibrational word. I'm never going to say I'm God, but I'm never going to say anyone else is God of me. A supreme being with moral authority. Authority? This is the Matrix game. I've heard it many places. I don't know when I first heard it, but the Bible is, I mean, I've already gotten deep on. The Bible is a copycat of a bunch of other books way before the Bible. So I don't know. I mean, these book stuff and reading these books and stuff, I'm way, I mean, I'm out of that. Like, I probably read 2 books in my life and too many. You know, I read plenty of Bible.
There you go. Ian said he's probably read 2 books in his life and too many. Just like Christopher, Chrissy Pissy Shatera said he's never read a book. These creatures don't read. They never did. They've never read anything. They just believe that they know everything. These fucking idiots.
Bible verses, and now I realize what it really is. I don't know. I mean, these book stuff and reading these books and stuff, I'm way, I mean, I'm out of that. Like, I probably read 2 books in my life and too many. You know, I read plenty of Bible verses, and now I realize what it really is. So I've gotten deep on the Bible and all that, and it's kind of like, I don't know. But the Bible isn't the first place to say, I am, you know? This is the mind program that comes in. I am outside of you, tells you who you are. Fill in the blank. You know, this is the first mind program. I am. Now you're searching for filling in the blank outside of yourself. What am I? Who am I? And then the matrix starts feeding you what is best for you based on your data to fill in the blank with an identity and a label and these words and to cast spells on yourself. So that was the first mind spell, the I am. And is it the matrix that the upper?
So I made this meme recently, I think it was the other day, minutes before departure. I didn't draw this, I just added the text, the title at the top, the caption, the recycling symbol in the forehead, the red cross, the 33 ounces, that kind of stuff. But I took a picture that I saw somewhere and changed it into this. I'm so glad I spent little time studying and thinking about death, my afterlife, escape from this cruel, evil matrix system. Yay! That might be Ian one day. That could be Ian. He's so glad he spent so little time on this. I'm just living in the present moment, people. I'm in the present moment. That we're all here again in the present moment again, people. This is the present moment, people. Much love, people. Much love, people. We're in the present moment, people. I'm not looping in the present moment, people. I'm just saying present moment every second sentence, people. People.
Usurping the energy from others that are exploiting it for some reason. Either way, reflect the energy of self back to self and watch what happens instead.
Does anyone know if Ian is actually still alive, or is it more like a Weekend at Bernie's scenario where Lindis is just, I mean, what is this? He doesn't even seem like he's alive. If you get what I'm saying. I think this is Ian. I think this is Ian. I think that maybe Weekend at Bernie's. Ian just seems like he's a corpse. He doesn't even seem like he's alive anymore. He just seems like he's dead. It's just, I can picture Lindis and someone else dragging him around, dragging Ian around. Weekend at Ian's or weekend at Lindis's. I mean, Jesus Christ, he doesn't even seem like he's alive. Is he alive or is he a corpse? I don't know. He seems so dead.
Dead. I like that. Reflect the energy of self back to self and watch what happens. That is so deep, my friend. Wow. That is so deep, my friend. Wow. Really feeding. Look at not feed. Look at what he's saying here. Is the Matrix the usurping the energy of others that are exploiting it for some reason? That's the big energy source. The ones that are exploiting it or thinking that they are in their minds. That's where the real energy comes in because they still haven't really returned and remembered. But they're using that power instead of returning, they're using it to exploit and to expose the Matrix, reinforcing the prison, reinforcing the Matrix with their power. Not reflecting the energy back to themselves and seeing what really happens. There you go. You said it perfectly. Whoa. What's up, my friend? Hold the silent space and their answers come. I'm doing it now while my 7-year-old does his 11-year-old math. I'm doing the you can do it energy, asking questions, but he gets the answer. I like that. Thanks for coming in, my friend. Right here is the comment of the day. Or this is very powerful in this time that we're talking about right now. So you said it well because it's hard to put into words, but this is what, I don't know, I'm not going to say there's an answer, but to the ones that aren't empty vessels, trapped in a box, that hamster on a wheel, it's right here is what we need, what we should be doing. Trying something different. Stop being the hamster on the wheel. So, what else? We're an hour and a half in. We're going to keep rolling a little bit. So $17 Joy. So I'm here for the truth, you know? Like for reals. There's nothing for the great return of who I am. That I already am and I always was. I'm not waiting for death and obsessed with this death moment and inviting it. This is the lie. This is the trap. This birth and death trap. I don't die. And I'm not going to wait around that to find myself or to return home. Home is my true energetic resonance, my true energy force beyond the thoughts and mind and the program. That's what home always is and always will be. And I'm speaking for myself. So there's nothing out there for me. There's no YouTube channel or platform to join for that return. And we don't need to be watched either. We don't need anyone to agree with us. These ones that have huge followings online, all this stuff, all this energy flowing, you know? You could be alone in your home, not streaming on YouTube, having nobody around, and remembering and returning, and energetically you're having a gigantic effect on the reality around you, on all of existence. Way beyond somebody live streaming with millions of people donating and millions of people watching them. It makes no difference, people. It didn't create much of us to create this mess in the first place. It didn't take much of us. So it's not going to take much of us for the return. It might only take one. What else? So the belief.
Bye for now, Wendy. Good to see you here. You're welcome, Wendy. I'm glad you had some fun here today. I'm starting to get tired, but I'm waiting up for something, so I'm not going to go to sleep yet.
In hell is hell. You know? When we talk about this hell realm, this is hell makes it hell. That's how powerful you are. When I believed and knew I'm in hell, I was at that point in hell. Once I returned, stepped outside of that box, I wasn't in hell anymore. And the mirror was reflecting something else back to me. It's a box, my friends. So there's nothing to escape. There's nowhere to go. And there never will be. Ever. And the mirror was reflecting something else back to me. It's a box, my friends. So there's nothing to escape. There's nowhere to go. And there never will be. Ever. Yes, my friend. So know how powerful you are. We don't need attention. We don't need to convince anybody. We don't need to debate the truth. The truth just needs to stand as is. It already is. The lie needs to create platforms and illusions and words and labels and go around with all this confusion, create matrices and boxes and all this extra stuff around us. That's the lie. That's what the lie needs to do. You know? The truth needs to just be remembered and known. And you can sit in silence with it and have more effect than every being in existence around you. You could be naked in the streets with no money and poor, sitting in truth. And that radiance around you, that energy flowing, is beyond anything. And know it to be true. I'm going to get to you, Blue Pac-Man. So if I don't think or remember 9 to the 11, it doesn't exist at all anymore for me. What is there to talk about? People, I don't know what is there to talk about anymore with it. What is there to expose? It wants us to know. Don't you see out there what's going on in this Matrix game? They want us to know about the trails. They want us talking about it. Now governors are coming out saying that they're banning them. Oh, we're going to release these files on 9 to the 11. We're going to this and that. The new video, the new expose. This was a hologram. You know, this whole thing. They want you to.
So some people advise you to prep and get years worth of food and stack your money. I'm stacking hell money. This is Chinese hell money that I bought. I bought some Chinese hell money to burn. I bought money to burn because I'm obviously so poor, like Team Evil says, that I bought some hell money just to burn it. I paid money for this money so that I can burn it. I'm not Chinese. I'm not Ching Chong. But I bought this to burn it. I'm stacking the money. I've got stacks of hell money. They call it hell money. They call it hell money. And I'm not kidding. I had to buy some hell money. And I'm going to burn it. Why? Well, it's part of a ritual. What do I mean? Well, I'm casting a spell on this world. And this is part of it, burning some hell money. I'm incorporating this into the spell. And I love it. I love it. I've never had hell money before. I decided to buy some. I ordered it online. They burn it in China. But I'm not burning it for my ancestors. I'm going to burn hell money in Hell Realm for a different purpose. Burn the demons. Burn the demons. Burn them. Burn them. Burn the demons. Seal in the demons. Burn the cockroaches.
Burn the cockroaches. Burn the cockroaches. Seal in the demons. Seal in the demons. Seal in the demons. The demons. Seal in the demons forever and ever. This is where they belong. Here. Forever. They can devour each other here forever and ever and ever.
Ching chong. You want Chinese? You want Chinese food? You want egg foo young? You want sumu gai? You want chop suey? You want chop suey? Ching chong. I got hell money. I've got Chinese hell money. I've got stacks of it. This is one stack here. I'm going to burn a goddamn suitcase full of hell money. I'm going to burn stacks of this hell money. Yeah. You can keep your fucking money in this realm. It's so much bigger than money. These creatures attached to money and shit in this place. This is what they burn. But they're burning that trying to get their ancestors a better life. Their deceased loved ones. They're trying to buy them a better life. I'm not burning it for that reason.
Expose it now. They want us to know. This is how we're powering the system, my friends. So just in my life, what's happened, I'm not going to harp on it and bring it to the present moment, into the now. Why would I bring the past into the now and fester on it and bring that into the now? I'm in the now. Remember, the past and the future events don't play any part. I'm in the present moment in silence. No words needed. Nothing outside me needed. No past moment. Nothing the parasites are doing doesn't play any part in this moment that I want to be forever in and return home. That's here or now. So why would I bring something like that into my field? So you can't forget. This is the forgetting thing. They make us forget. So we can't forget about these things in the past. And we got to bring it all to all this baggage, all this weight into the now, all these other things. And well, I can't forget about this, but what about this? We can't stop talking about this and that. This is the Matrix game, my friends. It doesn't mean you don't care, or you don't have empathy, or you don't understand, or you don't have love for others. And you're full of care for suffering. I can be all those things and still not bring it into my field. The last thing, if I'm suffering, the last thing I would want is for you all to suffer with me. If I suffered in the past, or if I went through something, or I was a part of a major suffering event, the last thing I would want is for you guys 20 years later or 30 years later to be suffering with me and to carry that energy into the now present moment. That's the last thing I would want. Because once you're truly there and I look outside and I see the trails above and I see the little Matrix games, it's actually petty and funny to me in a way. And don't take that the wrong way. It's actually really petty and small. It's like there's nothing you can do to take me away from myself. I see what you're doing. I see through it. But I'm not going to bring it into my field and have it distort me and focus on it and give it any power at all.
Ian knows everything, everyone. He's got it all figured out. He's a true genius. I think you should just follow Ian. He really knows what he's talking about.
I see you. But that's all you're getting. So it wants you to, it's a duality game. It wants you to pick the other side and go against it and play a duality game with it. But you can still stand in truth and remember and have full-blown power within you facing all of this. And that has way more effect on the Matrix. That destroys the illusion way more than getting to its level and play a duality game with it. And so when we're standing in truth, not letting anything affect our field, this is what happens with the Hell Realm people. They want to throw these parasitic games at us. Like, how dare we not talk about this? How dare you not bring this into your field? How dare you not whatever? Like, I'm here to destroy the illusions. But a lot of these illusions cause some things. I agree with that. But once we really destroy these illusions, there's nothing to talk about anymore. Much love, everyone. Or I haven't said that in a while. Gratitude, everyone. Thanks, Natani, for coming in. So the CV did not come from my mind. That shit came from left field. From where? Well, I'm not saying it came from everyone. Or I've been much love, everyone. Or I haven't said that in a while. Gratitude, everyone. Thanks, Natani, for coming in. So the CV did not come from my mind. That shit came from left field. From where? Well, I'm not saying it came from your mind, but a lot of it does. So, I mean, it's not all your fault. It's not our fault what's happened. I'm not taking responsibility for everything, but I take responsibility for myself. Everyone. Or I haven't said that in a while. Much love, everyone. Or I haven't said that in a while. Gratitude, everyone. Thanks, Natani, for coming in. So the CV did not come from my mind. That shit came from left. Everyone. Or Much love, everyone. Or I keep. Much love, everyone. Or I keep. I haven't said that in a while. Gratitude, everyone. Thanks, Natani, for coming in. So the CV did not come from my mind. That shit came from left field. From where? Well, I'm not saying it came from your mind, but a lot of it does. So, I mean, it's not all your fault. It's not our fault what's happened. I'm not taking responsibility for everything, but I take responsibility for myself and my own thought and mind program within me and all the illusions within me and the lies. I take responsibility. But outside of me, things that's happened and going on, I'm not taking responsibility for all that, but I am responsible for some of it. But I'm not trying to figure it all out. Like, why did this happen? Did I create? See, this is the big game. Keeping us searching for information and knowledge. This is the nature that it wants us to be. This is the Matrix game. Why did this happen? You know? So people that are creating for themselves or whatever, I use the word creating and manifesting, but the ones that have a mirror of reflection that's something not so negative in hell realm are now wrong because they're not bringing hellish events into their field. And we become angry with them. And we become, aggressive and want to almost like infect them with negativity. So there comes a point where you realize keep focusing on the negative events and the negative things going on is actually giving it more power. And it's like the best thing I can do is like the best thing I could do is return myself. And I've seen the world change around me already in so many ways, and it's happening dramatically. The less I focused out there or try to, it's like I was there where it's like, well, what about this? And what about this event? What about this that happened to people? What about the CV? What about that? What is that? Why did this happen? I didn't create that. I was there too, my friends. Negativity is infectious, so is positivity. Choose wisely. Exactly. See, like I was saying, there's no true words for this. Once the mind comes in and says, the mind is going to bring confusion and all these things, and the thoughts are going to come up, people. I'm really killing this enemy within, like for reals. And what's left in the end? I have no words. There's no words to describe it. No elements needed. Nothing from the past or future, the future that may happen needed. Only this present moment, which I'll always be in. So there's no words to truly describe it. Anything else, my friends? So we talked a lot about the Hell Realm stuff and the Soul Trap. So, and this is what I remembered even when I was deep in the Soul Trap narrative, is that I remembered I can't be trapped. I could only trap myself with this mind and thoughts. And so once I really woke up to that, and I did kind of early on, I was like, you know what? You can't trap my soul. I knew. This is a trap. This is a trap itself. Like, wait a minute, we're not exposing the trap. Like, we are reinforcing it. We are creating a trap for ourselves. So media loves to use negativity cues both on a lower vibration. That's why it's all negative, because they know how powerful positivity creates, the power it can create to take the system down. Well, you see what the game that they play, my friend? The negativity and the positivity keeps it going. The oblivious positivity in the system, and then the low vibration, this is hell, and looping in the hamster on a wheel gives it power. Not just be positive. You can be positive, a lot more lost than a hell realm person, because you're not understanding the true energy flowing in the nature of different beings, places, and things around you, and that it's all just perfect. It's all just a lesson. This is heaven, this and that. So it's not positivity that takes them down. It is only the truth. Yeah. So the false light. The truth is above the game. The game has a positive and negative, both false light. So these platforms, my friends, are digital hell realms, my friends. So the people promoting this is hell, this and that, and we go there as this hamster on a wheel, looping and resonating and giving this matrix power and the mirror power and the mirror of vision, the mirror energy to reflect right back to you. These platforms are digital hells. They are mirrors, is what they are. This black mirror we're looking at, these mirrors, this is a reflection. It wants you to pick up someone else's idea, someone else's mind program on these mirrors, just like the mirror you have within you, just like the mirror in your home, just like the mirror in the screen you're looking at. It wants to reflect back to you a mind program box, a black mirror hell for you to sit in, or a false heaven, a false light. It's a mere hell, or a digital hell, or a physical hell. But once you stop looking to them for the truth, and you look for the truth you already have, and you don't need to look for it, it's all there. Until you look for the truth in you, you're going to stay in the loop that they are profiting from with your energy, way more valuable than your money. You cannot give them a dime. I'm not donating to them, whatever. But your energy is worth way more than your money. Of course. Pretend is your matrix prison. Let go of the pretend and be free. Yes. True that. And another powerful, and I appreciate you, Blue Pac-Man. I know what you're saying, and I get it, but it's like, another powerful thing to say is like, I don't know. I don't know why this happened, you know? But do I need to figure it out? I just don't know. But what I do know is that all the answers are inside of me. Everything I could ever want is within me. Outside of that, I don't really know. You know what I mean? Like, it's better sometimes to just say that, hey, I don't know, maybe, and I'm not really trying to figure it out. And then once you figure yourself out and you start purging that, you're really not trying to figure anything else out outside of you. That's for sure. You're trying to just stay in that space, which really requires not much effort. And so you're really not trying to figure out any Matrix game going on. And it's like, you can't touch me, I'm untouchable. You can't trap me. You can't put me in a prison. I'm eternal in an eternal present moment forever. How about that? You know? That's where I'm at with this. But, you know, and we don't have to worry about other people waking up at all, my friends. It's probably not going to happen, and if they have to do it on their own. So I'm not here to like wake people up or be some, no. I'm just here when something within wants me to speak. Other than that, I'm in silence. If you don't have something more powerful to say than the silence, then don't speak. So when you see others around with the mindful chatter, you see what's going on, people. So there are digital hells on here. You know? This technology they made for a reason. This is deep stuff, people. These are mirrors, portable mirrors. We have all these mirrors facing us. And so we lost our power. We're aimlessly moseying around with these mirrors everywhere, reflecting back the mind and thoughts program, it's just this big matrix of mirrors reflecting back to us. And so what do you want that mirror to reflect back to you is the question you should ask yourself. And ask that self seriously internally and try it. So this black mirror doesn't have much for me these days. But put it all away, and that true internal program within that mirror that wants to reflect back the matrix, and you find your true inner essence and have it reflect that back to you, see what happens, people. So, what else do we have going on here? So this is a sudden stream. I wasn't planning this until I was kind of going back and forth with someone in the comment section a little bit this morning, and I was like, you know what? I'll do a video today, and I decided to make it a live stream. And so it was interesting. Yeah. I feel you. And so purge ourselves and become the butterfly. These black mirrors can be dangerous to yourself, my friend. Be careful on these platforms. These are digital prisons, digital boxes. So we see where this is headed, right? Be careful out there, my friends. Be full of care navigating this realm in the mind and thoughts and these mirrors everywhere. Be very careful. Sorry, my mic dropped. So with that, my friends, we're about to hit 2 hours, and I don't know if I have anything else to say about this. I mean, you know? But I appreciate everyone that came in and shared comments. I really do. Anyone that comes in after and watches, I really appreciate it. And great to see everyone that participated. I appreciate it. And we will be back very soon. And every time, I feel within to speak about anything, I will. I'm not going to hold back. We'll keep the channel rocking and rolling. But there will come a time where the return really happens, and there's, Thanks, Guru, JJ, Blue Pac-Man, Lindis, my love, 17.
Thank you, much love, people. Much love, people. Much love, people.
Natane, 17 Joy. See ya. Unindoctrinated Mr. Super.
Much love, people. Much love, people. Much love, people. Here's my newest knife, everyone. Because I'm broke ass, as they say. The Team Evil claims I don't have any money. Here's my newest Bowie knife that I just got. I already have lots of knives, but I collect knives. I collect different things. Different things, as Ian says. Different things. So this is my new high polish Bowie knife. Shiny, isn't it? It's very shiny. And it's a huge knife. It's huge. It is freaking huge. If you thought my other knife was big, this is a big knife. This is a big knife. So I'll say to these little twerps, that's not a knife, mate. This is a knife. Now that's a knife right there. That's a Bowie knife. That's a massive fucking knife, man. It really is. That is a huge knife. I have a big hand. I have extra large size hands. And that's a big fucking knife. It's almost like a small sword. So anyway, I'm enjoying this. I got this just while this live stream was going. It arrived. And I have a collection of knives and weapons from all over the world. So for the ones that say, oh, Steven collects fragrances, he likes colognes. Well, I collect other things too, like this. You dummies. The dummies that think that I'm simple, or they think they have me figured out. You don't have me figured out at all. Not at all. Kripali and you losers. Losers. Now that's a Bowie knife right there. And it came nicely wrapped and oiled up. Oiled. And I just gave it a quick wipe and took a picture. But yeah, I can get it sharper than that, than what it came, the state that it came in. Now that's a knife. Yeah. I love it. What a work of art. What a functional work of art. It's a tool, people. A knife is a tool. And it's a work of art. This is a beautiful knife. You should see the handle. It has a fantastic handle. Not just in looks, but very comfortable in my hand. It's a beauty. It's a beauty. It's around 16 inches. I just took out the measuring tape. It's right around 16 inches total length. That's the blade and the handle. So well over a foot. damn near 1.5 feet long. That's a Bowie knife. And it's a beauty. It's a beauty. I like it a lot. And with the grip, it has, anyway, it's very comfortable in my hand. Has a good weight to it. You could chop down a small forest with that. You could chop wood with it. Beauty. It's a beauty. That's what it is. I'm going to switch over here to something else just a second. Here we go.
$50,000 people kill themselves every year in the United States.
And I was reading that rates of depression, anxiety, and suicide are higher now than they even were in the Great Depression.
This is Jerry Marzinski.
In the 20s and 30s.
I don't doubt it. 50,000 people in the U.S. a year are killing themselves. That's as many as died in Vietnam.
That's crazy.
Year after year after year after year.
And I spent the...
Does that tell you that this is heaven? Or does it tell you that this is perhaps a place that 50,000 a year want out that badly in USA? Does it seem like heaven? 50,000 a year self-exit in USA. Does that seem like heaven?
Majority of my life thinking, oh, the world's okay. There's some problems.
Well, most people think that, yeah. That the world's okay. That you can make it better, right?
Of my life thinking, oh, the world's okay, there's some problems, but anything that I experience, any suffering that I have is because it's my fault. It's like the pathology of me. It's not that our culture is degraded. It's not that there are evil influences in the world affecting me. It's all me.
That's what psychiatry and psychology want you to believe. Your brain is broken. The whole Western mental health system is a failure. So here you have more psychiatrists, more psychologists, you got more counselors, more psychiatric drugs on the planet than ever in the history of mankind. And yet 50,000 people in the U.S. A year are killing themselves. That's as many as died in Vietnam.
So do you need to drug them more? Is this a hell realm? Am I incorrect? Do I have it wrong? 50,000 a year self-exit just in USA. Well, why would they if it's such a great place? If this is heaven, if this is heaven, as Linda says, this is heaven. We're in heaven. Well, a lot of people are not in heaven in this place, but a lot lie and they're in denial, like Lindis and Ian. So this person here, Urantia or whatever, this weirdo, said false cause fallacy, making out that those 50,000 are victims. They were victims of being born in the first instance, and they took action rather than complaining. What's the problem? Maybe you are envious that they escaped this horror show. Who says they escaped? What do you mean they escaped? Maybe you are envious that they escaped this horror show. Who says they escaped? They just got recycled as far as I'm concerned. I don't think those 50,000 understood the recycling